is open. We should have our YouTube stream open, and the Facebook stream and our Instagram stream will be open here in just a moment. Bada bing, bada boom. Instagram is open and running. YouTube's open. Everything's open. We're good to go. Welcome in, guys. Good to see you. Thank you so much for. Oh shoot, I forgot to change my. Give me 1 second. I got to change the chat on my Streamlabs. I forgot. Every time I go back and forth between the deconstruction zone and the unapologetic, I always forget to. I always forget to change my chat back to the YouTube chat. Now I got to figure out how to do that. Give me a second. I apologize. I apologize, guys. I'll have it fixed up here in just a second. Okay. Now we're good to go. Everything should be ready to rock and roll. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. And a lot of you are probably hanging around this morning for the Unapologetic live show. So thank you for being there for the Unapologetic show. And let's get a couple things out of the way real quick. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Linda. Welcome in. You've got access to the cheat sheet. I have started this week updating the JC Prophecies tab, explaining in very concise details why the prophecies weren't fulfilled. So if you're interested in those, go to that tab in the spreadsheet. I'm going to probably finish them out this week, and have a good, we'll say, very concise explanation for each one. And then welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, stuff you missed in Sunday school. I appreciate that name. That's a really good name. And Smokelahoma, Pac-Man says, Smokelahoma here. They reported my profile. What? For what? That's crazy. Well, I'm sorry they reported your profile, but Pac-Man, I'm glad that you're here with us. And Clack79, thank you so much for the $9.99 big W on the Dancing Lemon. I appreciate that. And Bad Religion, thank you for the crane. I appreciate that. All right. We got somebody in our guest box already. If you're watching on YouTube, there is a link in the description. You can join using the link in the description if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or even on Instagram. I believe there's a link in the description. If you're watching on TikTok, you've got to join in the traditional way. You got to hit that guest request button, and then you can pop on up. And Texas Panhandler, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. It says lots of great content this weekend. We are spoiled. Well, I really appreciate you being here to support me, Panhandler. You've been at almost all of my lives, so I really appreciate you being around and supporting the channel. So we've got two Zen Someday with us. How you doing, Zen?
Hey, I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Zen, we've spoken before, right?
Yes, twice before.
Sure. Yeah. Can you refresh me on your position?
Probably not.
Oh,
is my answer to the second question. Since you have an education in Near Eastern religions, I wanted to bounce an idea off of you.
Mm-hmm. Can you speak a little bit closer to your microphone, though? It sounds really quiet.
Yeah, is that better?
A little bit better. Yeah, a little bit better. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, what if maybe we misinterpret or don't understand the Bible fully or correctly because we approach it from a Western perspective, meaning if we had an Eastern perspective, we would view things as being more interconnected. For example, if we had an Eastern perspective, when we see Adam and Eve sin and then everything goes to hell, we'd just be like, well, yeah, everything's interconnected, so that makes sense. And I'm wondering if that Eastern perspective had any influence on any of the Near East religions.
Not that I'm aware of. So, in the ancient Near Eastern religions, the gods that they believed in were pretty similar to the God of the Bible, which I think is a bit dissimilar from, we would say, like the theist concepts in Hinduism. They didn't really have this idea of like a greater consciousness or something like that until the period of the Greeks. The Greeks definitely
Yeah.
kind of borrowed some of that, but in the ancient Near Eastern
I guess
religion, hmm
I guess I wouldn't find Adam and Eve and like the whole thing just going to hell because of their decisions as troublesome from an Eastern perspective, because I would kind of like step back and just see like maybe a main point of this parable being your decisions don't just affect you, right? Because in a Western mindset, our view is that, well, our decisions, for the most part, it's, we bear the consequences of what we do. But from kind of a Zen Buddhist perspective, reading that, you'd be like, oh, no, no wonder why everything went to hell, because decisions have consequences for everybody.
yeah, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. But when it comes to consequences, I think the difference between natural consequences and divine consequences is that natural consequences are kind of out of your control. So, for example, if I drive over the speed limit and I cause an accident, that was like the consequence that happened from the accident was not really within
Right.
my control. Whatever is going to happen is going to happen. But like if my son goes to school and does something bad, the consequence that he receives is in my control. I can control what that consequence is. So the fact that the consequence for Adam and Eve eating the fruit was that like natural disasters would exist, diseases would exist, women and children would die giving birth. Those are consequences that God had control over, and he had no reason to like to go so far in the consequences. Like the consequences don't really seem to fit the crime.
Okay. I've been trying to just kind of like reconcile the Bible with things, and like it's. Well, I wonder if we're getting too stuck in the minutia with things. Like if I said it's raining cats and dogs, and then somebody replied with, "Well, what if they got in a fight on the way down?" Or what if the blood splattered on the ground and all this stuff? And I'd be like, well, you're kind of missing the big point. And like, what if the big point of the Adam and Eve story is just simply your decisions don't just affect you?
Yeah, the problem is when you just turn it into a spiritual story, you have to throw the New Testament out because according to the New Testament, it was literal.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain the New Testament's a bunch of
Yeah,
nonsense
it
because,
is.
yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you get rid of the New Testament, there is a
Uh
case.
huh.
There's a case to be made that you can read it in a much more theological, spiritual sense, and not actually even believe
Yeah.
it's a true story. So, actually, I had a Bible professor
Yeah.
in college that didn't believe that the Adam and Eve narrative was completely literal. He to him,
Right.
it was just a theological story to teach a
Yeah.
theological lesson, and
Yeah.
you can
Actions
do
have
that.
consequences.
You can do that in Judaism, but you can't do that in Christianity because
Yeah.
Christianity treats it as a literal story.
Okay, well that helps me out a lot. Thank you, and again, thank you for the updating you're going to do to that JC prophecy tab. I've been slowly going through them one by one, trying to come up with my own explanations. So this will help out. Anyways, have a good day, and thank you. Bye.
Thanks so much, then. Have a good one. I think, yeah, about our second or third time talking. He definitely is kind of zen. He's pretty chill. Mike, thank you so much for the super chat from Canada. He says, resetting the look at the trees counter. I just did. I saw your super chat. I remember to reset it. It's ready. It's locked and loaded. It's ready to go. And Pedro, thank you for the super chat. He says, may you tell me the ways we can access the cheat sheet? Well, you can subscribe on TikTok, and then there'll be a link under the first pinned video for subscribers. Or you can subscribe or join on YouTube in the Kraken Crew Elite. And there will be a link provided when you join the Kraken Crew Elite to the cheat sheet. So that'd be the best way to get a hold of the cheat sheet. And Larry Beck, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. You got access to the sheet now too. So with that, let me grab our next guest. And guys, if you're watching this and you like religious debates, drop me a follow. We do this 3 nights a week, and we have a lot of fun doing it. And we appreciate you supporting the channel. Alex, welcome in. Have we talked before?
Yeah, I'm the guy who schooled you on the scholars, but I want to go past that.
Oh, you're the child that crashed out in the comments because you think ChatGTP is a source?
That was before. I was the guy who you banned because I owned you.
I don't ban anybody. No.
Well,
In
it said I
fact,
got banned, and
in
I
fact,
put it in my video.
You're here
and
right.
showed it.
You're here right now, Alex.
No, I have to use alt accounts.
So
that's why.
What happened was one of my mods probably kicked you because you were acting like a punk ass bitch in the comments.
So you admit they did kick me off the live?
I have no idea. I didn't kick you. All I can say is if you got kicked, it was one of my moderators doing it, and it was because of your own doing.
Because they know I was winning, so.
No, it's because you're a child. Does your mom
you never kicked anyone before?
Does your mom know that you do this on the internet, that you just run around making a fool out of yourself?
I mean, you're the one who kicked me for winning. So.
I didn't.
But let's move past it anyways. I just want to say
what's your new
don't
argument?
Kick me. If I leave, he kicks me, just so everyone knows.
He's setting the stage already. If I run, it must mean he kicked me. Setting the exit strategy from the very beginning is wild. Oh, it was a mod. Yeah, there you go.
Moderator.
Yeah, I'm sure.
No, but then it said the owner banned you after.
Okay, so let's get this straight. You got kicked by a moderator. You knew that you got kicked by a moderator, and then you blame me for kicking you, which means you're not just a child; you're a lying child.
No, but you knew that your mod banned, so you told me probably.
Like, I did not. I've got.
I saw you look at the screen.
I've got 30 moderators. I have no idea.
But then I was saying, "Oh, mod kicked me."
I have no idea.
You banned me.
I have no idea what mod got you out of here. But my guess is whichever mod.
I don't know, but it said the owner banned me after.
So my guess is whichever mod got you out of here had a good reason for it. And what you're doing right now is probably the reason why they kicked you, is because we're here having an open stage and we're having dialogue, and you came in to piss and moan. So you started the discussion in bad faith. So why should I engage you in good faith when you come up here in bad faith? Why should I do that? He's probably still talking while he's muted. We have a real Christian in the waiting room. I can get a real Christian in here. He still doesn't know how to unmute himself. All right. Well, come back when your testes drop, okay, kid? 321, thank you for the super chat. It says, the GOAT is live. I don't know if I'm the GOAT, but I am live. That is for sure. And thank you so much for being here. And Josh Barba says, Davis, I know Davis was wild. I got to clip that. That call the other day was one of the most awful callers I've ever heard. He was so annoying. It was a little bit annoying to communicate with Davis, but I think it was worth it. I think he probably learned a lesson in public humiliation. And Tallybeck, good to see you again tonight. Thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. Big W, Tallybeck, for supporting the channel. I appreciate that, friend. All right, we've got Jesus Christ is Lord, Amen in the guest box. How you doing, Jesus Christ?
I'm not.
Wait, how old are you?
14.
Okay, you got to be 18 or older, okay?
No, then let's have a conversation.
No, that's against the rules. Grow up, get a little bit of pubic hair, and then you can come back.
Hey.
Oh, Alex, you came back because you couldn't figure out how the mute button worked. All right, so did you actually have an argument or no?
Yeah.
Cool, let's have it.
I know personally many people... Sorry, I'm out of breath. I know many people who do magic, do occult, and who also did it as well. And
so
it's real.
Your argument is that you know a guy that can do magic.
No. Many people I talk to who still do it and who did it and got saved by Jesus. They know all about it.
Cool.
They perform exorcisms too.
Cool story, bro.
It's real. It's
I'm
really
sure,
real.
I'm sure it is.
Why don't you believe that? I don't get it.
Why would I?
Because many people...
Your fantasy is not my reality. I've got a
Why do
Ouija
you
board.
just dismiss it?
Tell you what, I've got a Ouija board. If you can figure out how to make
That stuff works, yeah.
if you can make the platinum move, I'll be a believer in the mystical world.
I can't. I'm not a magician. I don't know. I don't do that stuff,
Oh,
but I know many people who do.
Ask your God to prove it. Your God says in the Old Testament that you can cast lots and he'll determine the outcome of the lots. Also,
I don't think it has to do with Ouija boards.
Big
I don't know
W,
how that
Jason Sickmeyer, thank you for the 666. He says, opening my mind with the Bible. I'm doing my best, Jason. That's what we're doing here. Now we're trying to open minds, apparently, with the Ouija board. Did you know that your God instructed the Israelites to use magic with casting of lots?
I don't know, Justin. I didn't look at that part. I don't want to talk about it because I think you're twisting it. But
I'm not
my whole
twisting
point
it.
is,
Have you
no, you do
bothered?
that a lot.
Have you bothered to read
You do
the
that
Old
a lot.
Testament where they get instructions for the Urim and Thummim?
I haven't read it. I'm sure you're not being honest. But
Okay,
whatever.
I'm
No,
not
I'm
being
sure it
honest.
happens,
You
but it has nothing to
haven't
do with the
even
Ouija
read the
board.
text. Okay.
It has nothing to do with the Ouija
It's
board.
the
is my
same
point,
concept. You've got something physical in the real world, and it's being manipulated by something in the spirit world. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but that was probably a one-time event or is it for a mission, something. I don't know.
No.
I haven't read it, but
Not even close.
my point is,
You're supposed to do it
my point is,
You're supposed to do it every year for all of eternity, according to Leviticus chapter 16. Have you read Leviticus before?
I'm sure not.
Okay.
But anyways,
so in
this is
Leviticus,
real. Like, people
there's a
actually do
ritual.
magic. I'm not lying.
I know.
Like, why does anyone believe?
In the Bible, I
People
agree.
literally did it.
They do.
They saw
They
demons,
do literal
dude. They
magic.
saw demons.
They do literal magic in the Bible. Watch. So it says, Aaron shall offer a bull as purification offering for himself and shall make atonement for himself and for his house. He shall take 2 goats and set them before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And Aaron shall cast lots on the 2 goats, one for the Lord and the other for Azazel.
Maybe they did one time. I don't know about it.
So
I didn't
God,
read that part. What's
God
the
wants
point?
God wants his goats to be chosen based on the casting of lots.
Justin, can't we just stick to the topic?
You brought it up.
Okay, my point is that people saw demons. They literally, they did magic. This is real.
Prove it.
It's not a joke.
Prove it.
I can't prove it in front of you, but you have to
well,
believe all these people who are saying it.
That's a dumb claim. I don't have to believe them.
So you're just going to dismiss all of these people who literally did magic?
Well, go bring them here and we'll have a
Claim to
conversation with
see
them.
demons? I did talk to them.
Oh, I've got a friend that was visited by the Hindu gods. Are the Hindu gods real?
Yes, they probably demonic spirits appearing as
Well,
something.
well, they would say that your
That
god.
happened.
They would say that your god is a jinn.
No, I talked to Hindu. They don't say that.
Well, I'm saying that
I know Hindu friends. I have Hindu friends.
but the Hindu gods are not the same as the Christian gods. So, is it true that it's possible that the Hindu gods are actually
the fallen.
Alex?
Those
You
are
need
the fallen angels appointed.
actually need to actually listen to my question before you can answer it. Is it possible that the Hindu gods are actually real, but the Christian gods / God is actually just like a spirit or a phantom?
No, because these people were saved by Jesus and they cast out these demons in Jesus' name. Yes, dude.
No, they didn't.
Many Christians were former occultists.
Cool
Do you know
story.
Matt Slick?
Cool story, bro. Don't care.
Do you know Matt Slick?
I'm very familiar with Matt Slick. Yeah,
he used to be in the occult.
He was
he
Darth.
knows all about it.
He was Darth Dawkins before Darth Dawkins was Darth Dawkins. So you haven't actually demonstrated any validity to your claims. All you're saying is, hey, trust me, bro, there's these guys that can do black magic, and I don't believe black magic is any more true than your God doing magic. So I'm going to need something better than a trust me, bro. Do you have something better than a trust me, bro?
Come on, it's like they fooled you and
He's
you
got
actually
nothing.
just think they don't exist.
The guy who thinks
Like-
the devil is allowing people to do black magic thinks I'm the one that was fooled. Okay.
No, you're saying, oh, they don't exist. It's
All right,
not real.
listen,
Demons don't
Alex.
exist.
When you're old enough to grow a mustache, come back with a better argument, okay? These clowns. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We're going to get Dr. Dr. Schrodinger. That's not the right way to spell it. It must be a joke of some nature. In the box next. Josh says, Alex, your granny needs help up off the toilet. Yeah, I think you're right. And Jim Nasty, thank you so much for the super chat, says, I had a hot session with Jesus after he was nailed by some Roman guy, but he holy ghosted me. to get a train ran on him by some random 12 guys. That sounds like something Jesus would do. Jesus was definitely getting nailed by a whole group of guys in togas. It sounds like a frat party to me. That's just my take on it. I could be wrong. Doctor, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Doctor, are you a believer of some nature?
No, and I wanted to show you a point that, first of all, I'm from Israel. I was a Jew, and I discovered something recently. What we call Jehovah was like a Canaan god, a god from Canaan.
Yeah, so there's a theory that the God of the Old Testament was originally a minor Canaanite deity. I believe personally in the Midian hypothesis that he was a deity that originated from the land of Edom near the land of Midian, primarily as a god of copper smelting, and then eventually was adopted by a group of people that came up out of Egypt, and then they took over the highlands and formed what we now call Judea. And when Judea was the most prominent player in the Levant, their God took everything over and then got conflated with Elohim, which was the God of the actual Israelites who were just Canaanites.
Yeah, the also something called they merge some kind of gods, like El Elyon is one of them. You can see him a lot in the Torah.
Right.
You can see Asherah a lot, Baal. They all was in the same like mythology.
Well, I don't know if they're all the same, but like the deities that we find in the Bible that are not classified as deities, like Baal or Anath, or any of the other deities like Moth. Like once upon a time, these were just Canaanite deities, and Yahweh was likely one of them. So I agree with you there. The problem is we don't have a lot of good material evidence in terms of archaeology to prove this case. It's still a very hypothetical case right now.
And even when we talk about it, many people said that it's not how I said that in English. My English is not fluent. Like, it's not bother them that like Judaism is not how I said it, that you believe in one God, that it was like in mythology like many gods, and it was like you said, a minor god.
Yeah, and actually, if you read Deuteronomy and you read Isaiah, those are kind of the two texts of the Old Testament that seem to suggest monotheism. But depending on how you read them, you can actually read them as not being purely monotheistic. They could actually just be making a comparison between their God being so much better than the other gods that there is only one true God. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't no other gods. In fact, there's quite a few passages in the Bible that would contradict it. For example, in Exodus chapter 12, God, Yahweh says he's going to judge the gods of Egypt. It's like, oh, okay, so they must exist.
Yeah, and even in the Exodus part 1 in the Torah, they say God created the sun and the moon, and the sun and the moon was also other gods.
Well,
So,
yeah. In fact, the word in Hebrew for the sun is Shemesh, which is a derivative of Shamash, which was the sun god. So, like, they borrowed all the language from Canaan when they did their own culture, because originally the Israelites were just Canaanites. It's the reality of the matter.
yes, and when I do these debates in Hebrew also, I always talk with Jewish people, and when I see you talk, I see like different things. Like, it's more Christian here, and I talk about more Judaism, and a lot of times when Jew came up with like heaven and hell, the stuff that they brought from Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see like all of that, all the religion stuff, I see a lot of borrows, and that a lot of borrows make me feel like, wait, God is not real. It's like some people think that helped us to find answers for a lot of things.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, Doctor, I hate to cut you loose, but I got to get
Yeah, I finished.
some
Thank you
Christians
very much.
or some theists up here. But thanks for coming by, man.
Thank you. I will listen.
Yeah, big W's to the Doctor. All right. It looks like we've got Joan and Sports Mix and Jordan in the queue. And Can Best, thank you so much. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $27.99 Canadian super chat. Big win for the Great White North. He says, "My God is completely real based on BS from a book." But the other gods aren't real based on BS from a book. Yeah, that's about right. I think you nailed it. It's amazing that people are so convinced of the claims of a book, but they're so skeptical of the claims of other books. I don't think they're being even with how they're applying scrutiny. Now, if you're watching this on YouTube, guys, you can join the discussion. You don't have to be on TikTok. You can join using the link in the description. That's why this box is here. And you can get right up into the discussion, and we can talk about whatever God you happen to believe in. So how you doing, Sports Mix?
What's up? How you doing?
Not too bad. Thanks for asking. Sports Mix, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 22 and I am a follower of Jesus Christ.
Okay, cool. So you're a Christian. What would be the most compelling argument or piece of evidence for why Jesus is God? Or whatever version of God you believe in?
What's the most compelling argument? Okay, so in this case, right, for you, which first and foremost I would want to say, I'm not out here to, have a got you moment or sound like I'm smarter than nobody. I'm only actually here to spread this good message that as followers we're actually taught to say, you know what I mean? So one of the couple things I would definitely say is the fact that there is historical evidence to this, but not to get too much into that. We could get into that after I say this, but obviously, like I said, there is historical evidence that he was a real person. But now, why do I believe he's God? I mean, due to the fact that he lived a perfect, sinless life.
How do you know
no
that?
lying, no lust. Because there's historical evidence to these things.
How do you historically prove that somebody never sinned?
The people that had accounts with Jesus that lived with him.
Like who?
Matthew, Mark, Luke.
Why
John.
do you think Matthew wrote Matthew?
Why do I think Matthew wrote Matthew? Because it's evidence. It's real historical evidence.
Do you think Matthew was with him his entire life?
Like from the time he was born.
Yeah.
From the time he was born.
To be clear,
was not with him from the time
his disciples only spent 3 years with him, and he was alive for 30 years before he met his disciples.
Yeah.
So I would say between the ages of 13 and 30, I think it'd be an impossible claim to make that he never sinned, being that nobody was there to see it.
Okay, so in his adolescence, when he was an adult, yeah, he did live with people, and they did have recorded documents of living with him and his actions and what he did. But in his youth, like when he was a kid and then a teenager, these things weren't these things were also recorded. But the reason why I could say he sent this at the end of the day with full confidence is because at the end of the day he was sent by the living God himself, born into a virgin. Now,
yeah, it's adorable that you think that, but he definitely wasn't born of a virgin, and he definitely did tell multiple lies.
Okay, what's one of the lies he said then?
I think my favorite lie comes from Matthew chapter 16 when he lied about when his second coming would be. Have you read this one?
He lied about when his second coming would be? Read the verse for me and tell me how he lied.
Yep. He says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." which coincides with what he said in Matthew chapter 10:23, when he says, "You will not have finished going through the towns of Judea before the Son of Man returns." And then again in Matthew 24, when he says that this generation will not pass away before all these things take place. And the things that he was describing was his second coming. So he just lied.
Yeah, where's the lie in that, though?
I'm sorry, did he come back and judge the entire earth and bring the angels with him?
Okay, because it hasn't happened, that means it's a lie?
Yeah, because listen to what he says. He says, "There are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. But all of his disciples that were standing there when he spoke that are dead."
Obviously, sir, these are things that are prophesied to come. It never talks about there in a specific date, specific time.
He did.
Where it's going to happen.
What does the word "before" mean?
Listen, he said before people taste death, correct? He's not talking about...
Pay attention. What does it mean to experience something before you die?
What does it mean to experience something before you die?
Yeah.
Means you experienced something before it happened.
Okay, no.
You answered it while asking me.
It means you experienced something before.
Exactly.
Okay.
Before.
Now, did Jesus?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I said.
Did Jesus say that these people are going to see something before they die or after they die?
Did Jesus say they're going to see something before they die?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I'll read it for you again. It says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Meaning they're not going to experience death, all of them, before Jesus comes back. Yes. Some of them will still be alive when he comes back.
And he's... Okay. Let's get this clear. That doesn't mean that he's specifically talking about the people in his time. These are things that are prophesied to happen. So it could even be right now as we speak. No, yes.
No, you're wrong.
How's that wrong?
I know. Reading's really difficult for believers. I'll just go over it one more time. He says, "Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here." There are people standing with him right now that he's talking about. And he says,
again,
"Some of you standing here will not taste death."
Again, at the end of the day, you have to be able to read within context, okay? You're taking it literal as if him saying that some of you right now in this very
the words don't mean words, I'm sure. Okay, gotcha.
No, the words do mean words.
Words never mean words when you don't like what they are. I do know the context because Jesus said on multiple occasions that he was coming back within the lifetime of the people listening to him. Paul said it on multiple occasions. Again, the book of Revelation claims that it's happening very soon. Peter said that it's happening very soon. And it's been 2,000 years. He missed his target by about 1,900 years.
But you can't say that because there's no specific date nor time that we know he's going to come. He even says himself in a verse. He said there's no day. He said no. The angels in heaven.
He said no day or hour. He said the day or the hour. He didn't give a day here. He just gave a cutoff.
Exactly.
So
exactly, that's my point to you.
I don't think you understand the argument that's being had right now. I'm not suggesting that Jesus is giving you the day and the hour that it's happening. I'm saying that he's giving you a hard cutoff point, and that cutoff point is before his disciples standing with him are dead.
No, that's not what he's saying at all.
Okay, well, which word in this sentence doesn't mean what it means? Can you see the screen? Are you paying attention?
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Okay, so I've got it. So I've got it on the screen. So which word in this verse needs changed? Which word did the guy with the PhD translating it get wrong?
No, there's nothing there that needs any change.
Okay,
there's nothing there that needs any change.
If I said some of you standing here, what would that mean?
It depends on the context of what you're talking about. If me and you are having a conversation, and you look at me and you look at others and you say, some of you standing here right now in this very moment, then it's like, oh, shoot, he's talking about us.
I'm not.
If you're talking about things that are going to come and you're talking in a more general term, right? Like some of you standing here before you even experience death, this is what's going to come.
Who do you think?
We're not just going to.
Who do you think the some of you he was talking about are?
The people on this earth.
The people that were listening to him.
No.
Do you know
on
how
this earth in
do you know
general.
how second person works, like in the English language?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
But this is so funny, right? But this is so funny.
how do you address
You're trying to
somebody?
argue.
How do you address somebody standing in front of you? What words do you use? What pronoun do you need to use to address somebody standing in front of you? Also, Mark Bauman, thank you so much for the $150 over Venmo. It says, great debate. Keep up the work. Big W. I appreciate that, Mark Bauman. Thank you for supporting the channel. Let's get some W's for Mark up in here. Holy shit. Sportsman, you're muted. You got to unmute yourself.
I don't even know I was muted.
Yeah,
This is the big difference. You don't you can't compare to an all-knowing God in the way he talks compared to how we do.
Oh,
if
so
I read this,
words don't mean words then.
No, they do me words. What I'm saying is
is God talking? Is God talking?
Let me finish
is God talking in His words or our words?
He's talking in His words.
How do you know what His words mean?
Because you have to be able to live in the Spirit to accept these words. Because not gonna make sense.
Okay. So the words don't actually have any inherent meaning in the language they are written. You have to have the Holy Spirit to know what the meanings of all the words are.
Again, just listen carefully. I myself, before I came into Christ, I had a hard time myself reading these things. These things are hard to read.
I don't have a hard time reading them.
You do though.
No, I don't.
The funny part is that you're also trying to make an argument about a Bible you don't even really believe in.
Yeah,
so that right there,
because people like you, because people like you live in the same society as people like me, and what you believe affects the society. So I do this because you exist, not because I don't believe in this. Now, Jesus lied on other occasions. You want to see it?
I mean, listen, you could try it, but it didn't work. You tried proving it there, and it didn't work. I had an answer for you.
No, you didn't have an answer. It was a dog shit answer. Your answer was that words don't mean words. And then the words in which were written in the Bible don't have any inherent meanings. You just have to spiritualize it to make the lie go away. Which I'm not that dishonest.
Let me finish.
You didn't even start. You're not finishing. So in Matthew 24, he says the same thing. He says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. Then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Very similar to Matthew 16. It says he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet.
Prophesied in Hebrews in the Old Testament. Yeah.
He says he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now, when is all this stuff supposed to happen? Well, he tells you in verse 34. He says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. Did all of these things take place?
There's things right now that are still being taken place before his return.
Right. But is that generation still alive?
Ask yourself that.
No, they're all dead.
Okay, then. There you go. That's your answer.
Okay, so then Jesus lied. Cool.
That doesn't mean... How does that... Okay, but how does that mean?
Okay, so we'll try this again. I know temporal clauses are really difficult for some people, but he says that this generation... He's talking to his people. This generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. And you just said that the things didn't take place.
Yeah, there's still some certain things that haven't taken place, and again, you're reading
which means he's
literal.
Which means right. Yeah, when you don't like what it says, the words don't mean what the words mean. I know.
How does that?
Okay, so what words in here are literal and which ones are not?
No, I said you're reading it too literal.
No, I'm asking you. Which words are not literal here?
No. That's fine. I'm saying you're reading it too literal.
I know. I'm asking you if I'm reading it too literal. Which words?
The passage is fine.
Sports. Answer my question. If I'm reading it too literal, then which words need to be interpreted as non-literal?
which words need to be interpreted. First of all, okay, perfect. Which words don't need to be interpreted as literal, where he's talking about this generation. When you see this
Okay.
generation, you automatically think, you're automatically saying and implying, oh, he's talking about that generation that he
No.
was in.
Yeah,
That has
yeah.
to be the one. So he lied.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that's what you're saying. Yeah.
it's a useless statement if it's about any other generation.
How is it a useless statement?
Because obviously, if it's for a future generation, you don't have to say that a future generation who's witnessing something is going to be alive to witness it. Because if
And
they're
who-
because if they're witnessing it, we know that they're alive. That's how witnessing actually works.
and who's the one that who says that? Oh, that's not what you can't say. He can't say that. You're the judge of what he can't say.
I didn't say anything about can and can. I'm saying that the statement lacks any value if it's talking about a future generation. It becomes useless and redundant.
How?
Because we know that a future generation witnessing something is alive, because people that are witnessing things are alive.
What does that mean, though?
Words must
that
be
still
very
doesn't-
difficult for you. So okay, let me
No, that still
provide
doesn't-
you a really easy example. I'm going to try to take it down to like a fifth grader level. Okay, if I say, listen,
Yeah, fifth grader level.
some of you 100 years from now are going to see me drive a truck. Are those people alive?
Answer that question yourself.
So you can't answer it.
Obviously not. Obviously not.
No, obviously they would, because if they see me driving a truck, they're alive. I didn't say the people right now with me. I'm saying 100 years from now, people are going to see me drive a truck. Are those people witnessing me drive the truck alive?
Are you talking about the people that you're saying that to, or you're talking about the people to come in the future?
Holy shit. You're not tracking at all. I'm giving you an example for a future generation, which is directly analogous to what you're trying to say. So if I say 100 years from now, you will see me, a future generation will see me driving a truck. Is that future generation alive?
Is that future generation alive? Bro, I don't know. Are they alive?
It's crazy
What
that
type
you
of-
can't actually engage in
It's
such
just a bad example.
elementary.
I think it's a bad example.
Yes,
I
obviously,
think it's
if
a
somebody
horrible
is
example.
witnessing me drive a truck, they're alive to witness it. It's crazy that somebody had this low of an IQ.
Just a,
I
no,
literally
it's a bad example.
literally can't even
Trash
believe
example.
it. Cannot believe
example.
somebody is this
Sorry.
dumb.
Try better. Trash example.
Do your parents get on the internet and watch you make a fool of yourself, or do you do this without them
Trash
knowing?
example. Trash example, bro.
It's a great
Trash
example. Words just aren't for
Horrible
everybody.
example.
Logic and words
Horrible
aren't for everybody. Maybe we should try something easier. Let's just go to like basic grammar. Okay.
Yeah. Let's go all the way to first grade. Actually, we went from fifth. Now let's go down to first.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're gonna take it all the way down to like kindergarten level.
There
Okay.
we go.
So in the New Testament, let's see, was it Matthew 22 I'm thinking of? In Matthew 22, Jesus says something pretty peculiar. Let me grab it real quick. Yeah. Okay, so he's having a dialogue with the Pharisees, and he says, what do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he? And they said to him, well, the son of David, obviously. And he said to them, the son of David, he said to them, how is it that David, by the Spirit, calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. If David calls him Lord, then how can he be his son? Do you follow what Jesus is doing here?
Yeah, I'm reading. What passage is this? This is this is Hebrews. This is the Old Testament.
This is Matthew 22. Try to track. Jesus.
Oh no.
Jesus wasn't
reading
talking in the
That's
Old Testament.
No, I know he wasn't. I said I thought it was Hebrews because I saw right there where it says Hebrew and Greek. That was what threw me off.
Do I need to read it again?
Yeah. Go one more time.
Okay. So he's having dialogue with the Pharisees, And he says, "What do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he?" And they said to
Okay.
him, "The son of David." So then
Yeah.
Jesus says to them, "How is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, 'The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet'? If David thus calls him Lord, how can he be his son?" So what's Jesus saying here?
Go back up.
Oh, shit. This is
Let
not
me read it.
hard.
Hey, no, look, I'm being answered. I'm trying to give you a good answer. I'm not just gonna make something up that I don't know.
Okay. Jesus is having a discussion with the Pharisees, and Jesus asked them, "What do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he?" And they said to him, "The son of David." So Jesus said to them, "How is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, 'The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet'?" Jesus is challenging the Pharisees on whether or not the Messiah has a particular identification. Do you follow?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and what's Jesus saying the identification is going to be?
Honestly, I don't have an answer for this. I gotta do my own deep diving into that verse, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, I'll just go to the easiest example I know of then. We're going to go to Mark, or sorry, is it John chapter 1 is what I'm looking for? Is it Mark chapter 1 or John 1? Let me double check. Not John 1. Was it John 3? Oh, shit. It might have been Mark 1. Okay. Yeah, Mark chapter 1. So it says at the beginning of the Gospel of Mark, the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way, a voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his path." Can you find me in Isaiah where this is quoted?
Yeah, let me look it up real quick right now.
Sure.
I'm gonna put that same one. See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you with a prayer. Okay.
This should be fun. He doesn't know what I'm doing with this just yet.
Let me see the verse again real quick.
Yeah, 1 second.
Look it up right now.
It's Mark chapter 1, verse 2. There's Christians in the chat trying to help you out.
All right, it says in Isaiah 40.
What?
Can you hear me?
When you swipe away from the app, we cannot hear you. No.
Damn. Shoot, hold on. Trying to make actually.
Struggling.
Nah, nobody's struggling.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I did find it. I'm just trying to put it somewhere where I could like read it.
Great. Want me to read it?
Okay, so Isaiah 40 verse 30. Isaiah 40 verse 30. A voice one calling in the wilderness, prepare the way for the Lord.
When you swipe away from the app, no one can actually hear what you're saying. Okay. So Isaiah 40 doesn't say, see, I'm sending a messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way.
Yeah,
Isaiah,
but it's referring to the
Isaiah,
same thing.
it's not.
It says, yeah, right there.
Just pay attention. Isaiah does say, the voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord. Isaiah does say
Exactly.
that. What Isaiah
Exactly.
what Isaiah does not say is, see, I am sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. Where's that from?
Yeah, that's two different perspectives. He's giving his perspective from
Nope.
what Isaiah said, putting
Wrong.
it in his own.
You're wrong.
How is that wrong?
Because this is another quote from the Old Testament that Matthew misattributes to the prophet Isaiah.
He's not misquoting it. He's putting it into his own words.
No, he's not. He's saying, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah. But this line doesn't come from Isaiah. This comes from Malachi chapter 3.
Yes, and the context is pretty much the same. What does it say? See, I am sending my messenger ahead of you.
No one's carrying.
Ahead of you will
Just
prepare your way. And then what does it say in Isaiah?
Sports, just pay attention. We're not talking about whether or not they mean the same thing. I'm asking you, where did the quotation come from?
That same exact quotation, yes.
So, sports, listen to what I'm saying. Mark says that this quotation comes from Isaiah, but only half of it comes from Isaiah. The other half was taken from Malachi. And this mistake was corrected in Matthew and in Luke and in John. They went ahead and they cut this verse out of it because they recognized that Mark did it wrong. So Mark just got something wrong here. Do you see the problem I'm pointing out?
No, I don't think he got it wrong. There's nothing wrong.
There is something wrong. He says that Isaiah said these words and he did not say those words.
That's what I said. We know that he didn't say the exact words, but he's not saying his exact words.
He is. He's saying, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah. And then he quotes Isaiah word for word here. And then he quotes Malachi word for word here. This quote is word for word in Micah chapter 3 verse 1. Micah.
Exactly,
it's Malachi chapter 3 verse 1.
Yeah.
So what he did was he quoted two different prophets that said something similar and forgot that there were two different prophets, not one prophet.
That's an
interpretation.
That's his own interpretation, putting the verse in his own words.
That's not what he said. He says, it is written in the prophet Isaiah, but this is not written in the prophet Isaiah.
Again, yes, understood. I got that part.
He just misquoted it. That's it.
No, it's not a. He didn't misquote it.
He didn't
misquote it.
He did.
He didn't.
He did.
That's not a misquotation.
It's a misquotation.
That verse.
He's not interpreting it. He's saying this is what the prophet wrote. It's just an error. Which is why the later gospels took it out. Which is why if you look at the late Byzantine manuscripts actually change this from the prophet Isaiah to the prophets plural, because they saw the problem too. So 800 years after Mark was written, people are like, oh shit, we got to fix this.
And where's that?
Because Mark screwed it up. Because we had the manuscripts.
Where are those manuscripts?
I don't know which museum they're stored in, but a lot of them are going to be found in various museums around the world. I mean, if you want to know where they're at, you're welcome to go find them.
Okay, yeah. Again, I understand what he's saying, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah.
Yeah.
And again, I tell you the same ways I told you for the other things that you have said. Just because he is saying this is written from the prophet Isaiah, this doesn't necessarily mean that he is giving us the exact way that Isaiah said it. Yes, he
Yes,
quotes Isaiah because it's in the same context of what Isaiah
yeah.
is talking about
So he
the
quoted
coming Messiah.
Sports. Just to stop, you're embarrassing yourself. He quoted Malachi chapter 3 verbatim. He says, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way," and then he attributed it to Isaiah. He just made a mistake. That's it. He does it again.
No mistake there.
He does it again in
No
the very
mistake
next. He does it again in the very next chapter. If you go to Mark chapter 2, verse 26, he gets the wrong priest from 1 Samuel 21. It says, referring to David, he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate the bread of presence. Abiathar wasn't the high priest when that happened. In 1 Samuel 21, it was Ahimelech who was the high priest. Abiathar wasn't elevated to the level of priesthood until his father was murdered by King Saul. And then later, after Saul died and David took over, he was elevated to the status of David's priest.
Look, read someone's comment. It says the overall passage centers on Isaiah's passage. That's basically what I was telling you. And
Which
just
is
because he's not
he quoted
quoted.
he quoted Malachi and said that Isaiah said it.
Show me the verse of Malachi. Show me that verse exactly.
I literally
Malachi
just read it to you. You weren't listening because you're too busy coping. It says, "See, I'm sending my messenger to prepare the way before me, and the Lord whom you seek will suddenly appear in his temple." It's Malachi chapter 3. And if you go to Mark chapter 1, verse 2, that's what we find there. It says, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. See, I'm sending my messenger to prepare the way before me."
See, so there's a difference in there, though. He's not saying it exactly how Malachi is either.
Because he's quoting it in the Greek. Want me to pull up in the Greek? If you go to the Brenton Septuagint, it says, "Behold, I send forth my messenger, and he shall survey the way before me." And when you go to the quotation from Mark chapter 1, he says, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way." So he only changes one word. He changes your way and me. That's it. It's clearly a quotation from Malachi chapter 3, which is why in this Bible, if you look at the footnote of the cross-reference, what does it say? Malachi chapter 3. Ooh. Because that's where it came from. He just
he
screwed it up. That's it.
I'm reading it. No, look, I just read it myself too, actually. But because I have to look at the other app, and I gotta hold on.
Where'd he go? Yeah, he's overcooked, James. I think he's done. He's at the maximum level of cope at this point.
It literally says in Mark 1, verses 2 to 3, it literally says that same part right there where he talks about making the way for he is coming in the wilderness. I'm not sure if I'm saying it the exact way, but in Mark 1, verses 2 to 3, it literally says it right there. The same way Isaiah said that he is coming in the wilderness.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, so we'll try this again. Because I know listening is difficult for you. This part here in verse 3 comes from Isaiah. This verse comes from Malachi. But Mark says that both of them were written in the prophet Isaiah, but only one of them was written in Isaiah. He got confused.
No. He did take from Isaiah. He absolutely did take from Isaiah.
I know he took from Isaiah. He also took from Malachi and attributed it to Isaiah.
Okay, and but how does that make it a mistake? What's the mistake in that?
Because Isaiah didn't say it.
Isaiah did talk. But just because he didn't say the whole thing of what Isaiah said, and he used one thing from Malachi, now all of a sudden you're trying to say Isaiah didn't say that.
No, Sports, listen to the words coming out of my mouth. I told you he quoted Isaiah in verse 3. In verse 2, he quotes Malachi and says that Isaiah said it. But Isaiah didn't say it. Malachi said it,
because again,
which means he was wrong about who said the words. Do you understand the problem? This guy's wild. Super next level cope. All right, sportsman, we got people waiting to get in, and I don't think that you can actually bring anything to the table. So I got to move on, but thanks for coming in. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest, and let me grab a couple super chats, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Jib says there's a Hebrew month called Tammuz. Where did that come from? So the Hebrew calendar comes from Babylon. All of the months in the Hebrew calendar are directly copied from the Babylonian calendar. Tammuz was like a quasi-deity in the Babylonian, Sumerian, and Akkadian religion. Basically, he was like the lover of Asherah or Inanna. In fact, when Inanna descends into the underworld, she does so to deliver Tammuz from the underworld. Very similar to the story of Persephone in Greek mythology. So, everything we know about the Hebrew culture seems to derive from other cultures. Not everything, but a lot of it. But we would expect that because cultures mix and mingle, you know? Sayla, thank you for the super chat. Says Mary was the definition of a gatekeep, gaslight, girl boss. Girl boss. I don't know. Listen, I've got a lot of opinions about Mary. I really do. I actually think she just had an illegitimate child and tried to cover it up and never could have imagined what it would turn into. Mommy, do I have a father? No, God's your father. You don't need an earthly father. God's your father. It's like, oh shit, I'm divine. I'm the Messiah. Holy shit. Thanks, Mom. Things got out of control fast. Mr. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says if you eat a certain type of mushroom and look at the trees, you will definitely see some magical things. Oh well, back to camping inside my fish. Dude, the story of Jonah is crazy. It's crazy. Even when I was a Bible-believing Christian, I had to say to myself, Jonah obviously isn't a true story. It's a fictional story to tell a theological point. And a lot of Jewish people believe that. Jesus seemed to maybe not believe that. He might have been of the belief that it was a real story, but I couldn't bring myself to believe it. And 321, thank you for the super chat, says like playing chess with a pigeon. That's basically what happened. Yeah. I'm trying to play chess and he's a pigeon, just came, shat on the board and kicked all the pieces over and declared that he won. Welcome to the club. You got 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Larry Beck, thank you so much for sending out 5 memberships. I really appreciate the generosity. And we've got more people in the Kraken crew now. And Lilith, thank you so much for the paper crane. And Minuteman, thank you for the super chat. Says, ew, this caller came into Christ. Hey, he did tell to Thomas to finger him. In the book of John, Jesus tells Thomas to finger him. So that's all I'm saying. Jim Nasty says, some of you here equals them over yonder in the future. I know, it's crazy how words don't actually have any meanings. It's wild. Words mean nothing to Christians. Josh says, special pleading, word games, dishonesty, typical. Yep. Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah, without lies, guys, Christianity dies. But I would apply that to most religions. Connor says, ex-oneness Pentecostal here, keep cooking. Slante. I'm so sorry. I'm not good with whatever that language is. But thank you so much, Connor, for the super chat. And W for being an ex-Pentecostal. Dade, good to see you tonight, my friend. He says, Sports Mix is a complete and total... It is, yeah. I think you nailed that one there. He thought he was onto something, but he might have been on something at the best. Ursmont, good to see you tonight. W666, Hail Nero, Hail Satan. It says, dictates of dog number 1, words mean words. Number 2, answer the effing question. I'm with you. Words need to mean words, or else they have no meaning. We don't care what the words actually say. And if you don't answer questions, I'll mute you and re-ask the question. And Mike Leitner, big W on the $49.99 super chat. Thank you so much for the support in the channel, friend. Says, happy Sunday fun day when words don't mean words unless they do mean those words, except when they don't mean those words because they mean other words to me. Would be nice if Christians would decide which parts are literal and which parts are not. Mike, thank you so much for the super chat. But listen, the thing of it is, you know which words aren't going to be literal because it's the words that contradict your position. That's how you determine it. If you don't like what they mean, then they can't be taken literally. That's just part and parcel, Christian hermeneutics. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for the super chat, Mike. Let me grab just a couple more so we don't get backed up on the super chats. Then we'll get our next guest in here. Amir, thank you so much, friend. Good to see you tonight. It says, Justin, you, Ian, and Blitz are truth-seeking machines, all three doing double shifts today. Thank you for the education and entertainment. Much love. Well, Amir, thank you so much for supporting our work. And I agree, Ian and Dr. Blitz are phenomenal minds. Like, they will blow me out of the water. I just happen to go to school and memorize a bunch of crap in this book, but those two are geniuses. And Sansabark, thank you for the $9.99, says, the Book of Jesus, 19:6-7. I fully intended to get back before those dudes died, but I started playing some Minecraft. And the next thing I know, the Roman Empire is falling. So my bad, I guess. I think that's about how it worked. That seems to be the best plausible explanation for it. Jesus just got caught up in something because a day is like 1,000 years to Jesus. And you overdo it sometimes. He's either took a long nap or got caught up in a really good game. He's having too much fun sending natural disasters and killing all the babies. Amir gifted a Deconstruction Zone membership. I appreciate that, Amir. And Mike Leitner with a $5 super thanks. I appreciate that, Mike. Big W. And Diver Life, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, happy Atheist Day, Justin. Love the streams as always, but would like to join my religion. We worship a bunch of sentient, immortal machines that wipe out every advanced civilization every 50,000 years. I could get behind that. I could actually get behind that. Kind of like an AI machine, a war machine with AI. I don't know if I would worship that, but I would definitely believe in it. I do believe that is something that's actually happening. And Spectra says, why does some guy, thank you for the super chat, by the way, why does some guy in the book of John get to call his friends liars and demand Jesus stand in front of him and let him finger Jesus's holes as proof before he believes, but I'm not allowed proof? That's such a good point, and people have made this before. If God really wanted us to believe, he would give us the evidence and the proof. And he's not above being challenged in the book. He gets challenged all the time in the book. And he was okay with it. So the fact that we're asking for it now shouldn't be a crime. And Taylor Tom, thank you for giving away 5 subbies on TikTok. I really appreciate that. Good to see you, Taylor. And last super chat from the Space Lord, biblical inerrancy is a very new kind of dumb idea. Actually, I've gone round and round on whether or not biblical inerrancy is kind of an old or a new concept, because it sounds like in the writings of the early church, they're not completely decided on what they believe on biblical inerrancy, but some of them did make pretty strong claims, saying things like, the Bible cannot be in error of any claims that it makes about reality. I'm like, okay, well, that sounds like biblical inerrancy to me. But then again, there was others that interpreted it as being purely theological, right? So any claim that was making could theoretically just be interpreted as a theological claim rather than a literal claim. But Caden, welcome in.
Hey Justin, I'm 18, so I'm actually kind of deconstruct right now. I wanted to know if you could help me with 2 Samuel 12:11.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite verses. What's the question?
So now that I'm kind of like looking for ways to deconstruct, to be honest. So I do like metaphysics and philosophy, but I think that it's all based on the Bible. And if the Bible's incorrect, then it doesn't matter how good it looks. So
Yeah, and that's my position too. Here's my opinion on the apologists doing philosophy. If they didn't already believe in a religion, they wouldn't be engaging in the philosophy of God. I just don't think that they would. So it seems like a post hoc rationalization rather than true inquiry. But let's talk about 2 Samuel 12, because I think it's pretty problematic.
yeah.
So which part did you want to address?
Well, I just more so wanted like a way that I can prove it, because typically you have the Christians that'll say, well, it's more so God's telling what's going to happen as a result of his sin. But I thought I read something where it's like in the Hebrew, it's actually God saying he's going to like make it happen or something like that.
Yeah, in fact, if I look this up in Hebrew, I can almost guarantee it's in the causative stem. So if I go to 2 Samuel 12:11, it's probably going to be in the Hifil verbal stem. I could be wrong, but let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it is. Okay, so what we have here, Mekim, means I will, it is translated here as I will raise up. But this comes from the root word kum, which means just to rise, right? So the way it's conjugated here is a causative participle, meaning I am causing to rise up would be the most literal interpretation of it, because when you have a participle, it's typically got like an ing ending to it, or it takes on some sort of a just nominative case about what's happening. So what's actually being said here is God is saying, I am going to cause to raise up against you Elecha, adversity, or ra'ah, which just means like bad, wicked adversity, right? So you're right. The way it's worded in Hebrew is exactly demonstrating that God is the one causing it to happen, which is why in the NRSV, the Lord is saying, I will raise up trouble against you, because the English translator here knew what was happening in the text. Are you hearing some apologists say the opposite, saying that that wasn't the case?
Yeah, so there's typically two routes we're going to take it, from what I've heard. And it's either one, it's going to be that, well, maybe God's not like making it happen. He's just allowing it as a result of sin. And then the other one is, I think it's like they give the typical, well, like it's like a form of like justice or something like that, which is kind of, that doesn't help your case anyways. There's like really bad problems with that. But more so I just hear, well, he's not causing it to happen. It's like just as a result of sin, like karma.
Well, yeah, but the problem is God himself says, I'm causing it to happen, right? So
Yeah.
when you get to the point where like, well, God didn't cause it to happen, well, now you're just calling God a liar. God said, I'm causing it to happen. Like, what more do you need? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I agree. No, it was I was more so looking because I'm trying to look into Hebrew and Greek right now, but like most apologists try to take the route, well, we need to look deeper into like the text and what it says. So I just didn't know if it was like affirming that he's making it happen in the Hebrew, which is kind of why I like came to you about it.
yeah, the verb that we have there, the root word kum, was used in the causative sense in the verb paradigm. So yeah, I would have no reason to believe that he was saying anything other than I am causing to rise up.
Yeah. Well, I think that's really all I had, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much. Good to hear from you, Caden. Good luck on your deconstruction. Join the Discord.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, can you drop me?
I got
I don't
you.
know how.
Cheers.
I appreciate it.
Big W to Caden for asking difficult questions. It's hard to question your belief system, especially if you've grown up in it. Literally, I appreciate that. We need some good puns and jokes in the chat tonight, guys. I want to hear some good jokes. Frank says, "Why do you think Mark got Isaiah wrong?" Well, here's my thought. Okay. So I think what happened was whoever was writing Mark, I think they wrote quite a bit of it from either an incomplete set of texts, and they were meshing the text with what their memory served them. and they just got some things wrong, or they misremembered it, or maybe they were copying the narrative, we'll say in a rush, right? And they ran through it and just slipped. Now, the other thing is that somebody was copying the manuscripts and they didn't have a good handle on the Old Testament, and they just got a little bit cavalier and said, "Oh, I remember that was in Isaiah," and then they wrote it down, and it just wasn't in Isaiah because they just weren't being cautious. That's certainly something that could have happened. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. It could be a textual variant, but we have no evidence that it was an early textual variant. So if you look at Daniel Wallace, and if you look at some of the other people that are doing textual criticism of the New Testament, they'll say that the most likely reading was the reading with the error. So, I mean, I don't know what else to do if even conservative textual critics are suggesting that the error reading is the correct reading. Mike Thorne, thank you for gifting out 5 subs to our friends on TikTok. And Mike T, thank you so much for all the paper cranes. I really appreciate that. And let me grab one more super chat. Oh, Discordia says, for $10, sorry, Justin, I got here late. Caught you on Modern Day Debate last night. You roasted that guy. Imagine choosing to debate the Bible and not even reading it. Precepts suck. I agree. They're the worst, lowest forms of debaters. Some of them are at least honest, and they tell you that they can't prove their religion is true, but here's why I believe it. And some of them are like Wi-Fi gospel or dial-up gospel, where he thinks you're an idiot if you don't believe his precept argument, and he'll make nonsense videos about you. I actually never, it was never my goal to get on Modern Day Debates. I only went there because he hounded me for months to set up a formal debate with him. And I said, fine, if you get me on a neutral platform like Modern Day Debates, I'll debate you. What topic you want to debate on? And he picked the topic. He's the one that said, is Jesus the Jewish Messiah? Did he fulfill the prophecies? I was like, okay, let's do it. Okay, so we've got EKS with us, but EK, can you plug in some earbuds or some headphones or something? Because it's pretty bad echo on your phone.
Yo.
Let's see if that works any better. As far as I can tell, the echo might be quiet enough that no one can hear it. It sounds very minor in the background. Is the echo very distracting, guys?
I have earbuds. Can you hear me, or?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
I have earbuds. If you just give me a minute to get them.
So the audience is saying that the echo is okay right now. I can hear it in my headphones because my headphones are loud, but my guess is not. Most of the audience doesn't hear it.
Okay. Hello, man. I just stumbled upon your YouTube channel, actually. So I don't know, do you just not subscribe to a religion, or are you an atheist? You deny God altogether?
Well, I'm an agnostic atheist, so I think that there are some God concepts that are logically plausible. I don't see any evidence for those gods, but they are possible. If evidence for those gods were ever presented, I'd be more than happy to admit that they exist. But when it comes to the formalized gods, like the gods of Christianity or Islam or Hinduism or whatnot, I don't believe in any of those concepts.
Okay. Well, so you're not an atheist, then you're open to the idea of God existing. You just don't have definitive proof, or I just want to know your stance, really.
Atheism just means you don't believe in God, and I don't believe in God, so technically I am an atheist. You don't have to make a definitive claim that no God exists in order to be an atheist. All you have to do is just lack of belief.
Okay. What would you say to the argument of a necessary eternal existence for, I'm sure you've heard it, right? For existence to exist in the first place?
Well, I think I heard you, but I'm not sure if everyone else heard you, because it sounds like you put your finger over your microphone or something, and it was really muffled. I think it's better now. Okay. So I think that the thing that is necessarily eternal is the universe. I don't think matter can actually be destroyed or created. I think that the universe has existed in some form forever.
Okay. So you believe in an eternal existence, or?
Yeah, I think the universe is eternal. Mm-hmm.
But wouldn't the universe not be able to be eternal because it's subject to change and it is changing
No,
and it's finite in many aspects? So like
we
by
don't. We don't
definition,
know that
right?
the universe is finite.
Well, it's subject to change, right? Like by
So
definition, an eternal being is infinite in all its like aspects, attributes, or whatever. Whether you
no,
call it God or not, I'm not really like discussing that. But like the
no,
universe, right? No?
no,
But isn't that the definition of eternity? Like
no.
change means well,
Wrong. I think your
what?
definitions are off. So
Okay,
the
I'm listening. I'm
like
listening.
the matter, space, and time in the universe could very well be eternal, even if it is taking on different forms. Like the most fundamental aspects of matter might not change, like quarks and gluons and muons and things like that. Those things would reduce down into like well, theoretically a non changeable piece of matter. But like matter as we know it, the way we interact with it, is just constantly combining and recombining in new different ways. That's all.
Yeah, but doesn't change require time as it involves like a transition from one state to another, right? So if
Yeah,
a being is truly
yeah. Time is
eternal,
eternal. The
yeah, yeah,
time's
but
always
if a being
existed.
is yeah, yeah, but if a being is eternal, doesn't it mean it exists outside of time rather than like lasting forever?
No. In fact, I think anything existing outside of time is a huge problem, because if something exists where there is no time, then whatever that thing is existed for no amount of time, which means it didn't exist. And it also means that it can't actually do anything. So, like, for example,
Why can't it do anything if it exists outside of time?
because doing things require a sequence of events, and you can't have a sequence of events without time. So for example, the sequence of events that took place in order to create the world, God couldn't have done it, because you need time for sequencing of events.
Why would you need time to do something though?
Because if you don't have time, then there's no sequence of events. So you can't have a state in which the world existed and the world didn't exist at the same time. That's a logical contradiction. There has to be a state in which it did not exist and then a state in which it did exist. And that requires
Yeah, but
time.
yeah, but that's what theological people would say is creation, right? Because that began, right?
Right.
But
Yeah, I
I
know
don't
what
understand.
creation is. What I'm saying is creation requires time to already exist.
Yeah, I
Right?
agree with that.
Because it entails like changing of states. Same thing with having a thought or experiencing emotions or experiencing love. Like all of these things are happening temporally. Like they're not things that can just happen eternally without any separation between moments.
Okay, but if the universe was truly eternal, right? If it like has existed forever, then it by definition cannot undergo change because
Yes, it
then
can.
there was a before. What?
Yeah, it can.
But okay, well, can I finish my argument and you like tell me where that is lacking?
Go ahead.
So, okay, if a being is like truly eternal, meaning it has always existed in the same state and it will always exist, any change would contradict that very nature. Like
No, it
meaning,
wouldn't.
like change means becoming different from like what one was before. But an eternal being, by definition, has no before. Like it hasn't
Something experiencing
undergone.
change has nothing to do with whether or not the fundamental particles in that system are eternal.
Yeah, but if you've undergone a change, you are not eternal because the definition of eternal means you've always existed in a state. And
Yeah,
if you've
I agree.
undergone a change,
Every elemental particle that makes up your body has always existed in some form or another. It's existed out in space, and now it exists inside of your body.
I mean, you're saying that, but you're not really addressing what I'm saying.
I don't think you even know what I'm saying. You have no idea why my rebuttal is my rebuttal is going over your head. The universe itself
Okay,
has always existed. The fact that parts of the universe are experiencing change, meaning the fundamental particles are rearranging in different patterns, doesn't mean that the fundamental particles of the universe are just coming into being from nothing. They've always been there.
okay,
They're moving
Do you know what
around and
eternity means?
they're making bonds with other items, doing chemical reactions and making new things. But the elementary particles always exist.
Okay, but for something to change, it must have the potential to be different than it currently is, right?
Elementary particles do not. I don't know
I'm not
why this
talking
is a
about
problem.
particles. I'm talking about anything, whether that be particles, matter, doesn't the universe. Like
What you're
for anything.
describing are particular arrangements of particles and atoms. I'm talking about the actual atoms and various fundamental particles that make up the universe.
Okay, so you do realize that eternity means it had no beginning and it will have no end, right?
You got it. Yep.
Yeah. And for something to change, it must have the potential to be different than it currently is.
It's almost like you didn't listen to a word I said.
No, because you keep repeating that like you have particles, they whatever.
What is a fundamental particle?
Yeah, but I'm not even I'm like you're not addressing what I'm
just
saying.
answer the
I'm
question.
talking
What is
about-
it? Because you don't understand my how I addressed it. What is a fundamental particle?
A what?
What is a fundamental particle?
But that doesn't matter. Now
It does
explain
matter.
why.
Just answer the question.
But I'm explaining why.
No, it does matter.
Because conceptually,
You don't even understand what I'm saying. You can't explain why what I'm saying doesn't matter if you don't even know what I'm saying. I'm saying that fundamental particles are not changing. They're just recombining with other particles to form new things.
Yeah, but but that is a state of change, though.
It's not a state of change.
Wait. How can you even say that? Like, how can you say that's not a state of change? If
the particle
is in a position,
the particle is still a particle.
Yeah, the particle is itself, but it has changed in position. It has changed in.
So?
Yeah, so something has changed, and by definition, Yeah, but I'm explaining that. You just keep saying, so what? Let me get to the point. You don't have to agree. I'm just saying, anything that undergoes a state of change cannot, by definition, be eternal.
Why not?
I'm explaining. Eternity, by definition, right? And another thing, by the way, eternity is infinite. It has no beginning, no end, whatever.
I'm aware.
You can't add to infinity. Like, you can't add something to it.
Don't tell the mathematicians about that. Go ahead. Just keep talking. I was making a joke.
Infinity, that's what the mathematicians actually say, that infinity can only exist conceptually, right? Or, I mean, that's what math says, but it can't exist in the real world.
That's not what mathematicians say. In fact, I do a debate every Sunday morning with a guy who's actually got a degree in mathematics, and he disagrees. So,
well, I'm willing to.
I want you to go find allegedly Ian on the internet and run that argument by him. He's got a degree in math. I think you'll get a good education there.
So if I find another professor that says the contrary,
you're welcome to do that.
Okay, let me find the exact, because there was a term for it, right? I don't remember the term, but he explained why infinity cannot exist in the real world, because if you have an infinite amount of people in a row, right, and you add one or subtract one, you have infinity minus one or infinity plus one. It cannot be.
Can I count in positively, infinitively?
Let me just wait. I'm googling. Just give me a second, because I don't remember the name for it.
Can I count in the forward direction forever?
Can you just give me a second? If you... So it was David Hilbert, and it's often referred
Hilbert's
to as
Hotel.
Hilbert's critique.
We're all familiar with it.
So you've heard about it, yeah.
And
so what's your rebuttal to him?
I don't even think you know the argument yet. Give me the argument. You're not gonna understand the rebuttal to Hilbert's Hotel if you don't know Hilbert's Hotel.
Okay, but so you're claiming that you have a rebuttal for it,
You
in
do you
short.
do you know the argument?
Well, basically, like he gave an example, right? You have an infinite amount of people, whatever, in a row or in a hotel or whatever. Like infinity means that you cannot add to it. Yet conceptually, you could remove one guy from the hotel, right? Do you have infinity minus one, yet it's still infinite? Because by definition, you cannot remove infinity. It's like endless. It has no beginning, no end. So he's saying that you will basically just keep counting. But
Yeah, infinitely.
nevertheless,
You'll keep counting
let's
forever. I agree. Yeah.
let's say that because this is basically what you're implying, that I don't understand it, right? I'm just asking, are you basically saying that you have a rebuttal for this concept?
You haven't even given the concept properly yet.
Okay, I don't understand it. Do
I know you don't.
understand it?
I know you don't understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you understand it, and do you have a rebuttal for it?
Yeah, the rebuttal is that you can infinitely rearrange the rooms and always put a new person in the room.
Yeah, so when you put a person into the room, do you have infinity plus one, or?
No, infinity doesn't have a finite set, so you can always add to it.
No, so you can have more than infinity, basically. Is that what you're saying?
No, because anytime you add to infinity, it becomes infinity.
Yeah, so you can
So
add to infinity. Is that what you're
you
claiming?
can add to infinity for infinity. That's how that works.
It was never infinite. If you can add to infinity,
It was
by
infinite.
definition wasn't. No, because by definition, infinite cannot be more than what it is, because it's the most. You cannot have more than infinity.
No, there's no
So
such thing as the most. That's a bad word. You cannot use the word the most for infinity. Infinity is completely unbounded. You can always add to it, and you can always take away from it.
Okay, so what you're basically saying is, here is infinity, and I can have more than infinity, because you literally added.
All right, let me solve this. I tried to solve it before, and you weren't listening. So, can I count for infinity in positive numbers?
Why are you dodging the question? It was really,
I'm not
really
dodging
simple.
the question. My question is going to illustrate the problem with your logic. Can I
Okay,
count
I'm listening.
forever? Can I say 1, 2, 3, 4? Can I count forever?
You can keep counting forever, but you will never reach infinity, because that by definition.
But can I do it for infinity?
No, because you will never reach that state. Like, you will keep counting.
That's
and
right.
That's it. You will never reach infinity.
That's right.
You will
Because
just keep counting.
there's no end. That's right. So
No.
there's no end to the counting, just like there's no beginning to the
Yeah, but will
counting.
you ever-
It goes
Yeah,
in
yeah, you
both
will never stop
directions.
counting.
It goes in both directions forever.
Yeah, but no, that cannot exist.
Yes, it can.
Conceptually, in theory.
Okay,
that can
then
exist.
show me the
That's true.
contradiction. Give me the contradiction that means it can't happen.
No, I'm not. No, you're correct to say that could exst hypothetically in theory. No one is disputing that.
Well, give me the contradiction
mathematician is
then.
saying that. Yeah, I'm explaining. I'm talking about infinity existing in the real world. I'm not talking about it conceptually. And by definition, I believe that infinity
theoretically,
exists.
most people think that, not most people, some people believe that space is infinite, meaning there's no end to space. So that would be something in the real world.
Yeah, but you literally said this, that you have infinity and you can add to it.
Yes, because you can always add. You can always add to infinite. You can do it in mathematics too. You know, you can add and multiply and do things with infinite sets in mathematics.
So basically, you're saying this, right? This is basically what you're saying. You have something that's infinite.
Eeks, let me stop you here. This stop talking.
You
Eeks.
keep doing that.
Just stop talking. Just stop. Eeks, just shut up. I have this stupid infinite conversation at least once a week, and it goes on for fucking ever. And it bores the entire audience, and nobody gives a shit. You're never going to prove your point. You're never going to find the contradiction in my worldview that allows for infinities. You're going to spin your wheels for an hour, and I'm going to lose my entire audience because you're boring and you can't prove your point. Do you have something better than infinites aren't possible, or is this all you actually have?
I'm not even proving a point. You're literally talking over me. I don't know why you're using these poor, cheap debate tactics. I haven't even made a point.
It's not
You
cheap.
said,
It's not a cheap debate tactic. I asked you a very easy question.
give me 15
Is
seconds.
this the
nothing
best
more.
argument you have? Because
No,
if you
no, I'm
can't
not even
if you can't point
you
out
keep
if you
cutting me
can't
off.
point out a contradiction in why infinites are not possible, or if you can't find a
Because you're
contradiction in the
literally
worldview,
saying
then
that you
you're
can
not
have
act,
something
then
that
you're
is-
not then you're not doing anything. So all I'm saying is that the stuff that exists, that we know exists, we have no reason to believe that it doesn't exist forever. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed, which means it is in fact eternal. Can you find a contradiction in that worldview?
I'm explaining, but you keep cutting me off for reasons I don't understand. You're saying I'm boring and then saying I'm trying to argue. It's your statement literally was, you can have infinity and add to it. By definition, you cannot have more than infinity. That's the definition of infinity. No
More
mathematician
than
would ever say
infinity
that.
is infinity.
No, because
So
more
Eeks,
than
every time
cannot-
you add to infinity, it becomes infinity.
and I'm
It is
explaining-
part of infinity.
Yeah, but I'm explaining.
You're
No,
not
when you
explaining
say
anything. Listen, you don't
No.
understand how basic words and concepts work, which is
Anyone
why
can say that.
I asked you a minute
That's what
ago.
you're just saying. It
Do you
seems to
do
me
you
that
have
just wanna
a
end the
do you
conversation
have a
because
better
you know by-
argument than infinities? Because again,
But you keep
I
cutting
have
me off.
I've been doing this long enough to know that this argument leads nowhere. You will never
Yeah,
prove
so
your
why you-
you'll
so
never
why don't you
you'll
let me
ne-
finish?
you'll never prove your point. You're going to waste an entire hour in this chat trying to tell me that infinities can't exist, and you're never going to demonstrate why they can't exist. So, do you want to move on to an actual point with substance, or do you want to waste an entire hour talking about how you don't understand infinities? What do you want to do?
How you argue though, like you don't even know if I'm religious, by the way. Like,
You're a Muslim.
Doesn't matter what I.
Yeah, you're a fucking
You're
Muslim. I know. You guys are all liars. See, this is the thing that drives me
You
crazy.
literally listen.
The thing that drives me crazy about you Muslims, you come up in here pretending like you don't believe in a specific God, and you want to do really bad philosophy, and then you think that if you can justify a generic God using philosophy, you can smuggle in your pedophile God. But I know your tricks. I've been doing this long enough. I know
Facts.
that you
To try
believe
to
in
justify the
in the
impossibility.
I know that you believe in the child diddling pedophile prophet. Just admit that you're Muslim.
Dude,
Are you Muslim?
You literally
Are
just
you a
said-
Muslim?
You literally, so you resort to ad hominem.
Are you a Muslim? Say yes or no. Don't hide from
Is
your
that how you
God.
debate?
Don't hide from your God. What's your religion?
You're literally hiding from the point.
Tell
you're
me
trying to
tell me who
make.
your religion is. Tell me what it is.
And then you.
I'm going to mute you until you tell me what your religion is. What is your religion? Are you a Muslim? Why are you so scared to admit you're Muslim?
Why
Why are you ashamed of your God?
But you don't know me. That's why I'm laughing. Like,
Okay, so you don't have a religion then?
doesn't matter.
Oh, so you're a liar then. Cool. It does matter.
No, I never made a claim, and it has nothing to do with what we're doing. You're just using
Okay.
cheap ad hominem attacks to literally try to justify an impossible
It's
statement.
not
And
an ad-
before I
it's
even
not-
can re-
It's not an ad hom.
Yeah,
It's not an ad hom. I'm insulting you to your face. You believe in the most vile religion on the planet. Your religion is dangerous. It promotes pedophilia. It promotes violence. It's the worst religion ever invented. It's dangerous. You should abandon it. And you have no argument, and you know that your religion sucks, which is why you're trying not to say it right now. You're doing everything you can to not admit that you're part of this religion because it's a misogynistic pedophilic religion. All right, now get out of here. These people drive me crazy. Imagine being ashamed to admit you're God. Man, when I was a Christian, you could not have shut me up. If you asked me what my religion was, I would have told you everything you ever wanted to know about Jesus according to my worldview. I was waiting for people to ask me if I was religious. It was crazy. Crazy that people are so ashamed of their God. Acme Hero, good to see you tonight. It says Jesus sacrificed nothing. He had a bad weekend. Yeah, you nailed it. Not even a full bad weekend. It was like most of the weekend. Just part of the weekend. Oh man. And Mattias Player says, did disciples really die in the way they claim? No, not really. So most of the death accounts for the disciples come hundreds of years after they died. We don't really know how they died. We have guesses, but like some of the same books that tell you how they died also say that like dogs talked and babies that were nursing at the teat gave speeches. So I don't find those to be credible books. Godfrey and Good, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Genesis says 4 rivers met in the Garden of Eden. The best I could find is that at least one of them rivers is in Africa, while 2 are in Iraq. Am I right? Mahalo. Okay, so here's my theory on the rivers. Give me a second. I think originally the rivers that they were referring to all went into the Persian Gulf. I'm going to put it on the screen real quick. So my thought is this. I think they stole the rivers from the Babylonian mythology that has the 4 rivers coming up here in ancient Sumer. And I think all of them ended up meeting here in the Gulf. I think one of them was down in Arabia. But as it turns out, they've done some extensive research underneath the Persian Gulf, because once upon a time, this landmass here went all the way across. And so the Persian Gulf at one point actually was dry land. People actually lived there. So they actually found settlements in the Persian Gulf from when people lived in the Persian Gulf. And then what they also discovered is that the rivers that feed into the Persian Gulf, at one point, they actually meet and coalesce down here near this section here where the land broke. So there seems to be a period of time in which there were rivers that went deep into the Persian Gulf, and then they met in one place. And those are the 4 rivers I think the biblical authors were referring to. It's very theoretical. I know we can't prove it, but that's what I think about the 4 rivers. There is one of them that is in Africa, and there's an explanation for this. Some people believe that it went through Africa over the Red Sea before the Red Sea existed. Theoretically, this wasn't here, so the Red Sea wasn't there forever, and there was a river going through here. I don't know if I believe all that. I think I think it's a coincidence that one of the rivers listed in Genesis appears in Africa. I'm not really sure it's talking about the same river, and there's a case to be made linguistically why it's actually a different river, but yeah, I mean, I think the 4 rivers met basically where Kuwait is. And Mike says, I missed my message. It missed my message previously, but I was gifted that one membership Doug provides. Well, big W, Mike. Thank you so much for letting us know. And Doug does provide the Rock of Salvation. Welcome to the Kraken crew. And Michael says, last night the Wi-Fi went out. And I don't think it's ever coming back on. What's next? Well, I don't really know what's next, but I'm going to keep doing my thing here on TikTok and YouTube, running my typical debates. I'm trying to build up my accounts here and get, really get things going. Of course, every other week now, I'm on the Atheist Experience. I'll be on 3 times actually in April. So you can find me on the Atheist Experience. I'm going to keep cooking for the ACA. I really do love organizations like The Line and the ACA, or like the Atheist Republic, where we've got these organizations that are trying to get the word out. You know what I mean? And it's a nonprofit. So literally Jesus, thank you for the super chat, says today is my 30th birthday. Well, happy birthday, literally Jesus. And I recently found out Atheist Day. So can you tell me what's up with Jesus's birthday, born in 4 AD or something? So it's 4 BCE, and this is based on the death of Herod the Great. So it was said that he was born before Herod the Great, and he had to go into Egypt, according to Matthew, to escape the persecution of Herod the Great. And he didn't come out of Egypt until the death of Herod. Well, Herod died in 4 BCE, which means Jesus had to have been born prior to 4 BCE. The problem is that the Gospel of Luke says that he was born during the census of Quirinius, and Quirinius wasn't a governor until 6 CE, which means between Luke and between Matthew, you've got a discrepancy of about 10 years. And that's a hard one to clear up. Most Christians will just say, oh, well, the Bible's right and history's wrong. And you can't really do much with that. At that point, they're just denying reality. So, but that's typically what they say to that contradiction, which is why I don't bring it up. Now, I could map out Josephus and the first century historians. I could put a whole timeline together and map out all the dates and show that there's a 10-year difference and that Josephus was right. But honestly, it's not worth my time, since there's other great contradictions in the book that I can just bring out. And Depressla, thank you so much for the super chat, says lots of people claim to have experiences with God, like hearing or seeing him in some way. Are they all lying? I'm atheist, but I wanted to hear your take. So I don't think they're all lying. I think they're having genuine experiences, much like you have a genuine experience when you're taking DMT, or when you're, on a trip, or you have a little bit too much mushroom, I think they're legitimately having a real experience, but I think the experience is in the head. I don't think they're having an experience outside of their body. That's my take on it. And Jam says, do you know which letter of the alphabet is crazy? The letter D, because D's nuts. Fantastic joke. I appreciate that. And Master Macheater says, are there good faith apologists? Pun intended. I don't think so, and I appreciate the pun. Actually, there are some good faith apologists that really are trying to do their best. They're trying to hang on to something, the best they can. And Meg says Mark was drunk and said Isaiah who? Drank some more. Jesus turning all the water into wine and said, pretty sure I said this. I think you're right. I think Mark was having a little too much of the imbibing when he was writing his gospel. Just made some mistakes. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Thank you, Meg, for the super chat. I appreciate that. So we've got, looks like Ryan McDonald with us. How you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good, Ryan. I'm going to turn your mic up a little bit because it's a little bit quiet. Give me a second. See if that's better. Okay. So Mike, I presume you're a theist?
Yeah.
Okay, and which god or gods do you believe in?
I'm Catholic, but so you said you were an agnostic atheist, so we're starting from like a level 0, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by level 0.
Meaning so do you believe in any metaphysics or anything like that?
I don't believe in anything like metaphysical. So like if you asked me about transcendentals, I would say no, I don't think that transcendentals exist.
So like moral value doesn't exist either?
No, moral value is a concept that we make up in our mind.
Oh, so it's just a preference. So I think something that's interesting I'd like to point out is you mentioned philosophy a lot, and
I don't actually.
You actually did. You were talking about, but it's all right. Anyway, you were mentioning philosophy while you were talking to EKS about him trying to prove infinity, which I agree was bad of him to do. But I would say inherently, you're bringing up the suffering which God causes on us. But again, you inherently say that your morality is actually just a preference. So suffering isn't actually necessarily a bad thing in your worldview. But on top of this, I would say that.
So am I allowed to have an opinion on it?
Sure, you're allowed to have an opinion on it, but
am I allowed to believe that it's matter. Am I allowed to believe that it's bad?
Okay, are you allowed to believe that 2 + 2 is 5? Yes, you're allowed to, but is it right? No.
Okay. Cool. So I'm allowed to
make a moral assessment.
I'm allowed to have a preference on what I think is acceptable behavior, right?
Again, you're not actually addressing the inherent.
I actually am. I need you to actually pay attention to the argument. I know you have a script that you want to run. So just pay attention. Just pay attention. Okay. So I'm allowed to have a preference on what I think is moral, right?
I'm not saying you don't. That's not what I was saying.
It's wild how you
And you
couldn't say
actually,
yes or no. So, am I allowed to have a preference on what I think is appropriate moral behavior?
yeah, yes,
Oh, there we
never
go.
said you
Cool. That's all we need. Okay, so I am allowed to have a preference. Now, you're probably going to say that there's somehow like an objective standard. Can you demonstrate that to be the
yes.
case?
Can I demonstrate that to be the case? In what way? So
Can
how
you
would you want me to
demonstrate that
demonstrate it?
objective morals exist?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would say that objective morals exist insofar. Well, first off, you would have to presume that they're. So I'm going to ask you a question. If someone creates something like Shakespeare, right? Can I glean knowledge from what he writes on the purpose of him writing it?
I guess it depends on how much you know about Shakespeare.
So, I mean, okay, let's say I know all of his works. Can I learn something from being in his writing?
I would imagine so. Like if you're familiar with all of Shakespeare's works, eventually you're going to point out some stuff in his writing where like, oh, I think I kind of see what he was doing there.
Okay, so you would agree. So if I already believe intrinsically in a creator, which I could justify, but we won't, just to justify morality. So let's say we believe in that, right?
Wait, are
We
you
believe
using the
that
moral
there's
argument to justify the creator or the creator justifying
no,
morals?
I was gonna make a point about how you're referencing philosophy, but your philosophy is practically just sophistry. It's what it is first off, you don't actually have like a call to action. Like what you say is, well, actually God doesn't exist. And while I use all of these moral terms and I try to pin,
Do subjective morals
morality on
exist?
this subjective morals in what sense? Like people can have wrong morality? Yes, I agree. Like they can have a
Yeah.
wrong morality.
Yeah, I believe in subjective morals, which means they're subjective. That doesn't mean that they don't
It's a
exist.
preference.
I agree. We
It,
call
it would be
that
it would be a preference.
we call that subjective
It's
morals. That's the
so can
name
you say
for it.
it's an opinion? It would be an opinion, right?
It certainly is an opinion. Yeah,
Okay.
it's called
And there's no right or wrong opinion.
called subjective morals. Well, it depends
There's
on who
no
you
right or wrong
ask.
opinion.
So to me,
I'm asking you.
I think there are opinions that are better or worse than others. So like if you said,
Okay, justify it then.
so if you said, should we go around stabbing each other? I would give you my subjective reasoning for why we shouldn't go around stabbing each other. Now, what you're going to suggest, Ryan, is that I need to appeal to an objective moral standard, but I'm still trying to figure out what is the objective moral standard that I need to appeal to.
Okay, so do you want me to go through it?
Yeah.
All right. So if we can glean from someone's creation, the creator's intent, we can get a purpose. And so I guess I would appeal to like Aristotle and Plato and how they saw the essence, how it I guess comes before the actual creation. So for example, if I imagine a hammer in my head and then create a hammer, the essence of the hammer exists. So the purpose behind the hammer exists.
Yeah, you're talking
So
about
for
forms,
example,
but I disagree with forms. It's a form of transcendental, and I don't believe in that.
okay, but we already instantiated that there was a like so for this argument to work again, you have to presume that there is a creator, and that would be
Oh,
metaphysical
I
in
don't presume
nature.
that there's a creator.
Okay, well,
Why
again,
would
you were asking me
I'm
to
an
justify
atheist? Why
mine.
would I
Okay, you
presume?
were asking me. Were you asking me to justify mine, or were you asking me to prove it to you? So, do you
Okay,
want me
so
to justify mine, or do you want me
if
to
your
go? Do
justification
you want me to ask you?
if your justification starts with a God already existing, then your conclusion is being used to support your conclusion.
No, that's not what I'm. But we're not talking about a God. We're talking about morals first, right? Because I
It's
brought that up first.
it's
So do you want me
crazy
to go
how
through it?
these guys
Do
that
you want me
study
to go through it?
philosophy can't actually hang with a guy who's never actually read philosophy. It's wild how one philosophy class in college was always needed to debate every single philosopher on the internet. Crazy. All right, so give me premise number 1 of why objective morals exist.
Premise number 1 of why more objective.
Yeah,
It's not really. I
what's-
haven't made it really.
yeah,
into
what's
a
the
premise
argument?
But do you want me to go through it step by step?
Whatever you got.
So that's
I want to hear the argument.
okay. Again, we were saying that a creation can tell you things about the creator, and that I believe in forms because of the creator. We already agreed on that because you don't believe
That's
in the
circular.
transcendentals. Again, okay. So do you understand about like if I'm arguing a conditional? Do you know
Oh
like
boy.
if you take the conditional if I take the conditional, correct? So just stay with me, right? You asked me about my morality. You didn't ask me yet to prove my God or prove God exists. And
Okay,
if you want me to do
fair
that, we
fair
can
enough.
pivot
You
there.
you believe that objective morals exist because your God
Yes.
exists. Where can I find the objective morals?
I would say natural theology.
What's
can glean
natural
a person-
theology?
or natural law theology basically says you can glean something's purpose from some of the actions it does. So, for example, if I look at Shakespeare and I look at his works where he rhymes, or I can glean the purpose, what he's trying to emphasize, what he's not,
So
those sort of
you
things.
can
So,
glean it from observing the universe.
no, I mean morals are kind of just really just a human construct. I mean, just for
Oh
humans.
shit! Sounds like you're into subjective morals now. Oh my goodness, what about that?
Oh man, wow, a slip of the tongue really proves you right. That's such a bad faith argument, but I won't even get into that. But anyway, as I was saying, it's really only for humans, as if you look at any of the other animals, if the creator wanted them to have a moral framework, he would have created them inherently with an aptitude towards morals, which we
They,
don't find in other
yeah,
animals.
we do.
Okay, tell me an animal that we find them in, and don't tell me. And before you go about,
I love it when he wants
animals
to tell me
showing.
what my answer can't be.
I mean, before you go about showing that animals may show mercy in specific circumstances, that doesn't prove they actually have a moral aptitude.
Yeah, it
That
does.
just
It
proves
it
that
shows that they
how.
have emotions that feed into what they consider to be some level of right and wrong, but they also have a system of justice. So, for example, we've done lots of studies with different members of the ape family and how they respond to getting rewards. So they'll give like a group of monkeys, they'll give each one the same task, and then they'll reward like 3 of the monkeys with like 6 bananas, and then they'll give like 1 banana to one of the monkeys for the same task, and they'll have an outrage over it. So we've done lots of studies on different members of various animal families to demonstrate that they do actually have some sense of expectation for fairness and justice.
I mean, even if I gave you that premise, I would still say the manner and sophistication which is different between animals and humans would be a reason not to. Oh, my bad. So anyway, so even if we assume that, I say yeah, you can glean the purpose from just I guess the way humans interact or the body parts we have.
So it's subjective then. You just have to look at humanity and make a decision for yourself what you think the objective morals are.
I wouldn't say it's subjective because again, there are.
It's crazy.
I mean, you kind of laugh at that, but I think that's very silly. If I ask a hundred,
Okay,
if I
so
ask 100,
we don't
do you
we
want me to go
don't
through it?
we
Do
don't
you want
know
me to go
what
through it?
we don't actually know what the objective morals are. We just have
No, I
to
would say we
we
do,
just have to
but
look around us and make a decision for ourselves
again,
using
ag-
our own subjective faculties to come to that determination.
so you see, you've been so long on these internet debates, you don't actually know how to have a faithful one. So what I was saying before you, again, like what EKS said when you cut him off and didn't let him finish. So what I was actually getting at here isn't that it's just subjective based on our interpretation. Obviously, the purpose comes from the creator. So again, we're believing in. You have to believe in forms because we are
I
we're doing a conditional. Okay,
I don't believe in
just
forms.
when
We already
what
went over this.
again when I say this, I'm saying it in the context of a conditional. You understand conditionals, correct?
I understand conditional. In your world,
Okay,
you believe in forms, not my world.
okay, sure. But when I reference things, we're referencing in conditionals, correct?
I mean, if we're talking about your worldview, yes.
Yes, because you asked me to justify it, correct?
Right. I'm
So
asking
when I
you
when
to
I when I, when I
justify
reference us,
how
when I
the
reference
morals
us,
are objective,
I,
and so far what you're saying is that they're objective, but we have to intuit it from the universe.
I would say that there are first off there are different paths you can go down to find it, but also morals wouldn't be subjective because again, there's an objective purpose maker. So for in the same
How do you
way,
know what
if
the
I
objective morals are?
how do I know what the objective morals are? Well, again, I would observe the the inherent. Sorry, I'm starting over myself a bit. I need to take a step back. In the same way that I could understand the way in which Shakespeare, I can know where Shakespeare is trying to put emphasis and where he's not. Maybe I won't get it 100% just based on my intuition alone, but I can get pretty close. That
Okay.
doesn't make
So the process
the
of
morals
finding the objective morals is subjective then.
is, I mean, so you can use subjective means to get to an objective truth. Do you agree with that?
I do, but the problem is when you're saying that there are objective morals, but you have to use your subjective mind to get to those morals, then we can't actually know what those morals are. You have the same problem that I have.
You're actually presupposing that because again, you just agreed that you can use subjective means to achieve objective means. So again, I can use the subjective sort of Sir Francis Bacon's outlining of the scientific method to obtain real truth, such as the fact that gravity falls at 9.81 meters a second. So again, you see you tried to sneak that in there, but it didn't actually work. So again, you can use subjective
Okay, so
means to prove objective things, correct?
how would one demonstrate that they've come upon an objective moral? How do you demonstrate that?
You would demonstrate it with formal logic, basically.
Okay, so give
So
me
basic.
give me the formal logic, give me the syllogism that would suggest that somebody using subjective reasoning has found an objective moral.
So again, in the same way that you know how the scientific method goes about, so you would do it in dialogues or arguments such as Aristotle or Plato did, in which you would have multiple people coming at one thing at a time, and you would see which logical axiom, or which set of logical sort of conclusions lasts the longest and doesn't get contradicted by someone else.
Okay, so as long as there's no contradiction in the moral, what would be a moral contradiction?
What would be a moral contradiction? I would say contradicting a specific purpose which we can glean from
Our purpose is
reason.
subjective or objective?
Well, they're objective because again, they're set by the form.
So how do you know what the objective of the moral is?
How do I know what the objective of the moral is?
Mhm.
What do you mean the objective?
Do
of the
morals
moral?
have objectives?
No, I'm saying that the body parts which we have objectives, and achieving those objectives a lot of times would be moral, or achieving them in the correct manner.
How do you know what
So
the
for
correct manner
example,
is?
how do I know the correct manner? Again, we already went over this. So you're spinning in circles now. We know this by
So
using
I'm
our
not spinning in
subjective
circles.
mind. Okay.
What I'm doing is I'm actually demonstrating that your form of morality is actually the same as mine. You're using your subjective faculties and you're saying these are the things that I think are objectively moral. Whereas I'm just honest. I'm saying, listen, I'm using my subjective faculties and I'm saying these are the things that I think are moral, but I could actually be wrong because there are no objective morals. So again, you haven't actually demonstrated
premise there,
an
don't you?
argument that would lead me to objective morals. All you've done is you've said, well, objective morals do exist, but you can't demonstrate them to exist, but this is how you could get to them. So you're giving me a possible answer, but that doesn't actually support the conclusion. The conclusion is that objective morals do exist, but you haven't given me a proof for why they do exist. You're telling me how somebody could access them.
Okay, I did give you proof for why they exist.
Okay, well, give me the proof again, because maybe I wasn't listening.
Okay, so we're gonna have an actually good faith debate, right? So you're not gonna take me out of out of context or straw man me, correct?
I mean, did you come to cry or talk?
I came to ask you a question. So are you going to actually listen?
I'm listening right now. It seems like you're wasting
Okay.
your time.
So I'm gonna go back to the Shakespeare example. I want you to think about it. So again, we can know by the way in which Shakespeare writes what he meant to emphasize. We can know this.
Can you know with
based on
certainty?
the linguistic patterns.
But can you know with certainty?
Can we know with certainty? I mean, I suppose you could say no. You can't necessarily know with certainty.
Okay, so if you're saying that you're intuiting what Shakespeare means, you're using your subjective faculties and you're saying, I think this is what he means, right?
Okay, so my question to you is that can you know if a ball will drop for the millionth time down?
Well, I think that's different than getting somebody's intention, because intention means that you need to know what somebody is thinking, whereas predicting if gravity is going to work tomorrow the same way it works today, I think it takes a whole lot less reasoning capabilities.
Well, I would also say that there's a difference between the intention of a human person and the intention of God, as God doesn't have any emotion, and so intention in a human
God definitely has emotions.
In my formulation of God, no, he wouldn't.
Okay, so your formulation doesn't include the Bible then.
Well, no, I would actually say within the Bible, I would say that when God is personified as having emotions, that is the human's sort of, how do you say,
So
position
when
towards him.
God is speaking and he says, I am a jealous God, when God is speaking and he says, I am angry, that is God not actually meaning what he says.
Can you personify something like the sun is, the sun is
So,
beating down on
so
me? It's
God
not
is,
actually beating down on
so
me.
God is personifying himself.
Yes.
Okay, so God doesn't mean what he says. Cool. How do you know
I
when
mean,
God means what
again,
he says or when he doesn't mean what he says?
well, in that sense, I would know that he means what he says insofar as he calls himself I am that I am, which inherently means that he is a simple, divinely simple. But also, again, saying that the sun is beating down on me and then equating that with me meaning I like and then you would say that you don't mean what you say makes no sense because again, the principle, the
But
the thing that's
in
causing
in
me to say that,
English, do you know why beating down on me doesn't mean the sun is literally beating you?
yes, because it's a figure of speech.
Yeah, and do we know that it's a figure of speech in our language?
We do.
Okay, cool. Now, in the Hebrew language, which is what the Bible was written in, did God's audience know which words were part of an idiom and which ones were not?
They would know because they already knew his nature to be divinely simple, therefore he couldn't have
Well, I don't
emotions.
think they would know that. So what you're doing
Why?
is you're putting
Why?
your own philosopho speak onto the ancient Hebrews and suggesting the ancient Hebrews had to believe in the God that I believe. Therefore, these words can't mean what they actually mean. When you actually haven't studied ancient Hebrew, you haven't studied the ancient Near East, you don't know anything about the context of the Old Testament, I would
Again, you're
imagine.
bringing up things that are, first off, me studying ancient Hebrew or not doesn't necessitate that I cannot, I cannot know anything in this area. But secondly, I would say I actually told you why I have that belief that I have. So, for example, when he says I am that I am, I would say that he's referring to his existence and his essence being the same, meaning that he is divinely simple.
Sure, but he didn't say that. That's the thing.
He
See,
did say that I am that I am.
you're imposing your idea of God onto the actual text. That's what you're doing.
I'm actually
It's called
not because again,
eisegesis.
if I say essence and existence, I'm referring to the same parts of speech that he was referring to in that.
God
So again,
never defines his essence in Hebrew, not once.
he actually does because essence just means the whatness. So to say I am that am, which is what he said, he says that I am, that is the essence, that is the whatness himself, that is, and then I that am, that is existence.
So
So that is him,
his whatness is whatness.
his no, again, that am versus I am.
Okay, so am equals whatness, right?
No, that am equals being. Ego
Okay,
eimi,
okay.
or the equivalent.
The first am means something different than the second am.
Again, I was referring. So again, you can take things in parts. So for example, I am is a single part, and that am is another. So I am that am.
He said, "I am that I am."
He, I don't know if it actually has the I.
Well, it's written in
Does it actually
Hebrew,
have?
not Greek. It's an iota in Greek, but in Hebrew, it would just be a yod or maybe a hierarch.
Let me get the actual verse up to see if it actually has the other I. I am that
Ryan, how old are you?
18 or 19, I guess. I turned 19
Oh, to have the
2 days
confidence
ago.
of an 18-year-old.
Why do you ask?
I thought I knew a lot when I was 18 too. Don't worry, it happens to all of us.
I just don't see the real.
All
I
right,
guess
so
so.
let's get down to brass tacks. Here's what I know. You can't demonstrate objective morals to exist, and you need objective morals to exist because you think objective morals somehow help you with your conclusion that a God actually exists. Now, I don't believe in objective morals. Can you demonstrate that they actually do exist?
Can I demonstrate that they actually do exist? Well, I was actually
Now, it's okay if you
first
can't.
off,
If you can't, just say so.
no, I'm not saying that I can't. So again, what I was saying is inherently we kind of got off track by bringing up the Bible. So if I just let's say
your religious
take it all the way
text.
since
Yeah, it always
well,
gets
to be
off
fair,
track when you mention the Bible.
again, to be fair, I started to believe in God first before I started to
That's
become Catholic.
typical.
So
Yeah, you should start
if
the
I
other way. Start with the what the text actually says, and then ask yourself if it makes sense to believe in it.
again, first off, so let's okay, that's just completely off topic. So I could
The,
actually
Bi- the
justify
Bible's always off topic to Christians, I know.
because we weren't talking about it. We're talking about in my subjective view, how could I? So again, it's sort of a conditional here. Not to throw the Bible under the bus, obviously I do think it's true, but that's not what we were talking about. So we were going to finish what we were talking about first,
Go
right?
for it. Yeah.
So again, intention being dubious tends to come about because of human emotion and what humans actually wanted to emphasize, but versus their human error in sort of emphasizing something else.
Mhm.
Correct? You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, when we're using our subjective faculties, we're going to be prone to error.
Okay. So I would say that God, in my view, wouldn't have subjective faculties in the same way we have subjective faculties. So insofar as understanding his intentions become far easier because the subjectivity that he has is just is different. And I would say because he's not prone to he doesn't have human emotion or error or any of
But
those
we
things.
do. We have those
Okay.
errors. So if we
Yeah,
have to use our own subjective reasoning to intuit the mind of God, that means we can get it wrong, which means we don't actually know what the objective morals are.
I mean, I would say you could make the case like there's sort of this interesting thought experiment where it's like they ask people, all right, take uh they'll be like they'll go one by one in their beliefs, right? And they'll ask, do you think this is true? And then they'll ask about the whole set of beliefs and be like, do you think one could be wrong? And they'll be like, yes. So in this case, I would say that you can't be certain that every single one of your beliefs are true, but I would say that if you follow that pattern of logic, by and large, most of your beliefs could come true as long as you're in regular dialogue, like how the Socratic sessions went.
Yeah, but the question is, how do we know what the objective morals are? And what you've explained is a subjective method for knowing what the objective morals are, which are
Okay,
flawed.
but you would
So if I believe in objective morals and I said, "Hey, listen, I've been doing some thinking and I think it's objectively moral to do X." And if Ryan comes and says, "No, I've been doing some thinking. Hell, I've been doing some thinking and some praying, and I think it's objectively moral not to do X." Well, who's right?
we would have to debate about it, like in the Socratic session. So,
So
for
there's
example,
so there's no proof of who's right.
well, yes, you would go over the logical axioms. So, for example, so I'll discuss one of the books in Plato's Republic. He was talking about injustice, right? So, with injustice, Glaucon and I forgot the other guy, but Glaucon was the main guy, and he was trying to make the case that injustice was good, or maybe it wasn't a good, but it was a neutral, and that inherently, if injustice didn't cause so much bad things to happen to you, most people would want to do it. I wrote a paper on this of why I thought he was wrong, and the reason why I thought he was wrong was because I would object to one of his premises, or I would sort of add an addendum on. So I would say that humans seem to have an intrinsic value, and the reason why is because in the same way, with emphasis in Shakespeare, there is something very different about humanity. We have a sophisticated capacity to create in a way that is not similar in other well, it may be similar, but it's not to the same extent. So to completely in the same way we have morals and maybe some other animals have primitive forms of justice and goodness, but we have it to a different degree,
So
correct? So again,
we have a more developed
okay,
brain.
okay, but that still leads you to the same point. If there is a creator that is, again, moving everything along, he allowed our brain to be that developed. So again, there seems to be a point of emphasis, like
So
with
if
the
God has an objective moral code, why wouldn't he just give it to you? Why does
why
he
wouldn't he
why
just
does it make you grope around using your subjective senses to figure out what the objective morals is? Why couldn't he just tell you?
does it not sharpen my intellect?
I don't think so.
Why not? Why don't you think so?
Because humans have never intuited what the objective morals are. Not even in the Bible. In the Bible, slavery is dope. But I bet you're going to say slavery was objectively immoral.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
So if the Bible can't even figure out what objective morals are, what hope do you have?
I would say that in the Bible, in the Old Testament, there's a distinction between, again, what is sort of allowed to be permissible at the time
Nope.
versus
God said to follow the law
why not?
forever. And even if it was temporary, that wouldn't make it better. It's like saying, well, I let you beat your wife for 6 months and then I cut you off. But you don't
Okay.
you don't wean somebody off of wife beating. You just don't let them do it.
I mean, first off, that I think that's a bit of a different. Like, I understand what you're getting at, but that's a bit of a different, different to what I would say.
Slavery?
It'd be more. No, that's not what I'm saying. I mean,
So
again,
slavery was okay
we're not
temporarily.
we're not talking about the nature of slavery right now. We're talking about the nature of the law.
We actually are talking about the law right now. So I mean, have you read Deuteronomy where God says to follow this law forever? Did he say temporarily or did he say forever?
When does he say follow the law forever?
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 1 and 2, Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 1, Deuteronomy 11, verse 1, Deuteronomy 12, 28, and elsewhere. Want me to read them for you?
1 sec. So, bro, I can't even spell.
Deuteronomy 12, 28. Be careful to obey all
the...
4, 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Now, not the King James version. Come on now. Unreal. And now, O Israel, hear the commandments and judgments which I teach thee, that doing them thou mayest live, and entering in mayest possess the land which the Lord of thy fathers will give you. You should not add to the words I speak to you, neither shall you take away from it. Keep the commandments of the Lord which I command you. Your eyes have seen all that the Lord hath done against. I don't see.
Keep going. Okay, he says, don't add to them. Hold on. He says, don't add to them or take away from them. And then when you fast forward to chapter 11, he gives you additional instructions. He says, you shall love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep his charge, his decrees, his ordinances, and his commandments always. And then he repeats it again in Deuteronomy 12, verse 1. These are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth. And then he repeats it again in Deuteronomy chapter 5, in the same chapter, in verse 28, he says much of the same. Be careful to obey all these words I am commanding you, so that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. And Jesus himself says that not a single letter is going to pass away from the law until heaven and earth pass away.
Well, he doesn't actually say that, and I would say that
he does.
Again, it's not exactly what it says, but again,
we can read it.
Add. I mean, sure, but can we talk about this first and then get to that?
Sure.
So it says, you shall not add. So there's a direct talking to them. And also, in every time he refers to like life or longevity of the law, he never says that it is actually eternal. He always says that it is eternal. Or he always says that it'll last for as long as they live.
Oh, well, are the Jews still alive?
Yes.
Okay,
again,
so then does it still apply to the Jews?
No.
Okay, so then eternal doesn't mean eternal then.
Well, he doesn't actually say eternal. He says for the days that you live.
He says all the days that you live on the earth. Are they still living on the earth?
And who is he? I would say he's referring to that specific group.
Okay, so after that generation died, they didn't have to follow the law. So about 40 years. The law was only in effect for about 40 years?
No, because
okay, well how long how long is forever? I'm trying to figure this out. If it's not one generation, then how many generations is it?
Huh? Sorry, I got distracted by the side chat. Anyway, you were talking about how many generations is it? Well, I would say it's as many generations until you know how it's talked about with the prophecies in the Tanakh that the Messiah will come and bring with him a new I
No,
would say that
there's
until
not a
the
single prophecy
rebirth.
saying the law is going to get replaced. In fact, the messianic
Yeah,
prophecies say the opposite of
yeah,
that.
I'll get it.
In fact, Jeremiah 33, Isaiah 66 say the exact opposite. You're going to bring me Ezekiel 36, I bet. Or Jeremiah 31:31, where it says covenant, not law.
Mitzvah and covenant are the same word, and I
They're
would say that
they're
when
not.
mitzvah is not the same word.
A mitzvah and covenant are not the same word in Hebrew. Covenant
Sure,
is a brit.
is it specifically a brit in that circumstance?
Oh, sorry. I mean that's new covenant. Sorry. What's the other word for covenant? Give me 1 second to look it up. I actually forgot it. What's this?
All right, I mean,
No, it was. Yeah, it was a berith. Yeah, I got it right.
yeah.
Yeah. So the word berith means covenant, and a mitzvah just means a commandment or a law.
I would say that inherently within covenants, there's always more laws given. So, for example, when Noah makes his covenant, there's laws given there. And then with Abraham, there are no laws given, yet there's a covenant. Or I, I'd have to refresh myself on the Pentateuch.
Okay, so
It's been a
for
while.
the 1500 years that the Jewish people were in this covenant, was it a good thing for them to own other human beings as slaves?
Was it a good thing? No.
Okay, so then why did God say that following the law, you'd be doing what is good and right? And why does he say in Psalm 19 that the law of the Lord is perfect?
That the law of the Lord is in Psalm 19. Well, he doesn't actually say that. David says that, but I would say he's referring to sort of the perfected morals of God. But anyway,
Do perfect morals need to be abandoned and taken away? Are they not objective?
are they not objective? Well, I would say that again, with the new covenant will come the sort of more objective. Or
Well,
I mean, not more
well,
objective,
where
but
can we
better,
find the list of
best.
objective morals? Because Jesus said that wasn't the case. Jesus says that whoever follows the laws and teaches others to follow the laws will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Do you think Jesus contradicted himself when he said
Mhm.
that food was made clean and that the laws
Jesus didn't say that.
can't pass it?
So what happened was Jesus was making a really interesting statement, and I think he was making it in kind of a cheeky way in order to stick it to the Pharisees. So the Pharisees added to the dietary laws way greater than what was in the actual book of Leviticus. They added all kinds of stuff to it, like hand washing. And so when he was talking about the law, he was talking about what they were using, which is hand washing. Hand washing is not part of the law of Moses. That's part of the oral tradition. And when they chastised him for not washing his hands, he said, it's not what you put in your mouth that makes you unclean, but what comes out of your mouth. What he's saying is essentially washing your hands doesn't make you a better person. What's actually in your heart is what makes you a good person. He wasn't making a commentary on the law. Mark, if you read that in the book of Mark, Mark says that. Mark says, when Jesus said this thing, this is what Jesus meant by it. First of all, I don't think Jesus said all the words that are recorded in the Gospels, but even if he did say them, I don't think Mark was interpreting Jesus's words correctly.
You don't think he was interpreting Jesus' words correctly? Even if I were to say, sure, I would then just appeal to the fact that at the Council of Jerusalem, they made the pronouncement that all food was made clean and that the Jewish ceremonial laws were gone, and those
Was
were
Jesus
all
there?
of Jesus's closest. It was all of Jesus's closest
But
followers.
was Jesus there?
I would say, well, obviously no, Jesus wasn't there, but
Okay.
I would say that if I have 12 of the closest people to a single person, while they could be completely, totally, you know, either lying or completely misinformed, what's the probability then of like
The probability that other people in the Bible are going to contradict the words of Jesus, I think, are pretty likely, especially
that's not what I'm saying.
when we know that the gospel authors are recording words of Jesus that we have no reason to believe are even words of Jesus. Like, we have got entire prayers of Jesus that are done in secret that are written down in the Gospel of John. It's crazy. So here's the problem
I mean,
that
still,
we're
that
starting
doesn't
with
really, that doesn't
is
actually tackle my
the words of
objection.
Jesus and the words of Paul contradict each other. Jesus says that not a letter is going to drop away from the law until heaven and earth pass away. And he says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments, I'll put it on the screen, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So at a bare minimum, if you think Matthew is recording the words of Jesus, you have to at least assume that the law of Moses is good and not bad, even if you don't think it's legally binding to you. So do you think that the law of Moses is good or bad?
Also, wait, can you, before we get into that, can you pull up where he says that you cannot add or take away?
Yeah, it's repeated a couple times. It's in Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 1 and 2,
No,
and
I was talking about when Jesus says it.
Matthew chapter 5.
Matthew chapter 5.
Yep, verse
Well,
17 through 19.
Because do not think that I have come to destroy the law of the prophets. I have not come to destroy, but to fulfill them. And I would say that in fulfilling them, he doesn't. Again, this would be like saying, he makes a new covenant, which is different than.
But fulfilling a law doesn't mean the law goes away. In fact, it's obviously the opposite of that. Because he says, don't think that I've come to abolish the law. So whatever you think fulfill means, it doesn't mean the same thing as abolish. Or else Jesus contradicted himself in the same sentence. It has to mean something different than abolish. To fulfill a law doesn't mean that you get rid of it.
I mean, I suppose that is true. We could also make the case that he's making a distinction between the moral and the ceremonial, but
Well, there's no distinction in the Old Testament between the moral and the ceremonial. They're all laws. And I would imagine that taking slaves is not part of the ceremonial law.
You don't think that there's a distinction?
No.
So again, this comes back to the sort of intent. So if I have one law which says that I can get murdered, like I can get killed by it for example, sleeping with someone's wife, and then I have one law which there's no pronouncement of extreme punishment, there's no differentiation there.
No, God says to follow all of the laws. All of them. He doesn't say
Again,
follow the ones you like. He doesn't say follow the moral laws, but not the ceremonial laws.
That would have said it's again not necessarily what I'm getting at here, but you were saying that there's no distinction at all, which I would say that's.
I'm saying the God who gave the commands makes no distinction between the importance of the various commands. Now, in the prophets, we find some of the prophetic people that are upset that they're picking and choosing which laws that they're following. He wants them to follow all of the laws.
Also, with the prophets, generally it became that he was most upset the fact that they were doing things that were like child sacrifice or things like that.
Well, Jeremiah is very concerned with child sacrifice, but that's not why God was primarily upset with the Hebrew people. He was upset with the Canaanites over the child sacrifice, which is a whole nother story. But in Deuteronomy, he literally tells you to write all of these commandments down and then to read them to the people every 7 years. And when there's a new king, have the new king make a copy for himself. There's nothing in the Old Testament that would lead us to believe that these laws are temporary. But even if they were, it still doesn't help your position, because you have to find a way to rationalize why God said for 1,500 years that it's okay to own other people as though they are property.
Why God would allow it? I would just say that there was something, a worse punishment befalling it. So, for example, I would say that polygamy is inherently immoral. However, God allows it because there was something worse.
So
he was preventing a worse. Okay.
What, so God is preventing a worse relationship than polygamy by saying you can have multiple wives?
No, he's preventing like them being sold out to sex slavery or.
No, he wasn't.
Being. again, well, not sex slavery, but like
Con-
them
con-
being prostitutes and things
concubine.
like that.
Well, yeah, he doesn't like prostitutes, but concubinage is allowed in the text.
Again, that sure, I misspoke there, but I meant like prostitution and stuff like that.
Okay, and you can sell your daughter as a concubine. You can just sell her to somebody else, and she becomes somebody's concubine, right?
Sure.
Okay. Did she? If you sell your daughter, is that consent? Did your daughter consent to that?
When does it say you can sell your? I know you can sell your daughter into slavery in the text, but
Exodus 21 says,
does it say concubine?
not quite, but it describes concubinage. It says when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she's a slave. She doesn't get to choose. She shall not go out as the male slaves do. And this is really interesting. Well, why wouldn't she be allowed to go free in the 7th year? It says, if she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. So if a man buys a Hebrew daughter as a slave, he can choose to make her a concubine for himself or a wife for his son. That's a choice that he has. But she didn't consent to that. She was sold by her father or her older brother, one of the two.
Again, I could just, even as a concubine, again, I'm not saying it is a great thing. I would say even St. Thomas Aquinas said that slavery, although he thought it was a part of the natural law, was sort of a bad station.
Yep. So did
I would say
Ambrose.
that,
Ambrose thought that was necessary even.
yeah. I mean, I would just disagree with Ambrose there, obviously, because we live in a world, well,
A number of popes said it was necessary too. In fact, they said it was better. Some people need to be slaves because left to their own devices, they'll do nothing but sin. So it was better for them
it doesn't,
to be slaves.
I mean, I suppose you could make that argument, but that's not really the strategy that, how do I explain? The hermeneutic of the Catholic Church is not just one pope's pronouncement, or it depends on the area in which he's speaking, or one church father's pronouncement. It has to be the consensus of the church fathers, or an ecumenical council, or the pope specifically speaking in ex cathedra. But anyway, yeah, I was thinking about the concubinage thing. Even a concubine would be provided for, which again,
So
I mean, I'm not saying it's great,
cattle are
but I'm saying
provided
that,
for.
I mean, again, but in terms of humanity, is it better to, I mean, I guess that's a hard question. I suppose that God allowed it to happen so that the worst evil, either of prostitution, which, you know, you would be soliciting a bunch of people to get into mortal sin, or the person would be very poor and die. So that's what it was
So
preventing.
God couldn't say, hey, set up a system in which you actually take care of the widows and the orphans, similar to what we find the disciples doing in the beginning of the book of Acts. Could God have said that?
I suppose he could have said it. It depends on whether the Jews would have listened to him or not.
Well, we already know they wouldn't listen to anything, so it's irrelevant if you think they would have listened. So the question is, when
It depends on
God
how much they listen or not.
when God gives laws, should people follow those laws?
I know. Should. One sec. Anyway, should they follow those laws? Well, I would say if you're taking the Jewish interpretation of it, which is like, I would say you should follow again the natural law, which is kind of what the Jews have discussed. It's like
But how do you
the rabbis
know
have,
what those laws are?
again, you would figure out the intention. So,
It's
for example, with
subjective. Exactly.
with my sexual organs, So, with sexual organs in general, you can tell that there is, you know, by the shape and, you know, what it does, you can tell two things are tending to be met, or tending to, uh, sorry, there seems to be two purposes that immediately stick out to you, which is procreation, which is, you know, what happens when the male organ finishes, and unity, as the male and the female organ are complementary in that way.
So is the
So
anus.
but the anus doesn't actually. But
It's
that's
got
when
it's
it
got a
comes to.
it's got a pleasure center.
I never said it didn't, but again, just because something has a pleasure center doesn't mean. Again, it would be complementary at that point. Then it seems like be how do you say? Because the sexual organ that reproduces is intrinsically tied to something that is unitive, that would mean that you would need to keep both of those in mind for what the purpose is behind them.
Well, in my worldview, there is no purpose, right? Your
Okay,
worldview,
but
there's a purpose. So I understand in your worldview, the purpose can be derived based on like, hey, it seems to be that this is the way it was designed, but we can't do that with everything. For example, we're talking about slavery. How can somebody intuit that slavery is morally wrong, especially when the God of the Bible doesn't say so?
How can someone intuit that slavery is a lower station or inherently morally
And
wrong?
the better question is, how come for almost all of history, humans couldn't do it? It wasn't until just the modern era that we finally said, hey, we shouldn't be doing this.
I would say that the reason why is because, first off, slavery in ancient times wasn't always modern types of slavery, such as chattel slavery. A lot of it was penal slavery, which honestly,
I'm over that, but do you think
I don't really have a
people
problem with
who
penal
commit
slavery.
crime should be lifetime slaves?
People who commit crime, it depends on the crime.
If you get caught stealing, should you be a slave for the rest of your life?
No, but also I would make the case that the moral law is sort of I forgot how it was.
What about
it was
the
making
woman
pronouncing
who
good
sold?
morals.
She didn't commit a crime. The little Hebrew girl that gets sold as a slave, she didn't commit a crime.
Again, that's why I'm saying penal slavery, I don't think is what we're talking about. There are some forms of slavery which are allowed in the Bible, which I would say again would be done away with the new covenant.
But why did God say that you can do it for 1,500 years?
Why did he say? Well, I would make the case that either the time wasn't right. So, for example,
Right for what?
Right
to say not to own slaves?
Well, time insofar as their ability to follow God's law. So, for example,
but we already knew that they weren't going to follow God's law. That's irrelevant. So, because he tells them in Leviticus 25, he says, "Don't own your Hebrew brethren. Don't own them as slaves." Right? And then in Exodus 21, he says, "If a male Hebrew comes in as a slave, he goes free in the 7th year." Was there anything preventing God from saying, "Listen, do that, the same thing you're doing to the Hebrew slaves, do that for everybody. Let them work for 6 years and then let them go into 7th. Do it for the women and do it for the foreigners." Is there a reason why he couldn't do that?
Is there a reason why he couldn't do that?
Would they have not understood it?
It's not that they wouldn't have understood it. It's about, so yes, I would agree that the Hebrews and the Israelites tended to not follow God's law perfectly well.
So?
And most of them. Well, that's the point you were making,
Well,
correct?
they didn't follow God's law, but God also said don't commit adultery. The fact that they may not follow the law shouldn't have any bearing in when God says, "These are my moral and perfect laws, follow them forever."
Well, yes, it would, because here's the how do I illustrate this? So, for example, if I give a specific law to someone at some time and I give it to a group of people, let's say I can give two types of laws. One, I could give an easier set of laws that I know more of them will follow than if I give the hard set. If I give the hard set, the smaller group of people may die out and may never live. But again,
But
the
we already
purpose
covered
of these
this.
laws.
Ryan, you
Okay,
weren't
let me
listening.
finish.
He told you not to make slaves of the Hebrew men. Let them go free in the 7th year. Would it been too hard for them to also let the women go free in the 7th year?
Does it not also extend out for women and men?
It doesn't. It's just for the Hebrew men.
I don't exactly know why that specific law, but I'm giving sort of a overview. It'd be like how some theodicies can't deal with specific examples, but can overview give the reason why.
Well, dealing with the specific examples is what breaks most apologetics on theodicy. And that's a whole different topic. I don't know if we want to go into that just yet. I
I wouldn't get into it.
I love the problem of evil, though. It's my favorite topic half of the time I'm live. But there's so many problems when discussing the laws. So, for example, God says in Deuteronomy 22 that if a woman doesn't bleed on a sheet on her wedding night, that means she's not a virgin and you can stone her to death. Do you think that's a good law?
Do I think it's a good law? Again, I would say that the greatest law is the one that we have now. So it would be the new covenant.
But was it good when God gave it?
I would say in contrast to other nations, yeah, probably.
What do you think the other nations were doing?
Rome wasn't great.
Rome wasn't invented
Canaan
yet.
wasn't great. Well, I mean, what would have... There were probably practices or remnants of what they were doing.
To be sure, the bloody sheet test was practiced in all the rest of the ancient Near East. When God talks about it in the Bible, it's basically the same practice everyone else is doing. It's no different. God says
Again,
that if the woman doesn't bleed on the sheet, then you can take her to the elders and have her stoned. And do you know that only 45% of women bleed their first time statistically?
No.
So that means a good majority of the women who would have been brought up on charges for not bleeding, they just didn't bleed because physiologically that was the way that their body actually worked. And we know that this was the case because the Greeks ended the practice. They said, that's not really how biology works. And then eventually, even the Hebrew rabbis, if you read the Talmud, the Hebrew rabbis started instituting other tests before the wedding night to determine whether or not somebody was a virgin because they realized that this test wasn't good.
Yeah. I mean, again, like I was said, if we're referring to the law in its entirety, I would say that it is probably better than the nations surrounding it. However,
It's not. It's the same.
Laws, it may be similar. It's the same.
It's the same. You won't find a bloody sheet law in the ancient Near East that is somehow worse than this.
Bloody sheet. I'm not talking about bloody sheet. I'm talking about. We were talking about the law in its entirety.
We're talking about the bloody sheet test, and I've read the other ancient Near Eastern law codes. I've read Lapidishtar, Eshnuna, Gortine, Middle Assyrian. I've read the laws of Namu. The laws in the Bible are roughly comparable to all the other ancient Near Eastern law codes. They're not special. Even in the Code of Hammurabi, a debt slave serves for 3 years instead of 6. So Hammurabi's more lenient on debt slaves, actually. And in the Code of Hammurabi, guess what? If you divorce your wife, you owe her restitution. If your wife gave you children, you owe her a part of your estate. You actually have to provide for your ex-wife. In the Bible, if your wife is displeasing to you in Deuteronomy 24, you just let her go. You don't give her nothing.
Again, I haven't studied the other Near Eastern law code, so I was making a presumption, which might not actually be true. But also, with the bloody sheet test, I'm not well-versed enough to talk about it.
Sure, fair enough. Okay, last one. Do you think like it was ever good to go to war and kidnap the women?
And kidnap the women. Do I think it was ever good? I mean, again, I would just say that it could be better than the alternative.
What's the alternative?
Them going out in the desert and dying.
Well, that's not the case, and we'll cover this. So in Deuteronomy chapter 20, God says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town, all of its spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. And then he tells you in the very next chapter, when you take people captive, they can be your brides. It says in verse 10:21, when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. Although there's no word for marry in Hebrew. It said, suppose you want to make her your woman. So you bring her home to your house. You shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for your father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. But if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free, certainly not selling her for money. So you don't have to save these women by kidnapping them, because if you kidnap them and make them your bride and you don't like them, you can just let them go. So God wasn't concerned about their safety.
These are pretty good objections.
Ryan, listen, you're a smart young man. You're doing a lot more thinking at 18 than most people are doing at 18. So I'm going to encourage you with advice that someone gave me when I was a young person, which is before you commit to a religion and go hog wild with it, read the text and then determine how serious you're going to take this religion.
I mean, to be fair, even if, which it's not the case, I don't think will happen. But again, even if I were to leave a particular religion, I would still believe in a God. I'd probably just be like a Neoplatonist.
Fair enough.
Aristotelian. So I like to sort of summarize after debate the objections that I couldn't fully answer. So if you could give me like a handful so I can write them down.
Okay. So I think when we look at, we talked mostly about morals tonight. And the problem that I have is that we don't know what objective morals are, right? The best we can do is use our subjective reasoning to come to a conclusion of what we think objective morals are, but no one's ever been able to agree on them. Like we've never actually come to an agreement on what they are. So if objective morals actually exist, we don't really have a way of knowing what they are. So saying that they exist to me is a meaningless statement because it's impossible to know what they are. The best you can do is say, I think I know what they are. When we look at the morals that are given in the Bible, a lot of times people don't like what's actually written in the Bible and they'll run far away from it. So if the Bible is the objective law code, that's like a really huge thing because now you've got to alter your perception of what you think was objectively moral, like kidnapping and slavery and concubinage and things like that, right? So I think that's a problem. Now, here's my biggest objection, not to theism, but to Christianity, okay? And I want you to think long and hard about this and take your time. I want you to go through Matthew and John, and every time Matthew and John says that a prophecy was fulfilled, go back to the Old Testament and look and ask yourself, was there an actual prophecy here being fulfilled? I think what you're going to discover is that the answer is no. There's not a single prophecy in the Old Testament in which Jesus actually fulfilled in the original context of the prophecy.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think I got it.
All right. Cheers. Good to hear from you, Ryan.
Sure. Yep.
Listen, the kid's smart for 18, but you got to read that book before you commit to it. You cannot think that you can philosophize your way into a religion without reading the book. You got to read the book. It's crazy to me. Anyways, let me grab some super chats, guys. Sorry, we're a little bit backed up on the super chats. Says lots of people claim to have experiences with God, like hearing and seeing him in some way. Oh, sorry, I did this one. Anyways, thanks for the super chat. Anyways, I appreciate that. Let's try the. There we go. Jam says, do you know which letter of the... I did that one too. Are these repeats? Are there good? No, we did that one. Meg was the last one we read. I apologize. My list is getting out of sorts. S, good to see you tonight, friend. He says, why do Christians think that Jay Dyer or Sam Shamoon can do what others have failed miserably to do since you began going live? I don't actually know. Here's my theory. I think people who don't really know how to debate and they don't really know the topic well, when they see people like Jay and they see people like Sam, they're so far above their capacity that they just assume that they must be the best, right? Because they don't really understand the arguments. And so when they come in and they hear my arguments for 2 minutes and then they crash out in the comments, they just think, oh, I'm stupid. But the reality is, if someone like Jay or Sam got in here, we'd actually have probably a pretty damn good discussion. Now, Sam would be problematic because he's so aggressive, he's prone to anger, and he wants to yell and shout and insult everybody. And sometimes there's a case to be made for that. Sometimes a guest is being a complete, a-hole and they need shouted down or something, but he does it to everybody. I watched a little bit of Jay Dyer, and he seems to be doing his best. Like, I actually think Jay is just trying to do his best as an apologist. I don't think he's trying to purposely insult people. I've seen him sometimes get a little upset, but I don't know if Jay is a bad faith debater. I think Sam is a bad faith debater, but I don't think Jay is. But that being said, both Jay and Sam are smart people. I would never actually want to take that from them. They're both very intelligent people. We just disagree on the substance, and that's fine. Carrie, thank you for the super chat. Says, what's the first lunch meat mentioned in the Bible when Noah took on the ark? Winner, 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 chicken dinner. Yeah, big W. I appreciate that. Yeah, ham was the first meat, actually. That's a very good point, which is wild that's why God outlawed pork in Leviticus. That's why the pigs were outlawed, because Ham was the one that committed the sin against Noah/Noah's wife, which is why God later had to outlaw pork. Holy shit, it all adds up, guys. We finally answered the riddle. It took 2,500 years, but we figured it out. That's amazing. We're lifting the heavyweights tonight, guys. Jam, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Clement, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, for cooking that Wi-Fi wanker. Yeah, and he was something. I've never seen someone so confident about the most failed position ever in a debate. I've never seen somebody come so unprepared to a debate and be so overconfident in thinking that they've come prepared and are going to win a debate. But welcome to the Kraken Crew, Phil. I appreciate that. And GH, good to see you tonight. He says, I know it's too late now, but Dial Up picked the topic for Skit's debate and chose, does Christianity condone cannibalism? Guys, a plebe, you should re-debate with a topic of your choice. I would love to. If I ever had a rematch with Wi-Fi, I would force him to stay on topic. I wouldn't let him pre-sup. But he's a one-trick pony. That's all he has is a pre-sup, which is why he couldn't debate the substance. And Shane West, thank you for the $9.99. He says, appreciate your lives. They help my deconstruction. There was a live you said you have died twice. Is that true? If so, you have an NDE or out-of-body experience. So both the times that I was dead, I didn't. It was blackness for me. I did have one experience that early on as a child, I would have attributed to being like a near-death experience. So basically I had two experiences where I died and one experience where I almost died. And the one where I almost died, but I was still conscious, I had a really interesting, I saw, they talk about like the bright white light, you know what I'm talking about, before everything goes black. I saw like the white light and then the white light disappeared. I didn't actually die. But the prior two times that I died, it went from the light and then it just right to blackness and I was gone. I was gone. I came back a little bit later. So the last time I was actually on the couch when it happened and I woke up in my dad's truck. We were actually watching the Gremlins. So I was born with a heart condition and I was watching the Gremlins. I was only like 6 and there's a scary part came on and it startled me and my heart locked up and stopped beating. And I was like, well, gonna have a bad night. But I was dead twice. Acme, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says quantum physics equations allow for a single electron traversing the universe infinitely in time, creates all matter. Is that electron God? Yeah, we had this discussion this morning on the Unapologetic show as to whether or not things that act godlike can be considered gods, and My answer is no. I think that's just an equivocation of terms. And Carissa, thank you so much for all the paper cranes on TikTok. Big W, Carissa. I appreciate that. And Vinny Angel's Rock and Roll Bedroom. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Make sure you guys follow him on YouTube. He's just getting his YouTube career started. He's a music maker. He says, I wrote 3 jokes when I worked at a cowboy dance hall saloon to counter the Christian racist jokes I heard there. Yeah, Christians are full of racist jokes. Says, how many cowboys does it take to screw in a light bulb? Sheep prefer the light out. That's about right. Vinny, I appreciate the joke. And Josh says, guess teardrops going to short out his keyboard. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. And Vinny again says, how many white people does it take to screw in a light bulb? They only screw minorities. Praise be to Doug. Joke 3 next. Big W for that. I think you nailed it. And Cranky, good to see you tonight. I appreciate the super chat. It says, argument from I don't understand infinity. He should have just asked he should have just asked you what your grounding is for what is possible and impossible. You're right. It's right. Listen, I am so tired of hearing flosso-babbles go on about how infinities are impossible. Show me why they're impossible. Don't just insist that they are, because science says otherwise. And Vinny again says the best for last. I can't wait for this joke. How many Christians does it take to screw in a light bulb? The light already shines out of their asses. Thanks, everyone. I'll be here all week. Praise God. Hail, Doug. And thank you so much, Vinny, for sharing the love and the jokes. We appreciate that. Oh, my gosh. The Holy Spirit, when the Holy Spirit comes in you, which orifice does he come in? That's what I want to know. And Eric says, Matthew 9, Mark 2, Luke 5 say that Jesus can forgive sins with a simple word. How can Christians square this with the necessity of the crucifixion? It actually gets worse than that. If you read the baptism narrative, especially in Mark, John is seen baptizing people for the forgiveness of sins. What? How are people? And then when the paralytic is lowered down, Jesus forgives his sins. Still alive. So Jesus didn't actually have to die to forgive anyone's sins. And God forgives people's sins all the time in the Old Testament without killing anybody. So they can't square it. The goal is just not to read the text. Bridge the Divide says, interesting how their God exists outside space-time, but they always need to appeal to space-time-based quantitative concepts to prove it exists. You're right. That's why the philosophy bros, they actually know that you can't prove God quantitatively, which is why they appeal to metaphysics. Because like, shit, I'm cooked on the science. I have to appeal to metaphysics. But some of my favorite guests are the ones that try to mix the two, because they're all over the place. They're like, well, quantum field, blah, 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 blah. And it turns into a science world salad, which is really a good time. Noah, Lions ate dead babies on the ark. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Says, I had a dream last night of a 3-foot-long petrified turd that clogged the toilet at work. Not mine. Proof of Sharon Stone? I think it is. I think it is obviously proof of Sharon Stone. Where else could it have come from? No one's ever witnessed poop petrify. Therefore, it must be pre-existent. If you can't witness it with your own eyes happening, it must actually be a miracle. And Adam says, we can't hear guest. I'm sorry, Adam. I don't know which guest you're referring to, but I did turn that last guest up when he came in. Sailor says, it's always funny how our preference always seems to be more moral than God's objective morality. That's actually a really good point, because when we talk about God's morals, it's weird that this kid's preferences are different than God's preferences. If objective morals existed, you would expect that our preferences would match God's. And Cameron said, thank you for this $10 super chat. It says, fascinating story about Persian Gulf, Justin. Where can I find more information about that? There's an article written on this. Give me a second. From the Smithsonian. It says, this is the line, and there's a couple articles. This is pretty recent. It says, archaeologists find the Persian Gulf's first known pearling town. And there's a couple towns that they found inside of the actual Persian Gulf. So here's an article. It says, lost civilization may have existed beneath the Persian Gulf. And this article goes into a little bit of the same. But there's a couple archaeologists that have actually gone into this topic now that they've been exploring the Persian Gulf and the underwater. It says Lost Civilization Under the Persian Gulf by the University of Chicago Press, 2010. So there's definitely quite a few articles on this. We know that it seems to be that the evidence is pointing that there were civilizations in the Persian Gulf before the waters rose and then filled in the Persian Gulf. Because eventually, previously to like 7 or 10,000 years ago, the water level was lower because of the ice melt. John Paul says, do you know Euthyphro's dilemma? I do. Also, Christians say I can't know it's wrong to commit a violent crime, but I was also a victim of violent crime. Yeah, so Euthyphro's dilemma is really good. I think it was put forward by Plato, if I remember correctly, which is basically if morals are objective and they're outside of God, they exist transcendently, then that means God is just always acting in a way in accordance to the objective moral laws, which means God serves the objective moral law. But if what is good is because God says it's good, that's divine command theory, then that means morals are actually subjective, but they're subjective to the mind of God. So it's a really big dilemma on whether or not laws, like moral laws, are subjective or objective. And I tend to think most Christians, when pressed, will lean on subjective morals and divine command theory. And Joanne says, Ryan's argument strategy, find as many passive-aggressive ways possible to discount his perception of your style versus actual I don't know content. Yeah, I think you're right. There's a lot of people that come in here that want to attack me and not the topic, and I don't give them much charity. If you come in to complain about me, I'm not going to treat you kindly. If you come in and you want to talk about the topic, we can have a great good faith discussion. And Salas says he keeps telling us it's easily provable, and then when asked to prove it, he gives examples of how to prove it, but doesn't actually prove it. You nailed it. You nailed it. You got him. And Salas says to gleam or not to gleam. I'm not going to do any gleaming. Last super chat from Chip says, God allegedly doesn't have emotions, contradicts the Bible. That's what I said. Obviously, I swear every Christian makes up their own version of Christianity. So that's what the philosopher guys do. What they'll do is they'll say, well, the God that philosophy has given me can't contradict the biblical God. So now I have to interpret the biblical God through the lens of the God that I invented. But TJD, how you doing?
Good.
TJ,
I just want to say you're the fucking man.
Oh, thanks, TJ.
When I was laying in my room last night, and I had a revelation when Doug came into me.
Praise Doug.
Hail Doug.
Are you rock hard for Doug now?
Oh, I'm very rock hard.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Big W.
No, I just want to tell you have a good night, man.
Hey, thanks. You have a great one, TJ. I appreciate that. All right, cheers, man. WTJ. All right, we'll get the next one in here. All right. We're going to get Mog in the box. How you doing, Mog?
MOG.
So are you at least 18 and are you a believer of some kind?
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, are you at least 18 and are you a believer of some kind?
Yes, I am. I'm above 18, well above it, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Which God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Cool. And what would be the best argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
I would say that when you look at the reality of the world that we live in, everything that you see around you, even your scientific community authenticates that everything that we know had a beginning, correct?
Nope.
It doesn't.
Nah.
That's not what they're saying? That's not what the academics are saying?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So
the Big Bang is not something from nothing.
It's not.
No. The Big Bang is the beginning of our current form of the universe. I think the best evidence comes with the new DESI data, which is showing that the dark energy is decreasing, which also agrees with the acceleration of the expansion of the universe, which is decreasing. The acceleration is getting less and less every year, which means eventually the universe is going to slow down the expansion. It's going to stop, and gravity is going to pull it back in. It's just an infinite cycle of Big Bang and Big Crunch. And this is a pretty widely held position at this point. They've been talking about it since the 70s, but they're taking it very seriously now.
Okay, fair enough. Does that still take us to a place where we can argue the origins of how everything, I mean, we're looking at the end result, as you said, that it seems to be that things are shrinking now. But when it comes to origins, are you saying that space, time, space, and matter had come into existence at the same time, or that there was something that existed before that? And can you prove that?
No, I'm saying that what we know to exist always existed. So, like,
So that's your belief, though.
No, it's just a principle in science. So matter can't be created nor destroyed. Energy can't be created nor destroyed. We have a law in science about the conservation of those two things. So the fact that we have no way to demonstrate that you could actually destroy them or create them would insist that they've always existed.
It would insist?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been listening to you, brother, and I think that, that we can have a productive conversation tonight. I believe that something must have happened to you for you to come up to the conclusion that you came up to.
Yeah, I studied.
Yeah, great. And so, at some point, listening to God be blasphemed by you and the listeners tonight has been, my mind is blown off of what I've been hearing come from you and people in the comments section.
Are you worried about God's ego?
Absolutely not.
Has God got a fragile ego?
What I am concerned with is, if I could prove to you that God is real, would you worship him?
If it was a biblical God, no, he's a monster.
So your position is God is.
You can't,
God
by the way.
isn't real. Oh, that's fantastic. Your position is God isn't real, or is it God is real and I just don't like him? Which position do you hold?
My position is that your God is not real.
Okay, so you're saying that intelligent species came from where then?
Came from the universe. We evolved.
We evolved.
Yeah.
Have you observed evolution take place?
Yeah, scientists are observing it all the time. In fact, we replicate it in labs using bacteria because the bacteria replication process happens very quickly. But just saying that, like, I haven't been alive for 1 billion years to observe it doesn't actually mean that all the evidence of it goes away. We've got lots of evidence. Just like, hold on, I want to show you something.
Mm-hmm.
This is a piece of petrified wood. So how long does it take for wood to petrify?
I have no idea.
Okay. Some cases it can happen in 100,000 years. Some cases it can happen in millions of years. So does the fact that nobody was around to watch wood petrify mean that the petrification process doesn't exist?
Well, I'm just going off of the definition of science itself. You can Google that. Anybody that's listening.
I know the definition. Hold on. Answer the question. Does the fact that nobody lived for 1 million years to watch wood petrify mean that wood petrification doesn't exist?
It's a fair question to ask, but what I'm saying is I'm going off of the definition of science.
But why can't you answer
which
it?
you hold on to. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Well, I understand that. I want you to answer the question.
The question is simple. I mean, it's a fair question to ask.
But what's the answer to the question?
The question that you asked me is, does it not exist?
What I'm saying is, just because somebody didn't live for 100,000 years to physically watch wood petrify, does that mean that wood petrification doesn't exist?
No, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. No.
Cool. Okay. Do you think that our idea of petrification is pretty solid at this point in history?
I can't say if it's pretty solid or not because I really don't know too much about it. But I understand your argument.
Okay.
But
So
I'm just can you answer my question? Can you answer my question
what's your
now?
question? Yeah.
Based off of the definition of science, which is the experimentation and the observation. If you have not observed a change of kinds, not evolved bacteria, but a change of kinds take place, how can you classify that as real science? And how can you say what you haven't observed to be true?
I actually solved this with my petrification example. So we observe the process of petrification in multiple steps, and then we take that evidence and we build a theory of petrification, even though nobody was alive for 1 million years to watch petrification happen. Now, I'm going to give you a similar example in evolution. I'm going to draw a 4-legged animal real quick. Give me a second. With a tail, okay, and a head. Okay, so we got a 4-legged animal, right? Is it possible, right, that this 4-legged animal could end up in a situation where it can't find food on land, so it starts going into shallow water to hunt for fish? Is that possible?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It's possible.
Now, if it happens that this animal decides that it has a better chance of surviving hunting in the shallow water looking for fish and other things, is it possible that others join them, and then over the course of time, the animals that have better tails for swimming reproduce more because they're surviving better than the animals who didn't have good tails for swimming? So, for example, okay, so it is possible for an animal then over time to develop a tail that is no longer round, but now it's like it's a little skinnier and taller. It could flip through the water better, right?
Yeah, just like the fishes.
That's
on
right.
The island.
Okay. Now, is it possible that the same animal, we'll say 100,000 years later, because the ones that had slightly shorter legs are able to survive in the water better, and they're less likely to get their limbs taken off by sharks, are actually the dominant form of that animal? So now they've got the same tail, but their legs are a lot shorter, and they're better at swimming.
That their legs got taken away by sharks, man?
No. What I'm saying is the animals that had shorter legs were less prone to predation and better swimmers. Therefore, they thrived in their environment better. Is that something that's possible?
I guess it could be possible, yeah.
Okay. Now, let's imagine for a second that the same animal 100,000 years later, rather than having fingers, right, the ones that had webs between their fingers were better swimmers. So now they can actually swim even better and survive in the water. Is it possible that this form of animal could actually take over the environment, being that they're superior swimmers?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now, if that happens, now it's also true that the back legs are probably going to develop the same adaptation. They're probably going to flatten out a little bit, right? So now we've got a really interesting situation. Now let's talk about lung capacity. Given that we've got a land animal that's now dwelling in water, is it possible that this animal can develop a large set of lungs that allows them to hold their breath underwater, say for like an hour rather than 5 minutes?
Well, then things begin to become a little bit more complicated. But, everything that you're telling me, I mean, we don't have to drag this thing out too far. But I understand where you're coming from, and it's possible.
We're going to get
possible.
somewhere. We're going to get
It's
somewhere.
almost not possible, right?
So
come on.
So is it possible that this same animal can develop a better set of lungs so that they can survive in the water longer without having to come up for air?
It's possible.
Okay, so it is possible. Cool. Now, is it possible this animal that presumably, like most animals, have nostrils at the front of their head, right? This animal is now living in the water a lot longer, and every time you have to tip your nose up to the surface, you can't actually see what's happening, right? You kind of lose sight of what's going on. Is it possible that over the course of time, the people that had nostrils further back on their head were able to survive in the water longer and reproduce better because they weren't getting picked off by sharks while they're in the water going up for air?
I don't know. I mean, you kind of losing me with this now. So
We're gonna get. I promise you, we're gonna get to the end point soon.
okay, sure, yeah.
Okay. Now, so if we have an animal where the nostrils are gradually moving to the top of the head so that they can come up for air without losing sight of where they're at in the water, what we've done now is we've taken a four-legged mammal and we've basically created a whale. This is how whales evolved from land animals into water-dwelling animals, and we have the fossil evidence and the actual evidence from history to demonstrate that that is actually what happened. They slowly evolved over the course of time. Now, it's not that one day a four-legged animal gave birth to a whale. It was slow, gradual changes over time. And we see this too, like with the manatees. If you look at the flipper on the manatee, at the very end of the flipper, you can't see any fingers, but there are still fingernails. They've got 5 fingernails, or 6 maybe, at the end of their flippers, doing literally nothing.
Okay, well, just to not oppose what you said, but to throw something at you to get you to consider this. We have a God that creates in a way that's like Picasso does paintings.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell his signature from his paintings. If you're well informed on the way Picasso paints, you could spot one in an art gallery if you were to attend. The same thing with the Father, with the God that we serve, the God of the universe. He has a certain signature to the way he creates. These mammals and these sea creatures and these creations have a certain marker on them for them to adapt to their surrounding environment. Now, I'm not sure if you answered the question because, I want to be respectful to you, okay? But I asked you, have you observed a change of kinds?
No, because it takes millions of years to happen, but we observe the small changes over time, and we have discovered the intermediate changes that are needed to change between the kinds. Not only did we discover the bones and the fossils, they showed up where we predicted they would be, what strata level they would be in, and what time period we expected them to be in. So I think our predictive model is pretty good. And I think my favorite evidence for evolution are the endogenous retroviruses. Do you know what those are?
I heard of it. Fill me in.
They're pretty cool. So basically, if a virus gets into your body, it actually has the ability to insert itself into your DNA sometimes. And if it gets into your genome, then you would pass it on to your children. So this is a really interesting thing that happens because what you find in your DNA strand, I'm going to draw another really crude picture, and I'm not an artist, so I do all my drawing on a computer usually, so you have to bear with me. But imagine you have a DNA helix, right, like this. Now, with a retrovirus, what will happen is you'll see that a foreign piece of DNA has inserted itself into a pretty standard piece of DNA. And you'll actually find what people sometimes refer to as scarring. You'll see a transition or a scar between the normal DNA and the virus DNA. And they're really easy to identify. We've identified a couple hundred of them that are shared between all human beings because we all came from a common ancestor. But here's the interesting thing is it shows up in the same sequence in the DNA. So if you have 1 trillion sequences in your DNA, the retroviruses that we've identified, they keep showing up every time in the same exact place, in the same exact sequence. And we've even been able to produce retroviruses. We've taken animals and induced viruses into the system of the animal and caused them to have retroviruses where they didn't have retroviruses, so we can study how to identify them so we know for a fact what a retrovirus looks like. Now, here's the great thing.
So, mad scientists, they work. Okay, go ahead.
So here's the great thing. We share about 80% of our endogenous retroviruses with the great apes, and the vast majority of those retroviruses only show up between humans and apes. They don't show up anywhere else in the animal or the plant kingdom, which means we share DNA with the great African apes. We have a common ancestor with them, and the high amount of retroviruses that we share are the proof of that.
Okay, so you're saying that, I mean, if we evolved from apes, why are they still here?
Why would they go anywhere?
Common ancestor, right?
So the way that evolution works, when a new animal moves to a new location and evolves to adapt to that location, the animals in the other location don't just magically die.
But they're still a common ancestor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if I draw, we're going to call this is a evolutionary tree, right? Let's say at some point in history, right, we've got an evolutionary tree. At some point in history, a group over here, let's say they're living in Africa. Let's say for weather reasons, they migrate north and now they're up in Europe, right? Well, the group that migrated up to Europe, they're in a different environment now. They're going to develop new traits that help them to survive in Europe. And over the course of time, whatever these people had to do to survive in their new environment is just what they had to do. The fact that this group exists now doesn't mean that this group back here is going to get killed off. And it certainly doesn't mean that this group here that migrated to China isn't going to exist. And so just because one group evolves doesn't mean another group either won't evolve into something else or that whatever it was is going to go away. But it's also true that our common ancestor with the great apes certainly didn't have all the same exact characteristics as the apes we know today. Obviously, there was an evolutionary process there as well.
Okay. Well, what about have you ever heard of the column of nonconformity?
I don't think I have, no.
Okay, so geologists, what they do is they dig down, and as you know, there are different columns. The further down you go, you have these different columns that basically show the different time periods that existed over time from millions and millions of years that have taken place. And so you could tell the ice age, you could tell the age when a meteorite hit the earth because of the metals and the different things that they extract from the soil. But there is a column of nonconformity that doesn't flow well with the rest of the story that the earth tells. Okay, it throws off the equation. So evolution, that's a problem because there's a column that does not conform using the carbon dating process and other scientific methods. And so what they've done is they've thrown that in what's called the knowledge filter. Have you ever heard of that?
No, these are words I'm not familiar with.
Well, yeah, you can check it out. This might be sharp for you for future debates, but the knowledge filter is something that they just kind of throw in the Smithsonian, and they don't really have an answer for it. And so what they try to do is they try to figure out as time begins to quote unquote evolve, science begins to evolve. They try to see if they can match up these puzzle pieces, but the puzzle pieces are really not fitting together. Now, I want to be, what you laid out is plausible, but it's still a philosophy because you haven't observed it.
Well,
what you've done.
Well, then your God is only a philosophy. You've never observed God, so.
Okay,
right?
great.
And like creation is a
Well, look,
philosophy. You've never observed creation. Like saying
yeah, of
that
course.
saying that you've never observed it isn't an argument for it not existing. And Chet, thank you so much for the balloons. So we can observe the evidence, right? If I go into the woods and I say, look,
what's your name?
there's remnants
What's
that
your
somebody
name,
had a
sir?
fire here in the woods.
Can I get your
I
name?
don't have to be in the woods when that fire was made to know that there was a fire in the woods.
Can I get your name?
Justin.
Justin? Okay, Justin. We are people of faith. Okay, what it says in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, it says that faith is the things that are seen,
I think that's
unseen.
chapter 11, isn't it?
Chapter, believe it may be chapter 11. I'm not sure. It's either chapter 11 or chapter 12. I'm sure I'm older than you.
11,
so
1.
my memory isn't as sharp as yours is. So, but we are creatures of faith. That's what we are. We understand that from the beginning, from our birth, we had to learn how to read. We had to learn how to walk, how to talk. Justin, everything that you know right now, someone had to tell you. From your name, how old you are, who your parents are. You wouldn't even know who your parents were unless somebody told you. And so you are a walking collaboration of different things that you've learned over life. And so really, we're all creatures of faith if it really hits the fan. And
I
so
agree,
what I'm
but
saying,
the question is, should we believe in things that don't have any actual foundation, right? So for example, it could be that evolution isn't true. That could be possible. It still wouldn't mean that God exists.
okay, that's fair. That's a fair
Right.
argument.
So
But like I said,
the question isn't whether or not evolution is true. The question is whether or not there's evidence for a God, because it's possible
the
that.
only reason, okay, go ahead.
Let's say it's possible that there's another naturalistic explanation for the origin of species, but that being said, like if we're talking about whether or not God exists, debunking evolution doesn't prove that God exists.
Of course not. But what I'm proposing to you is that you must have some sort of an alternative to offer your audience, because
Why?
you're saying that the Bible isn't true, that God isn't real.
That's
I
not
think
true.
your title is your God is imaginary. So I would suspect that you would have an alternative to creation, and that's the only reason why I brought this up.
No, you don't have to have an alternative. So if I said, listen, when you burn oak wood, it actually burns purple. And I could say, no, it actually doesn't burn purple. I don't have to supply the color that it burns to know that it doesn't burn purple. I just have to refute the actual claim. You don't have to replace a claim with an alternative claim for the claim to be wrong. And Chet, thank you for the money gun. But on my claim, do you want to see why I think the Bible God's not real?
Sure.
Yeah. I think it's not real because the New Testament just like keeps lying to us over and over again. And I think the thing that the New Testament gaslights us the most about are like the supposed fulfilled prophecies. And so have you read Jeremiah before?
Sure.
Okay, so there's a really fun prophecy in Jeremiah, starting in chapter 31, about the return of the Babylonian exiles, right? God said in Jeremiah chapter 25 that he's going to send them all into exile, and then he's going to bring them back after 70 years. And this promise gets repeated a couple times in the book, right? But when we go to Jeremiah 15, he's directly talking to the mothers that are losing their sons. He says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears. For there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There is a hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country." So just on face value, when I'm reading this prophecy, what is this prophecy saying?
I'm not too familiar with this verse or this prophecy here, so I couldn't. I I would have to look into that and come back to you.
Well,
Because look, listen,
well,
listen, let me say this. Let
given
me just
given what's said, it's about mothers and children, right?
Oh, I haven't read it. I have to read it.
Well, it's on the screen, right? He says, "Your children will come
Oh,
back from the land of the enemy,"
what
right?
what what which Bible are you reading from?
I'm reading from the NRSV right now, but it's going to read the same in every Bible.
Okay, because I usually read the KJV.
I wouldn't,
Why not?
because it's not a good translation. We know way more about the Hebrew language today than they knew in 1611, and we've got many thousands of more manuscripts in our critical texts than they had in 1611. They had, I think, maybe the second or the third edition of Desiderius Erasmus's critical text, and that was basically it. And then they had one copy of the Masoretic text. I forget if it was the Aleppo Codex or the Leningrad Codex. I think it's probably the Leningrad Codex. And that was their source. Since then, we've discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls. We've discovered thousands of New Testament manuscripts. We've got thousands of additional Egyptian papyri that we've discovered with biblical texts. And we integrate those into our new critical editions that we use for the translations. So we just know more today than they knew in 1611. For example, they didn't know who Asherah was. You know who Asherah is, right?
No.
Oh, Asherah is a Canaanite deity that shows up in the Old Testament all over the place. But in 1611, they didn't know who Asherah was. In fact, a lot of people didn't know who Asherah was until the beginning of the 1900s when George Smith and some others were exploring the East. And then eventually we found the ruins of Ugarit, and we discovered all of the Canaanite literature in Ugarit. And it told us exactly who Asherah was. And then all the Hebrew scholar was like, oh, we were translating these words wrong because we didn't know Asherah was a female deity in the Canaanite pantheon. We had this word that looked similar to the word for tree or wood in Hebrew, but it wasn't the exact same word. We didn't know where it came from. But then we found it in the Ugaritic text. It was exactly the same, and they're like, "Oh shit, Asherah is a deity. It's not a piece of wood." And so Asherah doesn't show up in any of the King James translations, but Asherah shows up in every English translation after the 1900s.
Okay, great. I mean, I could grant you that, but the two examples that you gave really bear no relevance to the message that was given in both the Old and the New Testament. There may have been some textual variants, as you mentioned, but we're talking about relevance here. This Canaanite deity that you, or not deity, but this Canaanite entity that you spoke of, really doesn't mean anything. Now, just because these scholars came from all over the region, King James actually got all of these scholars from all over the region to
Now I know how I know how it was
Okay,
made.
great. So I don't have to drag you through that. Great. And so what I'm saying is the reason why I like the King James is because I can still trace it back through the Strong's Concordance, which is a Hebrew dictionary.
It's not.
And it is.
No, it's
Dr.
not.
Strong's did a great. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. The Strong's Concordance is a concordance of how words are translated in the King James Bible. It is not a concordance for the individual Greek and Hebrew language.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
The Strong's Concordance. Now, what you're talking about? The Strong's Concordance, correct?
I'm very familiar with the Strong's Concordance. Johnny Barrios, thank you for the 666 over Cash App. Big W, Johnny. Good to see you tonight. The Strong's Concordance is a concordance of the King James Bible and how the original languages were used in the King James Bible. An actual lexicon of the Hebrew language, you want to use Gesenius's lexicon, or maybe the Halit lexicon, the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, or my favorite is the Brown Driver Briggs lexicon. But the Strong's is not a lexicon of the language. It's a lexicon of how the language is used in the King James Bible.
Okay, we probably ain't gonna get nowhere with that, but
I think none of this is really important. I don't want to drag this into a King James only debate.
Of course.
I want to demonstrate the folly of the Bible in any translation. So in the book that we have it here, there is a prediction, and the prediction is that the children being taken captive are going to come back to their land, right?
That's what it appears to be. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the way this is going to be used in the book of Matthew doesn't seem to understand what Jeremiah was actually saying. If you go to Matthew chapter 2, verses 17 through 18, when the children were killed in Bethlehem, it says, then what was spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But the prophecy from Jeremiah couldn't have been fulfilled in the kids getting killed in Bethlehem, because the prophecy was about how the children of the Israelites are going to come back after the Babylonian exile.
No, it's an interesting point. I would have to look at this and come back if you would have me, and then maybe we can discuss it. But
I'd love to. You've been very kind, actually.
I'm not gonna argue something that I'm not familiar with. But I mean, are you familiar with some of the prophecies that have come true?
That's actually a really good question. I don't think a single messianic prophecy ever came true, and I know every one of them.
All right, great. So let's go to Psalms chapter 22.
I can't wait. So Psalms 22 is not a prophecy to start with. So maybe we should talk about what a prophecy actually is. What is a prophecy?
A prophecy is a prediction of what's supposed to happen, exactly the way it's supposed to happen, in a prophetic way, in futures time.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so how do you recognize when something is making a prophetic prediction? Like when you're reading a text, what are like the indicators that would let you know that it's making a prophetic prediction?
Some of the things historically that were not taking place at that time. Some of the things that did not actually happen to the individual that's speaking about certain events that's taking place. Never happened to them personally, but is speaking of someone else, obviously. And those are just a few of the indicators I could throw at you.
Well, I think the indicators that I would prefer is if they're making specific claims. So, for example, when this happens, this other thing will happen, or in the future, expect this. Like there needs to be a clear language where the prophet is saying something will happen and it's going to happen later, right? It can't be just any random words on a page, right? Like I can't just flip to any page of the Bible and say, oh, that sounds similar to something else. It must be a prophecy, right?
Right.
Okay, so there needs to be some sort of contextual and grammatical link to being of the genre of a prophecy. So I think we agree there. Now, what we find in Psalm 22 is not that. There's no actual prophecy, at least not in the part that you're going to recite. It's a psalm of David speaking, and he starts out with, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Which he does so in a lot of his psalms, right? So the context is David lamenting his struggle, right?
Prophetically, yeah, he was struggling. He was on the run from King Saul. So, I mean, I guess you can make that connection.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a prophetic utterance. He's just saying, like, hey, I feel like you've forsaken me, God. What gives?
Right.
Right. So
aren't those the words that Christ uttered on the cross, though?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. Like if I utter a psalm on a cross, it doesn't make the psalm automatically a prophecy. So
that's true. But to be fair, okay, to be fair, along with his utterance on the cross, we have other things that took place in this chapter that we're about to go into, which I appreciate you taking the time to do. I would like to hear your explanation for how they parted his garments. That never happened to David, but it happened to Christ.
How do you know it never happened to David?
Because he was on the run from Saul. He never had he never had an incident where.
Have you read the book of Samuel where it says he's going up the mountain completely barefoot?
Yes, but the dogs compassing him about, I'm saying that we have to look at it collectively. We have
Right.
to look at the flow of the text,
So,
okay? And these things happen in chronological order.
so OG, I just want to make sure that I want you to hear what you're saying, right? So we've got a psalm that is purported to be written by David, and he's writing in the first person about himself. And he is saying, my garments have been divided. Now, what you're saying is, well, listen, because when I read the rest of the Old Testament, I don't see that specific thing happening again. Therefore, it couldn't be true. But you wouldn't hold that to any of the other stuff David says in the Psalms. There's a bunch of stuff David says in the Psalms that doesn't actually get recorded in the book of Samuel or the book of Chronicles. So I think that's a bad hermeneutic. You can't say whatever David said about himself in the Psalms wasn't true if I can't see it in the other books.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but I'm saying, like, along with my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Them parting his garments is another point that I'm making. And also in Psalms chapter 22, we see, let's go with verse 13. I'm going to read from your dreaded King James, okay? Is that all right? They gaped upon me, starting with verse 13, Psalms 22, verse 13. They gaped upon me with their mouths as a ravening and roaring lion.
Okay, so
You could document that quickly. I don't want to burn up too much time, but Matthew 27:31, verse 14, back in Psalms, I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax. It melts in the midst of my bowels. And you could document this in Matthew 27, verse 32.
Right. But we know that the New Testament is suggesting that this is a prophecy of Jesus on the cross. Nobody in the second questioning that. We know what the New Testament thinks about it. The question is whether or not. Hold on. The question is whether or not we should take what the New Testament says and actually believe it. And I don't. So it doesn't matter to me that the New Testament says it's a prophecy.
Yeah, I understand that. But the only point that I was making is that this was written 1,000 years before Jesus Christ was even born. Moreover,
but it doesn't make a single prediction.
If I may just land this, okay, I want to hear what you have to say. But if I may just land this for a second. 1,000 years before Jesus was born. Moreover, at least 500 years before the earliest form of crucifixion was even created. The earliest that we got is like 5, maybe 11 something BC. And so I just want to read this quickly. It's only a couple of verses, all right? So please bear with me. My strength is dried up like a posture. Back in Psalms, verse 15. My strength is dried up like my tongue cleaved to my jaws. And you have brought me down to the dust of death. Verse 16. For dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierce my hands and my feet. David was never crucified.
Well, it doesn't say crucified, does it?
Well, I mean, this is what they practiced. They drove steel pegs through your hands and through your
does
feet,
does the text say anyone's getting crucified?
Okay, so let me use this as an example.
It's going to get worse if you don't answer the question.
I thought you were going to be nice, man.
No, I'm going to be nice. I'm saying that if you don't answer the question, you're going to go down a rabbit trail that's going to make you look worse when I give you the reason why it doesn't talk about crucifixion.
Hey, listen, I know you're a smart guy. I don't mind looking bad by a smart guy, okay? But I'm just, what I'm saying is, I'm sorry, repeat the question one more time.
Does the text actually mention crucifixion?
No, not in those words.
Okay, cool. Now, what word in the original language would we expect for actually being pierced? Do you know what it is? It's okay if you don't.
No, I don't.
Okay, so the word we would expect is the word that we find in Zechariah chapter 14, I think verse 10, where we find an actual piercing. It shows up elsewhere in the Bible, but it's dakar in Hebrew. We don't find that in the text. what we find is ka'aru. Now, here's the fun thing with ka'aru. It's not a real Hebrew word. It doesn't exist. It's not real, which is why every translation of this passage has something different in verse, the verse that says about piercing in your King James Bible. So in my translation, it says they bound my hands and my feet. A huge departure. If you go to other translations, some of them will say, like a lion at my hands and my feet. And that's because we've got a textual tradition that reads ka'ari, and ka'ari means like a lion. So let me grab, which one used ka'ari? Was it the Net Bible? So in the Masoretic text, the traditional text of the Bible, it says ka'ari, and ka'ari means like a lion, which is why in the Jewish Publication Society, it says like a lion. And in the Net Bible, it says the same thing. It says, like a lion, they pin my hands and my feet. Now, the question is, how in the world are we getting a translation where one says pierced, one says bound, one says like a lion? These are wildly divergent. It's because the oldest text that we have has a word in it that's not a real Hebrew word. And so this is a copy. Sorry, maybe I can zoom in on this a little. Ooh, make this a little bit bigger. This is a copy of the Nehar Never scroll from the Dead Sea collection. And what you'll find on this scroll, shoot, let me see if I can move this thing over. Can I slide this over? There we go. What you'll find on the scroll, this word here, is a ka'ru. That's not a real word. So it should be, if it was the root word kara, it should be kof, resh, and then you should have the vav. What we have is a weird, we've got a weird aleph inserted into here, which is spelled incorrectly. The next word, yadi, is also spelled incorrectly. This final hey shouldn't be there. So we've got, like, our oldest textual tradition is corrupted. It's got spelling mistakes in it that aren't actual Hebrew words. So every translation of this old text is guessing as to what they thought was actually in the text. And the reason why the Jewish people use like a lion, and the reason why a lot of modern texts say like a lion rather than pierce, is because when copying manuscripts, it's very, very common for a yod to get elongated into a vav. This happens thousands of times in the Hebrew manuscripts, because sometimes the yods had longer tails, and somebody could read it and accidentally make it longer, and before you know it, you've got the wrong word in there because the yod turned into a vav. And the reality of the matter was, a lot of people copying these scrolls couldn't actually read the language. They just learned how to copy the letters. They didn't know what they were copying. So the fact of the matter is, there's no mention of crucifixion here, and the oldest manuscript evidence that we have seems to suggest that it's probably supposed to be like a lion, which shows up elsewhere in the passage. He talks about being surrounded by lions, so it fits the context. Now, here's the crazy thing. The only other thing that this could be, it could be kara. Now, if this word is actually kara, it wouldn't mean pierce either. So what it would mean is they dig at my hands and my feet, which again goes along with the animal imagery. If he's being attacked by a pack of wild dogs and he's holding them off with his hands and my feet, it's going to say that they dig at my hands and my feet. So I don't see anything in this passage about crucifixion, and there's a reason why this wasn't quoted in the New Testament, because the New Testament couldn't actually read Hebrew, and they were reading the Greek text. And it doesn't say anything about piercing in the Greek text either. The Greek text has nothing about a piercing. They say the same thing. They say either they bound my hands and my feet, or they disfigured my hands and my feet, or some say my hands and my feet shriveled. And so there's a reason why it didn't show up in the New Testament, because it just didn't sound like a crucifixion, or else they would have used it. And even Jesus doesn't say that this is a prophecy. He just quotes the Lamentation, because he's saying, I'm suffering just like David is suffering. So that's a lot, and I'm sorry for going on a tangent there.
No worries. This is a very interesting point that you made. And so you gave the example earlier when you were trying to point out to me evolution, when you erased the animal's legs and, you drew a thicker tail, and And you asked me one by one, hey, does that make sense? And I, replied, of course, yes, it does. And so what I'm proposing to you is that when we look at these different things that are happening within this chapter, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Them parting his garments, whether they tied up his hands or pierced his hands or whatever it is that they did. One of the other verses I was going to point out is verse 17. I may tell all my bones, I may tell all my bones, they look and stare upon me.
Mm-hmm.
They part my garments among them and cast lots for my vestures. And so that's what the Roman soldiers did. They cast lots for Jesus's clothing at the cross.
That's what everybody did in the ancient world when somebody was captured in war.
Well, hey, that's great. But when was King David captured in war?
King David was on the run quite a few times.
But when was he captured?
When was he actually held hostage? We don't really see a situation in which he's literally held hostage. But
Okay,
it's
so
also
that's fair
true.
enough.
But it's also true that he was never literally surrounded by lions or bulls either, right? So,
Of course, it could be a figure of speech.
at some point you have to give David a little bit of literary license to describe his punishment. His heart wasn't literally melting like wax. Like he's using a lot of metaphors in the passage. I think
I agree.
it's weird to get
Hey,
to verse
listen.
17 and think, but here's the biggest problem though, right? What you're suggesting is that what David is saying must be a prophecy because something similar happened to Jesus later. But that's just not how prophecies work. If that's the case, there's hundreds of prophecies I can say that I fulfilled because something similar happened to me. For example, I had my feet and one of my hands pierced with nails before during construction accidents. Does that mean that I fulfilled Psalm 22?
You work construction, huh? All right.
I did construction when I was younger. When I was a young man.
All right. Well, listen, man, I love you. God loves you. And I hope that at some point, man, I listened to your testimony today. I heard what happened to you as a child. And, I really don't want you to find out the hard way how wrong you are. And with that brain of yours, man, hopefully you'll consider maybe God will reveal himself to you in some form or fashion, and maybe you'll consider otherwise before it's too late. Okay.
Well, I could be convinced to believe in some kind of a God. I'll never be convinced to believe in the biblical God because the biblical God just is hopelessly contradictory.
Well, you know what? Maybe I'll come back and we'll have another discussion some other time about some of these contradictions of yours. Okay.
Sure. Sounds good.
All right, brother. All right. Take care of yourself. all
Take
right?
care. Thanks for being cordial.
Absolutely, brother. Take care. Yep.
Hey, MOG was a good guy, actually. So in the world of theism debates, it's nice to run into some of them that are actually nice, like, even if we don't agree. All right, let me grab a couple super chats, guys. I'm so sorry that I'm backed up on super chats. I'm just doing the best I can, right? Adam says, how much to make this news fest of a guest go away? Well, unfortunately, I was using the Pegasus. Like if you send a Pegasus on TikTok, I'll be willing to go to the next guest. We don't really have an alternative to a Pegasus on YouTube, but sorry, it is what it is. Maybe we'll come up with something. Steve says, new here, but so far Christians seem immune to facts and have terrible evidence when pressed. Have you ever encountered a decent Christian argument? Not much. Here's the thing. Thank you for the crane angel. So I was a Christian for 20 years. I did apologetics. Like I already know all the arguments. So like I'm not really convinced by most of the arguments. Like I don't find any of them convincing. If they were, I would be a believer. But I think when it comes to Christian apologetics, I think it's hopelessly lost. The best you could ever do is convince somebody that there is a creator, but certainly not the biblical creator. Sayla says that intellect is as sharp as an eraser. Oh boy. LA Silver Surfer is hype up in here. Thank you so much, Silver Surfer. I appreciate that. Big W for supporting the channel continually. And Dr. Pizza, good to see you tonight, says these people will do anything to not read the book. Imagine debating the contents of any other book without reading it. Yeah, at least Alaskaz was willing to read the book with me. That Phil bro, I think Ryan was his name, did not want to read the book. He didn't want to do it. Listen, guys, we got almost 1,300 people in here on YouTube and 800 something people on TikTok. If you like debates and you haven't already dropped me a follow, what are you waiting for? We debate 3 nights a week. We have great conversations. We have various topics, although this is probably our main topic. So drop a follow, join our Discord, and become a member of the community. Navy says, when he was trying to run over Justin with philosophy jargon, he was very confident. Now, when discussing the book of his religion, he's not so sure. Yeah, that's the problem with trying to rationalize your religion with philosophy, because it doesn't matter what you can philosophize into existence. If it doesn't match what is in that book, it's all wrong. You got to go back to the drawing board. Dr. Pizza says, would Ryan be my concubine under the Old Testament laws? I don't know. I don't know. Somehow I don't think he'll want to be. And Jeet says, bruh, disrespecting us by talking to us with his eating hole. People get really offended when I talk about their God, and I get it. It makes them uncomfortable. They get that fight or flight mode going. Good to see you tonight, Fierce Interaction. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I love it when you cook contortionists. Praise Doug. Hail Doug, the Rock of Ages, the firm foundation. And Steven says, the clever 18-year-old doesn't know when to quit. Yeah, listen, a lot of us were stubborn at 18. It took me time to learn to know when to quit and to throw in the towel. I don't know if I had that at 18. I'll give him a pass. I think at 18 he was doing okay. A lot of us were young and overconfident and stupid and exhibiting the Dunning-Kruger effect at 18. At least I think I'm pretty sure I was. So I want to give that 18-year-old all the charity in the world, because at least he was coming up to test his theories, whereas a lot of 18-year-olds won't. They just want to go into the echo chamber. Dr. Pizza says the Old Testament times were wacky, slavery was fun, hymens were stronger, and gods had to bend the social norms of a bunch of goat herders. You nailed it. And I haven't done this because we kind of got away from the apologetic of the Hebrew hymens being different from non-Hebrew hymens, but I did actually prepare an emoji, an emote or emoji for TikTok and YouTube that I don't know if I actually put it on, but it's a Hebrew hymen emoji. Let me know if we need to release a Hebrew hymen emoji for when we do the Deuteronomy 22 debate. Novel says, Justin, can you summarize why the new covenant is BS? I notice the Christians who love to say this also don't throw out the 10 commandments. Yeah, so the idea is that they want to say, well, the laws were done away with, right? But then immediately when you get to, okay, well, the laws no longer apply, they want to start adding them in there. No. We don't mean the laws in the 10 commandments. And then they'll bend themselves into a pretzel saying, well, obviously he didn't mean those laws. He only meant the ceremonial laws. But he didn't say that. And there's a lot of laws that they want to get rid of that are not ceremonial, like stoning the person who violates the Sabbath, stoning the woman who commits adultery. They want to get rid of those moral laws, just not the ones in the 10 commandments. So they're squirming. That's the best they can do, right? And Keegan, thank you for the 666, is why does divine communication always reflect the prevailing morality and specific understanding of the specific time period in which it occurs? And that's a great question. W666, Hail Nero. The fact of the matter is, when the Bible makes moral pronouncements, they're only as good as the people living in that time period. And that should tell you everything you need to know, which is that these morals are not objective. They're not coming from God. They're coming from men. And men opinions, the mankind opinion on morals change over time, which is why the Bible changes. Pat says, don't you think if God is all-knowing and all-powerful that he would understand a woman's anatomy? Shit, didn't God magically make a woman with a rib? You nailed it, Pat. If God created women, he should know how the hymen works, and he doesn't, because this was written by a bunch of ancient goat herders. Oh, we grabbed that one already. Princess, thank you for gifting out a Deconstruction Zone membership. I appreciate that. And Angel and Miss Michelle over in the TikTok comments, thank you so much for the cranes. And we've got Dr. Joe in the house tonight, guys. Dr. Joe, send yourself a comment. Let everyone know you're here so they can follow you. Dr. Joe is a great friend of the channel, and she's got a real earned doctorate, not a fake Christian Life University doctorate like Joyce Meyer. Larry Beck says, do you have a degree from Le Cordon Bleu? Pretty work. I don't have a culinary degree, but I would love to. Oh, we've got Sarah in the house.
Hello.
Great to see you, Sarah.
Oh, you too.
I was just grabbing a couple super chats, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. Good timing. We've got some people. We had a bunch of people on YouTube. Now we've got a bunch of people on TikTok. So you came just in time to grab some of our TikTok guests. Ben says, what is your opinion on the Passion of the Christ? To me, Jesus was getting his butt kicked, and Mel made the Jews look bad. Did they really use whips? Yeah, they did. The cat of nine tails was pretty rough. And here's the thing. What the Bible says about the Jewish people is way worse than what Mel Gibson did. Way worse. Mel Gibson's view of the Jewish people, according to that movie, comes from the Bible. Read the book of John and see what it says about the Jews. The gospel authors are constantly degrading the Jews. It's almost like the people writing it weren't even Jews. And Noah Lions 8 Dead Babies in Ark says, did you have WPW or long QT? I don't know. I know those are medical terms because you're a nurse, and I don't know if I know what WPW mean. But you're referring to my heart condition, and the heart condition I had, I can describe because I always forget the name of it. But essentially, when you're in the womb, there's like a passageway between ventricles in your heart that allows it to function. And then when you're out of the womb, that hole closes up. Usually it closes in about 2 weeks. Mine didn't. Mine took about 10 years to close up. So what happened was my heartbeat was irregular, and sometimes it was prone to mechanical lockup. And so it would stop working. That being that, let's get our next guest in the house. We've had Matt waiting to get in. Let's grab Matt.
Hello.
Welcome in, Matt. How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing very well. How about you, Jay?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Matt, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am a believer and I am 19.
Okay, cool. And which God do you believe in?
Well, we talked a little while ago. I don't know. Well, short recap. We agreed on cyclic cosmology. We agreed on the effectiveness of methodological naturalism to uncover truths about the universe. We agree on evolution and all these things. And well, I think you remember some of the reductio ad absurdums you shot at me, the marker god, the snowflake gods. And yeah, I think to continue from where we left last time, I think Platonic forms are really the thing to zero in on here.
Sure. I mean, I gotta be honest. So when I was a young Christian, I started reading Plato and Aristotle. And when I got to forms, that's when I decided that I don't think that I really care too much about what they're saying, because I don't think that forms exist.
Okay. Yes, I think you told me about this. Yes. But
did he clarify which God he believes in?
Many gods. I believe in snowflake gods. Well, more like snowflake fairies.
All of them.
A marker god, that would be the god of writing. That would be Thoth. Sort of an eclectic polytheist.
Yeah, you're like somewhere between polytheism and pantheism, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, Sarah's a god. Praise the goddess Sarah.
Well, there is a god of humanity. That's Ammon. And there's a reflection of that in each of us. So to that extent, sure. And there is a goddess of beauty. There's also plenty of that in Sarah.
Big W.
And in you, Justin. And in you.
I'll take it. Okay, so the question is, it sounds to me like you're going to make an argumentation for transcendentals.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, forms. Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I use the word transcendental because that's just nowadays that seems to be the lingo. But I think you and I agree that forms are transcendental, right?
Yes. Yes. So I guess this is one of the things where I don't know which one of us the burden of proof lies on, whether forms exist or not.
I know.
Okay, tell me.
Okay, so when claiming something exists that people can't actually observe, the burden of proof is always on the thing or the person claiming that it exists, right? Because it's outside of the ordinary observation, right? So if I said to you, there's an airplane outside, well, no one cares about that burden of proof. It's likely that there is an airplane outside. But if I said there's actually an alligator that's flying around my house right now, well, now I got a big burden of proof on me because that's not something that one would expect, right? So for me, when someone is claiming that there are things that exist that you can't see, you can't touch, you can't validate through experiments, that's when I would say, cool, what's the evidence for that?
Okay, this is, I guess I have to cite the title of an infamous song. What is love?
Baby, don't hurt me.
Don't hurt me, no. Okay, but yeah, what is that?
Well, I mean, you came at a good time. We've got an actual physiologist with us, and love is, as far as I can tell, is just a neurochemical reaction in the body, right, Sarah?
It is. Yep. We can see in the brain where it occurs. We can watch it change. We can even give you certain chemicals or stimulate parts of the brain so that you feel it.
I mean, that makes perfect sense. But what I would say is the same, well, this actually gets really good to my point. You can induce it, correct? Chemically.
Yes.
Okay. And that would mean that there is some commonality across different human brains, different individual brains.
Of course. I mean,
okay.
Brains, humans have lots of physiology in common with each other. And human
Absolutely.
eyeballs are very similar to other human eyeballs.
I would say those things having a concrete difference, you know, your body is not the same as my body, but there are abstract commonalities between them.
There are concrete commonalities between them too.
Sure, but I guess what I mean when I say abstract is maybe it's not the exact same molecule, as in how do I
Our
explain it?
DNA is very, very similar, but it is not precisely the same.
Yes, I guess I should use the word atoms. We have the same molecular structures in our bodies, but the specific atoms are completely different. And further than that, oh my God, yes, I wanted to take it to the ship of Theseus.
I love the ship of Theseus.
I can't. Let's go. Okay,
I love it. I love it.
We're gonna have fun with this.
Also,
the atoms in our bodies.
Not to overwhelm you, Matt, but we also had a medical doctor that wanted to get in on the conversation.
I love it. I love it. No, bring it on.
We're not.
I'm not going to disagree.
We're not trying to cook you. We're all just interested in the conversation.
No, believe me, I absolutely love it. I am here for the cookout, and the more the merrier. So yeah, with the ship of Theseus, my understanding is that maybe the doctor can help me with this. Every single atom in our bodies is replaced over a certain amount of time, and yet we're we are who we are, and that would seem to imply that there's a form to us that's, you know, separate from the discrete atoms, the discrete matter in our bodies. Like if the matter that makes us up can change. Oh, sorry.
Em, you're a little quiet right now.
Can you hear me now?
It's still pretty quiet.
I'm talking right into the mic.
No, not you, Matt. Sorry.
Oh.
The person on top of you goes by the name.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah, thanks, Em.
Okay.
I
was saying that this
apologize.
is something
it's
I
the
struggle
guy
with too.
It's the guy with the cool voice.
Thank you. But yeah, I struggle with this too. Like, the fact that, like, I thought about this all the time. Like, if our consciousness is purely derived from our brain, then if we do a thought experiment in which we replicate a brain entirely again, and we have two perfect copies of a brain, down to the DNA, down to the anatomy, down to everything, the connections between the different parts of the brain, you would still not have the same exact consciousness in both of them. You would have two different consciousnesses, experiencing two different. That is something I struggle with too. So I have no answer for you.
Can we briefly touch on the split brain experiments?
Go ahead.
Okay, in the 60s, they did split brain experiments where they severed the tie between the two different lobes in order to prevent people from having seizures. And what they discovered is that people lost control over their own will, and one side of their body started contradicting the other side of their body. It's like they developed two separate wills. And my favorite description from one of the participants in the studies, he said they would give them tasks. Try doing a task with your left hand and then try and do it with your right hand. A lot of times they couldn't do it. They could do it with one hand, but not the other. But then they would say, okay, try doing a task with both hands. And the task was buttoning up a shirt because you need both hands to do it. And the guy doing the task couldn't do it. He said, I actually could not do it. One hand was trying to button it while the other hand was trying to unbutton it. Because his two split lobes developed two different personalities that were in conflict of each other, which seems to be suggestive that consciousness is a derivative of the brain, not the other way around.
Yeah,
because you have the two lobes of the brain. They communicate with each other via fibers coming again from the corpus callosum and the cerebellum, etc. They plan specifically the motions that you have. So if you have problems within any of the specific parts of the brain which regulate and plan the motions that occur, for example, you have parts of the brain which are the motor association areas which specifically plan the actions which you're going to take. Any problems that happens within them is going to cause you to develop symptoms which prevent you from, again, coordinating your movements, or would cause you to, again, being unable to carry out the plans that are set by your brain. So if you plan to, for example, go ahead and pick up a cup, you're not going to be able to execute the plans that your brain has set up because of these problems that you're going to have in your brain.
Like I think I understand this, and I do appreciate the explanation. It's always fun to have a recap on science stuff, but I don't think it attacks the form argument at all. As a matter of fact.
Sorry. Let's get back to the form argument. I apologize. I got distracted by science. We had Sarah and Em here, and I just I got geeked out for a second.
We love it. We love it. No, it's fine. It's more than fine. But I think it does get to the argument that when you, for example, cut the corpus callosum, well, as you stated this before, you're not creating matter, you're not destroying matter, but what you are doing is changing the form of something.
The structure?
The problem that arises. Yeah, the problem
yes,
that
the
arises.
Structure. The arrangement of the matter. That's a way to think about form. Form is arrangement of matter.
I don't know if you and I then are thinking of the word form in the same way. So, like,
I don't think we are.
In classical philosophy, the idea of a form would be like this: because my pen exists, my pen is a representation of the pen form, meaning there's a transcendental pen form out in the universe, and this is a copy of that form manifested.
Right. Yes. This is where, well, Aristotle and myself disagree with Plato. We think forms are in the objects.
I agree that.
In the things themselves. Okay. And well, if there's in that sense, a form of love, why couldn't we personify and worship and, revere that and have rituals to that?
Can I ask a clarifying question real quick?
Yeah.
So when we were talking about if we change the physical structure of your brain, who you are changes, right? So we know that your physical structure, if I alter that, I alter your consciousness, I alter who you are.
Right.
And so are you saying that I can physically alter your body and that is simultaneously altering your deeper form? And
Your soul, yes.
So by changing your physical body, I am changing your soul?
Yes.
So how are that? It seems like there is no real distinction then, like that the soul is just the same thing as the physical. If I can change your soul by changing your physical matter.
Well, you said the key word just earlier. You said structure. If you were to change the structure of my body, that would change my soul.
Why?
If you were to just swap out one carbon atom for another, that wouldn't change my soul.
Do you think souls are physical things?
I don't know if structures are purely physical.
Yeah, that is what I'm talking about. When I say structure, it is physical.
Yeah, I mean, I guess structures exist.
Well, then I don't know what you mean by
structures
structure.
manifest in the physical world. Yeah, like sure, I can't think of structures without physical stuff.
Can I ask a clarifying question then? Can you think of a form that isn't material?
No, I can't.
Okay, so you're a materialist then?
I wouldn't say that, because I think forms exist. Like I think there's
immaterial
an
forms
emergent
exist?
layer to the material. I think there are. Yeah, you can't believe in forms and be a materialist. I don't think.
Wait, if it's something you have to believe in, then it's not physical.
Yeah, well, you'd have to. There are Heracliteans and solipsists and nominalists, and they sort of, from my understanding, maybe I'm strawmanning them. From my understanding, they disregard structure as either constructs of the brain or illusions of the brain or social conventions. And I think there's a metaphysical quality to structure. Yes, that's the word. It's metaphysical, which is not separate from the physical. But
so my understanding of when most people describe the metaphysical reality, to me, I treat the metaphysical reality similar to the way that I would treat forms, like classical transcendental forms, not physical forms. So to me, like when someone says that it's metaphysical, I don't know if that means anything to me, because like we would first have to demonstrate that metaphysical things exist, and I don't know if we can do that. We can kind of describe them in philosophy by saying that they're true by necessity, but I don't think that we have any completely immaterial things that we can say are true by necessity.
I guess we can think of it like there are layers of emergence. You have atoms, and then those have their own rules and nuclear physics and all that. And then they start playing with each other, and you get chemistry, and then chemistry gets weird, and you get biology, and then biology gets really, really weird, and you get anthropology and sociology. And feels like at every layer of that, you're almost playing by different rules. But there are rules.
I don't think
No,
they're
you're
different.
not playing by different rules.
No?
No.
You don't think we interact with each other differently than electrons and protons do?
I'm so glad you mentioned that. So my,
Okay, let's go.
So my background is in electrical engineering. Before I
That's
went to
good. Okay.
Bible college and seminary, and so when we talk about electrons and protons, we're actually talking about particle science. So the flow of electricity is basically just the flow of unstable, charged particles. So
Yeah.
it's just it's another form of atomic theory. We're talking about the same thing. It just happens to be like a subset of physics. Just like biology would be a subset of physics. It's talking about physical things, but specifically biological reproducing things, whereas electricity isn't necessarily reproducing.
Right, but when you speak of attraction in physics, it's not the same as attraction in biology.
Yeah. The atoms in your human body are behaving the way that atoms behave, no matter where those atoms are.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, but the level of complexity means that there are new, what would you call it? Situations that arise, new.
I think you're
templates of analysis.
Making a mistake by connecting, like you're looking at the human, like at biology, which is something that is not at the level or the size or the structure of electrons and stuff, and then saying, why does this fully grown or this gigantic living organism not behaving in the same way that this electron is? When you look at the
Sorry,
the
I feel like
physiology
to clarify.
Go ahead.
I'm not necessarily asking why these things work differently. I think I know why this emergence, but
the point is that they don't.
I'm using it to. Sorry.
They don't work differently.
Right. The atom in your body works like the atom anywhere else. Mm-hmm. Like they're still governed by the same principles.
I guess.
And when you mention attraction in biology still applies.
Why do we have different?
It still applies on the atomic level.
I'm sorry. What's that, Matt?
Like what? Why wouldn't? If you had Richard Dawkins and Roger Penrose having a debate about biology on whatever matter, obviously Richard Dawkins would wipe the floor. And if they were having a debate about physics, Penrose would wipe the floor. If we can develop expertises and specialize into these fields separately, at some degree, the way we're analyzing them is different.
That doesn't mean that they're following different rules. Like the laws of physics. So I'm a physiologist, but I have to still understand the laws of physics to be able to do my job. Like the laws of physics that a physicist would understand still apply to everything that I'm doing. Like we may specialize in different areas of science, but that doesn't mean they're contradictory or different.
I completely agree. I think I guess this gets to the heart of the matter. I'm not saying that they're contradictory or even separate. Just like I'm not saying that forms are separate from the world. I'm saying that the world, even if it's material, can be analyzed in many different ways, fruitful ways, effective ways. And one of those is through forms. And mathematics is one of the ways we can study forms. Logic is one of the ways we can study forms. I think literature is one of the ways we can study forms. And the profundity of literature for our emotions. Sorry.
But Matthew, in your worldview, everything is a form. So the word form kind of loses all meaning if everything is a form.
Everything has a form. Yeah, sure, but different forms are different.
You have not explained any way that the form is different from your physical self.
Right, because it sounds like what you're describing is materialism.
I'm saying forms are a different way to analyze.
Wait, is it a method or is it a thing? Did you say if form is a way you analyze something?
Well, it's like saying arteries. Are arteries a thing? Or why don't we just spell out the whole molecular structure of the artery and write a mathematical equation for the shape of it, for the topology of it?
You do.
Or we can just call it an artery. It's like, sure, we can...
You do that.
Exactly. We can just call it an artery because we're operating at a different level of analysis. We're not going to describe the mathematical structure and the chemical structure if we can just use artery as a shortcut.
It is something you do.
But the point being, you're still
Yes, but
describing
not
all
in,
of these
but it's
physical
also something we
things.
do to call it an artery.
Yeah. So listen, Matt, it sounds to me like what you're describing is that you're an atheist that believes in materialism and you don't know it yet.
I used to be an atheist that believes in materialism.
Okay.
I wouldn't call myself an atheist.
Listen,
I don't think you can speak of gods, make rituals to gods,
right.
structure your life around the worship of gods, and call yourself an atheist.
Right. Listen, Matt, you're delightful to talk to, but I don't know if the conversation is going to end on anywhere substantive for the audience. So I think we're going to have to move on to the next guest. But as always, thanks for being kind and cordial. You're a delightful person to talk to. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Justin. And you are too. And I would just like to say everyone in this room is a very delightful person to talk to. You, Sarah, you, Em, you, Justin. I love everyone here, and we have we tussle around, but it's all in good fun.
I agree.
All right.
Thanks, Matt.
I love you guys. Bye-bye. Good luck to the next person.
W, Matt.
By the way, fun fact, Justin. We use the same math that you use to measure the impedance of wires and etc. on arteries.
Yes,
same exact math.
Exactly. Yeah. The formulas for impedance. It doesn't care what the substance is. It always works. It's delightful. But I'm glad you mentioned that. Eventually we're going to have to integrate more science into these live streams because it's so much fun. Randy Wilson, thank you for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships, and Randy for the $5 super thanks. I really appreciate that. We're going to get our next guest in here. They've been waiting in the queue for quite some time. Sometimes that happens. I apologize. Tyler says, you've gotten me addicted to strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper Zero. This should be the holy wine of Dougian community. I agree. If Doug has a drink, it is the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper Zero, or maybe the new orange cream Coke Zero. It's delicious.
Ew.
Sorry. Jay Corling says, if something is moral because God says so, there's no moral standing other than capriciousness. Therefore, it makes it subjective. Exactly. That's the result of the Euthyphro dilemma. And holy shit, Jan Quinn, thank you for gifting 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Huge win. Appreciate that. And Cranky, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Holy shit. It says, LOL, one thing I learned early is not to try to argue about shit I don't know anything about. This last guy never learned that in his 18 years or whatever. Keep cooking. Justin, good. Ali, I can't say that. Ali Hail Doug. Ali, oh yeah, Hail Doug. There we go. Oh yeah, Hail Doug. We need something for Doug, like an Ali Lou Doug, or something to roll off the tongue for the cult of Doug, you know? All right, let's get our next guest in here. Guys, if you're not following Sarah or M, like you're not doing TikTok right. I don't know what's wrong with you. So drop Sarah and M a follow. And if you like debates, drop me a follow. If you've been in this room watching these debates, go ahead and drop me a follow. I really appreciate it.
Definitely not.
Okay, so we already...
This is going to be fun.
Yeah, we got a live one.
What's up?
We got a live one. So we already know that you're a Christian because, I mean, obviously the name and the cross. So I don't think we... Oh, well, I guess you came to the wrong place then.
Yeah, sarcasm.
So are you older than 12? Because you sound like a child.
Actually, I sound more masculine than you.
That's not true. It sounds like he's 12.
I'd like to
what year were you born?
I'd like to debate on
what year were you born,
what's it
child?
called again? Actually, I was born in 97, so.
Oh, you were born in 97?
Yeah.
Who was the president in 1985?
Yeah, so I'd like to
What
debate on
what's the W2?
what's up. I don't know.
You
That'll do
child.
it.
Yeah. If you don't know what W2 is, you're not
Is
an
that like
adult.
an MTV thing?
Oh my god. Get out of here, child.
No, wait, dude, it's Meek. No, I want to debate.
What on earth?
Not even old enough to debate. There's no way that kid was 18. He's not 18. All right, well, let's keep it moving. We're gonna get Leslie in the box, and Pat, big W for the super chat, says the kind of results that God, as supreme being, gets from his work is petty and weak. Any decently run universe, this God would have been out on his all-powerful holy ass. I agree. If there's an all-powerful, all-knowing God that created this universe, I have got serious questions about his or her or its competency. But Leslie, welcome in. Leslie? I think Leslie accidentally requested up. We'll fix that real quick. If you didn't accidentally request up, it's okay. We'll get you back here when you re-request. All right, Sicario, we're going to grab next, and Dexter, thank you for the super chat. Says God's signature looks like kids with bone cancer. You nailed it. Yes, the designing feature of the universe. I think we can boil down to child bone cancer. Sicario, how you doing?
Hi.
Welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah?
Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm over 18.
And are you a believer?
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I believe there's one God.
Does it have a name?
His name is Jesus. Yeah,
Okay,
Jesus.
so you're a Christian. Cool. Okay. What would be the best evidence or most convincing argument for the Christian God?
I would say, first of all, morality.
Oh boy.
Then the way things are, like cosmos and all of that.
Okay, so I mean, we can't do two arguments at once. Pick your favorite argument, and we'll do that argument first.
Let's go to morality.
Morality? Okay, so
Yeah.
can you lay down the moral argument for me, your approach to it? How does morality get you to God?
In the sense that morality can't be relative.
Why not?
Among men. It can be relative among men.
Why can't
like
it?
among us men. So like there have to be someone or something.
Well, try this again. Sicario, we know what you said. We asked you a question about what you said. You're saying that morality can't be subjective. You said relative, but really you mean subjective. I'm asking you why.
Yeah, subjective.
Why can't it be subjective?
Because if it's subjective, then you have your own morality and you are right. And I have my own morality and I am right. So who is wrong?
Well, everybody has their own opinion on what is morally correct and what is morally incorrect. And there is no objective right and wrong in my worldview. So
I'll give you an example.
We already know the example. We've had this discussion. Okay, so if you're saying there is an objective moral, like an objective moral code, where can I find it?
It has to come from what created us.
Right, but where can I find the objective morals?
It's given.
It's what?
And it's in the Bible,
Given?
in the Holy Scriptures.
Okay, so the Bible. Okay, so all of the laws and the commands in the Bible from God are good. Then God wouldn't give a bad moral commandment, right?
You see, the thing is, we look at things from our own our
But
own eyes or our own point of view.
listen, Sicario, I know you want to talk. I want you to talk. But when I ask you easy yes or no questions, I just need you to say yes or no before you talk. So,
Okay?
does God give any bad moral commands or laws?
That's what I'm trying to say again.
It's just a yes or no.
If he gives, it can't be a yes or no, direct answer. That's what I'm trying to explain. If he gives, if it comes from God, in God's eyes, there is no, in his own eye, there is no wrong, because there is no evil or darkness in God. So
So it sounds like the
no.
answer is yes.
So yes,
Everything that God commands is good.
yes.
Okay. Now, do objective morals change over time, or are they good for all time? So, was it okay to murder last week, but not okay to murder next week?
From who? Is it from God?
Yeah, we're talking about objective. By definition, can objective morals change?
It can change.
So then they're not objective.
It doesn't change the fact if it's objective.
What?
So how
If you
does
get my point.
something that's objectively good change?
It can. Let me try and give an example. Yeah. So if God says you should do something, yeah, and you basically do it, if you follow in its own obedience, then you have done no wrong in his eyes. You get. Just for an example, if I go and I kill a man, in your own eyes, you might think, okay, I've done wrong. You get. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Not a clue. Was there ever a time where slavery was morally good?
No.
Oh, cool. So there was never a time in which owning a person as property was a good thing.
No.
Okay, so when God said that you can own property, he said something bad.
When did God says you can own a slave?
Oh, well, I guess today's the day you learn. So in Leviticus 22, he says, "As for the male and female slaves you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property." In fact, in the Hebrew text, it says forever, le'olam. It says, "These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness." So he says you're going to buy and sell slaves as property for life. That's slavery.
But that's the Old Testament.
I'm aware.
Just the way.
So we'll try this again. My initial question was there ever a time, hold on, Sicario. My question was there ever a time in which owning another human being as property was morally good? And you said no. Now I'm showing you a spot in the Bible where God says you can own human beings as property, and you're going to are you going to change your previous response, or so then there was a time in which it was morally good to own slaves.
So why did God deliver the people the Israelites out of Egypt?
Because
they were slaves.
Because they were his slaves. He wanted his
Not
slaves.
His slaves. His chosen people.
Wrong again. He says it in the same chapter we're reading just now. Yep, I'll read it to you. I know you haven't read it. "If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children..."
Just
listen. "They and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property." And why is that? "For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt." They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. So God is freeing his people from bondage, and they are bound to him. They're his servants. It's a property dispute.
Did we lose him?
I'm sure he's trying to figure out how to unmute himself, if I had to guess. I
Hello?
don't know why they're so eager to talk over the reading of the Bible.
You just skip the part where it says you can't have them as slaves.
If they're Hebrews,
Who are the Hebrews?
God's people, the descendants of Abraham from Ever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now he's saying you shouldn't take the Hebrew men and make them slaves. They should serve as bound laborers for a time period. The problem is he says in the same breath, of the foreigners, you can make foreigners slaves. Those you can own as slaves.
Hmm?
Oh, jeez.
We just read it. I'll read it again. I know. But just put your listening ears on. So he says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These are foreigners. Foreigners are allowed to be taken as slaves.
So did they change it? Is it before he rescued them from the Egyptians
This is after.
or after?
He's already freed
This is
them
after.
from. He's already freed them from the Egyptians, and he says, "Now that I've got you out here, I'm going to give you all the laws, and the laws include owning slaves." And God says in Deuteronomy, on like 7 different occasions, that this law is forever. These are not temporary laws; these are permanent laws.
It's not forever. So why do you have the New Testament?
Well,
See,
the
it's
New
just the way.
the New
It's
Testament
just the way.
the New Testament is contradictory in the laws because Jesus said that not a letter is going to pass away from the law until all is accomplished and the heaven and the earth pass away. And he says, so whoever teaches the law and does the law will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever teaches others to not follow the law will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So according to Jesus' own words, following the law is a good thing. But even if it was temporary, there's no reason why God should have allowed it for 1,500 years.
Let's see. Did God allow people to kill in the Old Testament?
Yeah, there are a lot of occasions where God gave permission to kill.
That's what I'm saying. In God's eyes, that's what I'm saying. In a man's eyes, yeah, we look right. We seem righteous. Do you understand my point?
Not a clue.
Just like the way God rescued his people from the Egyptians.
So the question...
I think he's making the argument that he's okay with committing atrocities as long as his God commands it. Because we as humans, apparently we can't tell right from wrong because we're just using our human eyes.
Right. I think that's actually...
But if God commands you to do it, anything is permissible.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, so Sicario, I want to make sure we're understanding your point correctly. Are you saying that anything God commands is inherently the moral thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so
there it is.
If God said, Sicario, I want you to, go down to the local grade school, and I want you to take all the children out of class and then tie them up behind the bus and just drag them behind the bus until the meat falls off their bone. Would that be the right thing to do?
That's what I'm saying again. In God's heart.
It's just yes or no.
Yes.
Answer the question.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
what a sick POS.
No, listen.
What a sick POS.
Listen.
Oh my gosh.
Listen.
Wow, that's
Let me ask you a
crazy. You need to be locked up. You're dangerous. And people always ask me, Justin, why do you do these debates when you don't believe in God? Because people like Sicario exist in the real world and they think anything God says is good, which means you have to bite the bullet and admit that slavery was okay, that stoning women that don't bleed on their wedding nights are okay, that if a man rapes a woman, it's okay as long as he pays the bride price afterwards.
No,
you have
not
to
okay.
you have to bite a million different
rape?
bullets. Yep. Deuteronomy 22:28.
Come on.
You want me to read it to you?
Listen, you see, you can't compare. Why is there the New Testament for grace?
The New Testament doesn't say
in the Old Testament.
The New Testament.
In the Old Testament.
Listen, if the New Testament gets Sicario, listen, if the New Testament gets rid of the law, that doesn't make it better. It makes it worse.
It doesn't get rid of the law.
Just listen to my words.
It changes.
Just stop talking. If the New Testament gets rid of the laws, it means I can own as many slaves as I want. If the New Testament gets rid of the laws, it means I can steal. If the New Testament gets rid of the laws, it means I don't have to follow any of the laws anymore. So you're not making it better by saying the New Testament got rid of the laws.
Again, like I said, the New Testament doesn't change all the Old Testament laws.
Okay, well, which laws did it change?
Just like the way, okay, I'll ask you a question. Before they had the commandments.
You can't answer a question with a question. Which laws are being changed?
There are a lot of laws that were changed.
Which ones?
The dietary laws in
Where?
the Old Testament.
Yeah, Mark chapter 7. Mm-hmm. According to Mark. According to Mark.
Mm-hmm. Then idolatry. Oh, sorry, adultery. It was changed.
Yep, Jesus did adjust the adultery law based on what we find in the book of Malachi. Say that again?
Baptism.
But there's no law of baptism in the Old Testament.
There was a particular way they had to be baptized in the Old Testament.
There was not. Nope.
Yeah, under Moses, they had to be baptized in the sea, under a cloud.
Nope.
Check it.
It's not there.
Yeah.
It's not there.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's
okay,
not.
In the Old Testament, were they baptized with the Holy Spirit?
They weren't baptized in the Old Testament. The only people that that were forced to take ritual baths were the Levites because they were
Moses didn't baptize in the Old Testament?
No.
Come on, bro.
Show it to me. The only people who ever had to take baths were the priests because they had to enter the Holy of Holies. There's no baptism in the Old Testament. If there's baptism in the Old Testament, I'll be glad to eat my own words, but I've never seen one. We need to hit him with 1 Timothy, maybe.
Oh my God, I can't. It's just...
The old picture of morality.
Right. All right. So then where can I find the baptism in the Old Testament? And he's gone again.
He has no idea.
He has no idea. I know.
I would love to know if he claims that he has read the whole Bible or not.
Oh, I bet he hasn't. But I bet he'll say he did.
No.
Sicario, have you read the whole Bible?
No.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Have you read the whole Bible?
Yep.
And?
I've read the whole Bible.
Yep, and it's hopelessly contradictory.
And you still think, see, your question is okay, your statement is your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong.
That's what we're waiting for. Can you prove that your God is not imaginary?
Now, my question is to you is...
Well, then what are we doing?
How is it? Like, you have to prove to me, like...
Is the tooth...
Tell me something.
Well, first of all, we can disprove your God easy because your God wrote a book that is supposedly inerrant, but is full of errors. You want to see some of them?
It's full of errors. Okay, give me.
Yeah, okay. So let's go to some of the easiest errors, and we can work our way up to the more complex errors. Does that sound like a fair deal?
If you want to give me error, please don't give me typo error, something like that, or all those names or age of kings or whatever.
Why
Give
are
me
those
like
not errors? How do you know what the difference is between hold on, Sicario. How do you know what is an error versus what is a typo, and how could you possibly know that there was an original text where this error didn't exist when we don't have the text?
Like I said, if you want to give me an error, yeah, it has to be like a statement of contradiction.
Yeah,
like you get.
We got it.
If
Yep.
you give me like age of a king that's maybe so age, because most people do that a lot. Like I don't take that as a contradiction.
So it's cool if God gets the details wrong. It's fine if the details are wrong. Is that what you're saying?
Men by the will of God wrote this book. So it's
Doubtful.
did you read the Bible in English or in Hebrew or
I read
in
it in
Spanish?
English, Greek, and Hebrew.
Okay. Do you know who printed the books? When they were printed?
There's about
and all of
4,000
that?
publishers. You got to be more specific.
Yeah, like do you know when or how they were printing it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Who is the publisher?
Of which version?
Of any version. Because you say you know.
Yeah, there's Tommy Nelson, there's Tyndale, there's Oxford. Oxford publishes a version. The Catholic Church has their own publication of the Bible.
Yeah, now that's my point. So because they are like different versions.
Sakari, you don't have a point. We're talking about what's in the text. I'm more than happy to take you to the original text to show you that the problem exists in the original text and not in my favorite flavor of the text. So you're not making a case here. Let's just actually go into the text. You can complain about what you think is in the wrong translation later. Well, where do you keep going to? You know
I'm still
what,
waiting for you.
Sakari, when you keep swiping away from the app, you know we can't hear you, right?
I'm still waiting for your contradiction, though.
And he's gone. Nope, M's gone. Sarah's gone. Shit. Okay, we got one box reduced. All right. Well, we'll leave that open for now. Okay, so go to your Bible. I'm going to go to Numbers 23:19, and what it says in Numbers 23:19.
Okay.
Says God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. So, can God change his mind?
Yes.
Okay, so then Numbers 23 is wrong.
It's not wrong.
Okay, it says that he doesn't change his mind.
It doesn't say he. It doesn't say he doesn't change his mind.
Yeah, it says God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind.
He should change his mind, just like the way humans can be, like they don't make their promises kept in relation to that aspect. You get.
Yeah, it also says in 1 Samuel 15:29, moreover, the glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind. And just,
God did change his mind.
And just logically, you can't be all-knowing and change your mind, can't you?
Yes, you can.
No, you can't, because if you're all-knowing, then you already know everything you're going to do. You can't change your mind about what you're going to do.
Why can't I change my mind?
Because you're all-knowing. You already know what you're going to do, which means you can't change your mind about what you're going to do.
No.
If you know that you're going to turn left, can you turn right? Hello? Bueller? If you're an all-knowing being and you know that you're going to turn left, can you change your mind and turn right? And he ran, of course. Okay, well, that was expected. I don't think he'll be missed. He was slow. All right, let me grab a couple super chats, guys. We'll get the next guest in here. Steven says, when we recite energy cannot be created or destroyed, it sounds like energy is a thing rather than a measurement of change. Hard topic for me. Actually, Steven, that's why I actually typically say mass or matter can't be created or destroyed, and either one of them would actually work. You don't have to say that energy cannot be created or destroyed, because technically energy doesn't really exist. When we talk about energy, it's kind of a misnomer to talk about it like it's an actual thing. Look at Kyle crashing out in the comments. He thinks that I got cooked when that last guest ran. Kyle, you're embarrassing every time you come up here. Ptolemy says, ask him about wisdom teeth. This is one of many examples of a feature that don't benefit us, that actually harm us sometimes, can lead to infections. That's actually a really good point. There's a bunch of things that we evolved out of as human beings that can't be part of a good design. You know what I mean? Wisdom teeth is one of those things. If God designed us to have wisdom teeth rather than us evolving out of having wisdom teeth, it's a radically unexpected thing for God to give us. And Joanne, thank you so much for the super chat. Good to see you. It says, Justin, make sure you clip the lesson on evolution for YouTube and TikTok to dispute why are there still apes argument. I know. I really don't understand why evolution is so hard for some people to understand. Like, it's wild to me. It's just a system of small changes, many of them over a long period of time. And Cameron says, great whale evolution presentation, Justin. I love that. So cool. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you so much, Cameron, for supporting. Big W, I appreciate that. And I think the whale evolution is, if you take people through tiny incremental steps, they will agree to every single tiny incremental steps. And if you do that long enough, you'll go from an animal that looks drastically different to the animal that it started from. And Jesse B, thank you so much for the super chat, says, does he read 1611 or 1769? If 1611, a he or Shah variant. So that's a really good question for the King James Onlyists. I should actually start asking them that. I've got a 1611 on my bookshelf behind me. I love sometimes pulling up the 1611 with the King James Onlyists and putting it on the screen and asking them to read it, because they stumble all over themselves. There are words they don't know. They don't understand that the V's and the U's are conflated together into one letter. Sometimes, quite often, the S and the F in Old English are conflated. It's crazy. And Bless says, hey, Justin, does John 14 through 18 answer Matthew 16:28? I think you mean 16:28 and John 14:18. And you're suggesting that John remained alive, if I remember the verse correctly. So Jesus says, in 14, something like, what is it to you if I want this one to remain alive, right? So let me see if that's what you're referring to. It says, I will not leave you orphaned. I am coming to you. I don't think that's I don't think that's the one you're looking for, John 14:18. That hermeneutic or that justification you're giving is typically used when Jesus basically kind of makes a claim that John could or would still be alive, right? Let me see. In verse 19, he says, in a little while, the world will no longer see me, but you will see me because I live. Also, you will live. I think that's what you're referring to. So this still happens after his second coming. If you read the New Testament, the people that are still living don't experience death. So, for example, in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, when Jesus comes back to people that are still alive are caught up to be with Jesus in the heavens. It's not like they're dead and then they come back to life. But I do actually understand what you're getting at there, and I don't think it's a good solution. But thanks for the question. Adam says, I'm cooking Thai fried rice while Justin cooks Thea's. Praise be Doug, who keeps me rock hard. Well, thank you so much, Adam, and W for Thai fried rice. Big fan. Give it spicy level 3 at least. And Christy Lambert, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. And another Christy Lambert. Thank you so much, Christy, for the $19.99 super thanks with the super woot. Big W. I appreciate that. And Tales of the Levant says Donald Trump fulfilled Psalm 22 when he cut up pieces of his court suit and sold the pieces on the internet. Hell yeah, there you got it. Listen, if typology can be fulfilled by something that comes later, then anything could be a typology fulfillment. I've got a whole list of prophecies that I fulfilled typologically. And Christy, again, damn, making it rain. Thank you, Christy, for the $5 noob. I really appreciate that. And Luxon says, I already had Deconstructed before I found your channel, but I have never done much of a deep dive on the Bible. Thank you. Praise Doug. Well, listen, Lux, thank you so much for letting us know. And that is our favorite thing to do here, is to deep dive on the Bible. So you're in the right place if you're into that sort of kink, deep diving on the Bible. So let me grab our next guest and we'll keep the thing rolling here.
By the way, for your previous super chat, so it is easy to point out anatomical problems with the human design, but what is not as easy but is more damning is the biochemical mistakes in the human design. For example, when you're trying to make DNA, you're unable to make the sugar that is used in the DNA, which is a pentose sugar, the ribose. So you have to go through 12 different reactions to turn glucose and phosphorylated, which is a process that activates sugars, phosphorylated first and then turn it into pentose. Because we lack a one enzyme that could reduce this entire process, the hexose monophosphate shunt, into one step, which is the pentose kinase. Because we lack this, we have to go through hoops and hoops and hoops just to create ribose.
Yeah, the body's wildly inefficient, and even like the immune response. A lot of times the immune response of the body attacks the good parts of the body because it's not efficient. So we've got CJ in the box. How you doing, CJ? 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 CJ, did you request by accident, friend? Okay. All right. We'll move on to the next one. No worries. iReactor in the house says the answer is obviously yes. We need, nay, demand a Hebrew hymen emoji. Well, listen, I already made the emoji. I'll get it loaded up for you guys. I'll get it loaded up. All right, Greg with us. How you doing, Greg? 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 Hello? Greg? Okay. Guess he didn't want to talk. All right, we'll grab the next one. I want to make sure I get the Power of the Ori. How you doing, Power?
Oh, I'm doing okay. How you been?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
I like what you're doing. Are you in a spaceship? Because it looks kind of cool.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm an atheist. I'm not really a believer in the Bible.
Okay.
When you was talking about like energy is not created, the law of conservation of energy actually demonstrates that energy is not created, destroyed.
Right. So when we talk about energy, it's important to recognize, and this is what the comment was pointing out, that energy is not a stuff, right? It's actually a measurement of the stuff. It's a property of the stuff. That's what we're talking about, right? So what the comment was suggesting is that the way we describe the conservation of energy is difficult because the description itself makes it sound like energy is a stuff, and it's actually not a stuff, which is why I like to appeal to like the conservation of mass. I think that's an easier one for people to hold on to because mass appears to be something that is physical and more tangible rather than an actual property.
Oh, I mean, yeah, between mass and energy, neither one can be created or destroyed. The law of conservation of mass
We
is
agree.
one of those things that can't be created or destroyed. And
we agree. We're not disagreeing. I'm just saying that going to the conservation of energy is more difficult because inevitably I have to talk to the caller and inform them what we mean by energy, because the standard person that doesn't engage in science doesn't really know what energy, like how that word is used in science. You know what I mean? Like they think of it as a thing, like a stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So
and people may not understand what that is. So they try to put a god in there. And a lot of people that put gods as energy, and no, God is not energy.
Right. Yeah. God cannot be just energy, because energy would require actual stuff, material. So that's why I don't like using that particular verbiage, because I just think it leads to having to waste time giving people definitions. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I was just coming up to say hi, and I liked your little spaceship. So.
Hey, thanks. Good to hear from you, Power.
I study physics and all that. So I was just curious.
Yeah, if you go to like a physics textbook or even like some of the physics websites and just ask like what actually is energy, you'll quickly find out that it's not actually like it's a thing, it's a property of things. But the problem is when you're doing when you're engaging in my type of science. So I'm an electrical engineer, right? When you're engaging in electrical engineering, it's more convenient to talk about energy as though it is a stuff, because that's kind of how it's used in engineering. But in reality, it's not really a stuff. It's helpful to, when we talk in English, to treat it like it is a stuff. You know what I mean?
So is the energy in your field of study different than the universe's study? For like vacuum energy, for instance, because like dark energy is like a form of vacuum energy. That's why the universe expands the way it's doing, or the way it is, because it's expanding because there's so much energy is being. Eventually, the energy is going to eventually going to disappear.
Yeah,
and it's going to collapse. And
well, I can't talk about dark energy. That's not something that I have an expertise in. But I do I understand the definition from physics about energy, but I don't know enough about dark energy to say anything about it. So, but listen, I'm going to try to get a theist in here and keep the train rolling. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hey, can I hang out with you guys?
I mean, you're welcome to. We're probably going to get some people that want to address science or physics. So, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I do physics. I know them.
Yeah, if you want to do some cooking on physics, you're welcome to give it your best go.
Oh, okay. I mean, if they try to use God as energy, then no, God is not energy. So,
right.
A lot of the lives I do go on, they try to use that, and that can't actually happen like that, because that's not what energy is.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're going to try to get James in here. We'll give James a second to connect. Boof, thank you for the super thanks. I appreciate that. And for the double super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Minutemen says, can I be the god of hanging up on this caller, please? I'm sorry. It's over now. The pain is over. All right. We're done. And Superhuman Theory, good to see you tonight, my friend. He says, church by day, D-zone by night. Deconstructing isn't easy, but your lives help a ton. Appreciate all you do. Love the Bible studies with Sarah, by the way. She's awesome. Sarah is amazing, by the way. And I really am enjoying the Bible study. We should be dropping another one soon. And thank you, Superhuman, for supporting the channel and for watching. And guys, if you're watching the channel and you like debates on this type of stuff, on science, Christianity, religion, the Bible, God, etc., drop a follow. We do this 3 nights a week. So James couldn't connect, so we'll get the next one. See if Waka can connect. How you doing? Is it Wafa?
Yeah.
How you doing? So, Wafa, are you at least
Hi.
18 and are you a theist of some kind?
No, I think there's a creator,
so you are a
I can
theist.
say.
Okay.
Eh?
Cool. So which God do you believe in?
I believe in a creator.
Right, which one?
Oh, don't give me because I don't have any idea. But I know things came about not by itself, but somebody did it.
Cool. What's the argument or evidence that would lead to that conclusion?
Well, the point is that I'm a child of my parents. And my parents didn't know even the shape of my nose. So my birth has nothing to do with my parents. It's a system that came about that I'm a living son of my parents. So, and that the system provided the means for me to live.
Okay, I don't think you're fit for this conversation. I appreciate you coming up. I'm going to get the next guest in the box. Thanks for joining us.
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to entertain that. It's too late at night, guys. I can't do any of that. Small Johnson says, "Nice job yesterday, Justin. Dial-up gospel didn't have a chance. Did you check out the Holy Trinity chips?" I'm so sorry, I didn't do the Holy Trinity chips yet. I'm going to Google it right now while we're getting this guest in here. Thank you for the super chat and the reminder on the Holy Trinity chips. I'm looking at it now. We're going to get Gabriel in the box.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, Gabriel?
Hi, I'm an atheist and I'm 35.
Okay, well, I'm an atheist too, so we don't really have anything to debate about, my friend.
Is there any way I can ask you about a specific question, though? Like, because I'm also doing my own debates.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
It's going to be really quick, I hope. How do you deal with a Christian that believes that Christianity was the first religion? That they're in complete denial about, anything that comes before Christianity.
Well, first, I would just tell them to get a copy of this book. This is called Ancient Near Eastern Texts Relating to the Old Testament. And what you'll find is a lot of texts from the Egyptians, from the Sumerians, and from the Babylonians that all existed way before the Abrahamic God.
What is the author?
It's by James Pritchard. And you can get a free copy of it on the internet on archive.org. And because it's been out now for 75 years, so it should be in the open domain. And what you'll find in there are a lot of texts from like even Abraham's time period. We've got Egyptian texts from way, way before anything in Christianity was ever dreamed up.
Okay. All right. I guess that answers my question. Thank you very much, Justin.
All right, have a great one. Yeah, I've heard that before, people saying that like Christianity is somehow one of the oldest religions. It's a crazy thing to say. Like who told them that? Like where did this talking point come from? It's like, have you never read a history book at all, ever? Like when I was in junior high school, and I went to a Catholic school, when I was in junior high school, I learned about the ancient Babylonians and the cuneiform and the ancient Near Eastern creation accounts. I learned about Gilgamesh and the Enuma Elish when I was in the 8th grade. Like, our school's not teaching this?
Like at that point, you haven't read the Bible itself. Because the Bible says there were other religions. So.
Yes!
Hey, do you happen to know the name of that first book? It's the first book ever written, like, during the Persian Empire. Like, they used slavery before even the Romans before the Holy Bible was even taking place.
Well,
this was during the Persian Empire.
You're kind of asking a difficult question, because if you're asking when did the first book happen, that's different than when did the first writings happen, because books, codices, came much later. It used to be papyri and scrolls, and eventually that gave way during the Roman period to codices. So, but we've had writings, we've got writings that go back 6,000 years. Like they're pictograms, but it's still writing. So the Minoans or the Minoan, I can't say the word. The Minoans had a very early form of writing. The Sumerians had a very early form of writing. The Egyptians had a very early form of writing. So they've been doing it for a long time. But let me get our next guest in here.
Before the Roman Empire or during the Roman Empire?
Oh, thousands
I knew
of
there was a
years
book,
before the Roman
I
Empire.
just don't remember the name of it.
Yeah, thousands of years before the Romans ever came to the scene. All right, let me get our next guest in here. And Mr. Swanson, thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. I appreciate that. And Ray, thank you for the super chat. It says Sicario sounded like his brain is easy to draw. Yeah, it's pretty smooth. Not a lot of wrinkles on that brain. Mr. Curry, how you doing?
How you doing?
Very good.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
One quick question. I know you studied many years, and my question is in Deuteronomy 4:2.
Mm-hmm.
It says not to add to the word or take away from it.
Yep.
So how did you get by that to continue studying many years after you read that?
Yeah, so the way that I typically dealt with that as a Christian was that I had to kind of get rid of Paul. So when I ran on this particular topic, the first time it came up, okay, so the first time this question came up, I was 18, and I was finishing my last year of high school, and I ran on some of these passages in Deuteronomy about the law, and I was like, kind of sounds like we should be following the law. And so I talked to my pastor, and then I talked to my pastor's father-in-law. My pastor and father-in-law actually had formal education, and he was a missionary for a long time. He's pretty knowledgeable. And he said, well, listen, the laws were done away with in the New Testament, and because Jesus had the authority to do away with the laws, it's okay, because the God who gave the laws got rid of the laws, and you only have to follow the commands of Jesus now. And at 18, that made sense, and I was okay with that. When I got older and I started to get into Bible college and seminary, especially in Bible college, I had to wrestle with it more, because I was like, well, it seems like even if Jesus is God, he's giving contradictory messages. If he says follow this forever, don't change it, then he comes later and is changing it and telling us to follow different laws. That seems like contradictory information. So I actually adopted a model for a while where I started to think to myself, maybe Paul was wrong, right? And you can go that route. There are Christians who actually think that you should be following the laws and that Paul was wrong and that we should value the words of Jesus over the words of Paul. And so I was okay with that. But I was very uncomfortable with it for a while. This was one of those topics where, as a Christian, I spent quite a few years not knowing a good answer to the problem. It was just one of those shelf issues. I had to put this on the shelf and wrestle with it eventually. And when I did finally wrestle with it, I came to the conclusion that the New Testament and the Old Testament didn't agree. Now, luckily for me, by the time I came to these conclusions, I had already kind of given up on the Bible being inerrant. I had already given up on Jesus fulfilling most of the messianic prophecies. I was already such a liberal believer at that stage. I was okay saying, yeah, some of these things just aren't actually real. Like, just, the Bible was written by men. It's full of crap that is from men and not from God. But that didn't last very long, because once you get to that stage, you just have to assume what's more likely, that it's some of it is from God and you just have to sort it out, or is it more likely that none of it's from God? And I fell on the side of obviously none of it's from God.
Right. And the only other one I have to ask you, and I'll be out of here, is in your studies and as a say you were a Christian still, and if somebody asked you, who is Jesus? What answer would you give? Because what I'm going to lead into is Exodus 4:22.
Yep. When God says Israel is
And
my firstborn child.
yeah, yeah. And it throws, I mean, I've asked some, friends of mine who are Christians, and they they just can't answer these two questions. They kind of push them under the table.
Yeah, so I was okay adopting the gospel point of view, like the Methian point of view, where so for when I was a young Christian, I would say, listen, the Trinity is a mystery, and I'm okay with that. And when I got older and I wanted to think about it more critically, and I wanted to actually justify what I believed, I kind of switched to an adoptionist model, which is you can if you're just reading Matthew, Mark, and Luke, you can actually find an adoptionist model in there where Jesus becomes the Son of God rather than being like an eternal being. You know what I mean? The adoptionist model was actually popular in some of the early church as well. The problem is you have to put this against the Gospel of John. The Gospel of John, though, contradicts the Synoptic Gospel so much that sometimes it's hard to take John actually to be serious. But I would have said, I believe in God the Father. The Trinity doesn't make logical sense. Jesus, by adoption, just like he did with Solomon and with King David, where he says that he has begotten them, he is a son to me. Just like he did that with Solomon and David, he would have done the same thing with Jesus. He was an adopted son because he was perfect, because he was sinless, and because God chose him. And that solves the contradictions with the Trinity. And it still gets you to a divine status for Jesus, because in ancient Near Eastern thought, something can be divine as long as God puts its presence in that thing. So like if you look at some of the ancient Hittite texts, there's a ritual for summoning the goddess of the night to a newly built temple. So they had this idea that you could build multiple temples to the goddess of the night, and the presence of the goddess of the night could inhabit all of the temples. You just had to do a particular ritual to make it happen. So we already had this concept in the ancient world that a god is not limited in spirit. The spirit can dwell in other things, just not necessarily all the time. We'll say the consciousness, right? It doesn't have two consciousnesses. It's not schizophrenic. But an idol, even though it lacks the consciousness of the God that's inhabiting it, does in fact still embody the divine presence of the God. So I would have said, just like the ancient Near East had a conception of the spirit of God indwelling the material world, I would say the spirit of the Yahweh God indwelt inside of Jesus, just like the Spirit of God came down on Samson and the other judges and enabled them to do superhuman things, right? So that was how I squared the Trinity as a logical thinking Christian. I got rid of the Trinity and I said, no, there's actually a better way to look at this. And I got rid of the Trinitarian viewpoint. It didn't make any sense.
Right, okay, thank you. I was just curious how, you went through these things, because what you did is what the other people did is you go into the future to answer the past. In other words, if you're not supposed to add or take away, how can you use a gospel to answer that?
Yeah,
because right.
So the problem.
That's okay. It's one of those. It's just one of those things in the Bible.
Yeah. The problem that we have with the Bible is if you get to a point in your journey where you say, listen, I need the stuff that is in the Bible, I need that to match up with reality and logic. When you get to that point, something has to break. Either you have to break reality and logic, or you have to break what the Bible is saying. I chose to break what the Bible is saying rather than gaslight myself.
Right. That's where I'm sort of at right now. Well, thank you for letting me come up, and I'll keep listening if you can go ahead and take me back down to the next guest.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you so much, Mr. Gary, and good luck on your deconstruction. Join the Discord if you're not already in the Discord. And BB, thank you for the gifts. I really appreciate that. I don't know what they're called. I apologize, but thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate that. And look who's in the house, guys. We've got Aaron with us tonight. Good to see you, fellow dragon. He says, if someone wants to start studying the Bible from a secular perspective, what are some good resources for guidance? If you want a really good, like you already know my favorite study Bibles. I love the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. I love the Catholic Note-Taking Bible, which is very similar to the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. The 3rd edition of the Catholic Study Bible, thank you for the Day of the Dead, is very similar to the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. And the Westminster Study Bible is another good one. But if you don't want to buy a study Bible, you want something that's a little more comprehensive, get this. Hold on. There are two really, really good, really good scholarly commentaries on the Bible that are in a single volume. They're very concise. They don't give long, drawn-out answers to anything. And it's the Oxford Bible Commentary, and this is an amazing commentary. There's a couple editions of this particular commentary. I would get the latest edition. If you have access to this commentary, get the latest one. The one I'm holding with me, I think, is the latest edition. Let me see when it was published. Give me a second. It looks like 2021. There might have been another edition between 2021 or 2001 and now, but at one point this was the latest edition when I got it. The other Bible commentary in one volume that I love is the Jerome Bible Commentary. And I've actually got this. This is the Jerome Bible Commentary for the 21st century. I've got 3 editions. I like this commentary so much that I've got 3 editions of it. I got the first edition, the second edition, and the third edition. And the general editors are amazing. It's led up by John J. Collins, just an amazing scholar. This is a Catholic Bible commentary series, but they're not doing like Catholic apologetics or anything like that. So if you want like a very concise commentary on the Bible, those are 2 really good single volume commentaries. If you want something really in depth, then you got to start looking at commentary series. So for example, my favorite commentary series on the book of Genesis comes from Klaus Westermann. So Klaus Westermann, a wonderful scholar of the ancient Near East and Semitics, wrote a 3-volume commentary series just on Genesis. So as much time that was in those 2 commentaries there, this guy did for one book of the Bible. That's how intense these commentaries are. So if you really want to do in-depth study on a particular book of the Bible, you need to go to some of the most well-respected scholars in the field that specialize in a particular book. Like John Walton specializes in Genesis. Klaus Westermann specializes in Genesis. Kenneth Matthew specializes in Genesis. If you want to do legal codes, you want like Jacob Milgram or Baruch Levine. They've written a number of commentaries, and they're all access. By the way, Dr. Josh Bowen just recently, it might be dropping or already did drop a commentary on Leviticus. It might not be dropped, but it's soon. So that's what I would recommend. Once you get past a point where you want to go beyond single volume commentaries, then you've got to ask bigger questions, which is, well, who actually are the scholars in the field that are respected that we should be turning to so that we can have like a real in-depth study on something. But good question. And Vinny Angel, good to see you again. He says, Bueller. I say that a lot. Listen, I'm at an age where sometimes I say things like movie or music references that people don't understand. So Vinny, thank you so much for getting that. And Noah Lyons 8 dead babies in the ark. Good to see you again. Says malaria prevalent areas correlating with sickle cell trait is a great evolutionary example too. Malaria doesn't impact people with the trait. That's actually a really good point. I heard about this a long time ago and completely forgot it.
I can explain it.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Yeah, so sickle cell trait, or the disease itself, it's a recessive trait in the human body. So you'd have to have two pairs, one from the mother and one from the father, to have the disease. But if you have the trait, as in you inherit one diseased allele and one normal one, then your hemoglobin is gonna have the sickle cell trait, but it's not gonna cause it to again break down in the same way that the sickle cell disease causes hemoglobin to coil up together and cause the red blood cell to die. So you have the trait, which is then gonna make the malaria not be able to affect you in the same way that it would affect someone that doesn't have the trait. So it is pretty much it has a selection pressure on the sickle cell allele in the places in which malaria is prevalent to protect you from the effects of malaria. So for example, if you go there, you're going to find that a large portion of the population has the trait itself, but are not affected by sickle cell disease. They're not going to go into sickle cell crisis, for example, and have, again, the breakdown of red blood cells, but they're going to be protected from malaria.
That's a great explanation. I really would love to study biology more. It's like on my to-do list, because my personal opinion is when we're talking about like evolution, I think biology is the best data we have on how we know evolution is true. So I gotta get my butt in gear and read a couple of textbooks. But I appreciate the explanation. W, thank you for the 316, says Discord chat.
I like biology too. I mean, it tells you how you know what abiogenesis is, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing for studying on how life began. The little tiny microscopic organisms where life originally started from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we agree.
I always like that.
Yeah, W says the Discord chat's going hard. Praise Doug, they're cracking. Yeah, actually, the last day or two, the Discord chat was pretty much off the hook. And Mr. Swanson, a great name, by the way, thank you for the super chat. It says, saw your debate with Wi-Fi. You definitely cooked, but it's possible he cooked you spiritually, depending on your interpretation. I know. Remember, guys, just whatever you do, don't pay your taxes spiritually. You got to pay those for real. And K Smithy, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Big W, I appreciate that. It says, stumbled upon your page as a former atheist and now Christian, wondering what's your stance on heaven, hell, demons, Satan, and Jesus Christ. Witches have said that they can't curse a true Christian. Any insight? Well, I don't believe any of those things are real. I don't think heaven exists. I don't think hell exists. The Bible describes heaven as just being the place below the firmament where the clouds are, both in Greek and Hebrew. Hell is technically Sheol. It's in the earth. There's no Sheol there. I have no reason to believe that demons exist. It talks about unclean spirits in the Bible, and that's just what people in the ancient world believed. In fact, there's a great 2-volume series in the Semitica text. I think it was put up by Harvard in like the early 1900s, calls the demons and spirits of ancient Babylonia. You can get them on archive.org. And it's full of texts describing these so-called unclean spirits that they thought were the cause of all sicknesses and diseases. And Jesus did too. Jesus believed that unclean spirits were the cause of sicknesses and diseases, just like everybody else in the ancient world, which tells me he's not God. What he should have said is that germs are real. Didn't say that. Eve, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Boof again says, is the book God, Man, the Word Made Flesh any good? Unfortunately, I cannot comment on that because I haven't read it. But I appreciate that. And last super chat from Tack. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Brandon from Mindshift has a deconstruction channel on YouTube, and he does an excellent secular Bible study. He does. Brandon is really smart. I really enjoy his channel. In fact, we're going to be doing a joint video here soon. We're just trying to get our schedule sorted out. But yeah, guys, if you're not following Mindshift yet on YouTube, I don't know what's wrong with you. Maybe you just haven't heard yet, but Yeah, go over follow mind shift. All right, we're gonna get a guest from the YouTube queue because we're out of guests from the TikTok queue. But Clark, you got a little bit of an echo in your system. Can you turn your speakerphone down or put headphones in?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find my headset. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, there they are. Is that better?
Yeah, I think we're good to go. Yeah.
All right. Thank you again for calling. I guess I'll go and say it. I am over 18 and I am a Christian.
Cool. All right, good start. So, what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So I will admit that it's probably hard for the Christian God, but in God in general, I have three areas where I have trouble seeing that God isn't a thing, isn't a being
Wait,
in general.
I'm sorry, I might not have heard you correctly. Can you say that again?
So the Christian God is harder to explain. I'd like to start where just a deity, a higher power outside of our existence.
Sure.
I feel like it's easier to explain a higher being before narrowing it down to a certain flavor of higher being, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the three big things I have trouble figuring out, and maybe you can help me out squaring these holes, is the Big Bang. Um, I also have trouble with consciousness and the beginning of life. If you can help me square these holes, I'd
If you
really
like
appreciate it,
to,
actually.
if you'd like to know more about the Big Bang, I could help you with that. It was actually really a
So
Big Bang. It was actually a big
um,
expanse.
I just have trouble figuring out how the Big Bang starts and how eventually it just comes. I was listening to today with you and trying to understand. You say it kind of goes in waves, back and forth,
Mm-hmm.
and it just always
In
existed. Is
fact,
that kind of how?
Yeah. So, Clark, let me answer your question. But before we do that, Power, just so you know, you're on the TikTok stream, and nobody on when the guest is coming in on the YouTube stream, the guest on YouTube can't actually hear you. So you can hear Clark, but Clark can't hear you. So, unfortunately, you won't be able to engage with Clark because we don't have the technology to allow that just yet. But so the general idea, right? We kind of colloquially will just call it the Big Bang, Big Crunch model. That suggests that the world is currently expanding, universe is currently expanding, but eventually it won't. Like the expansion is going to slow down, and then gravity is going to pull it in, right? And so
Yeah.
this is just like a cyclical model of the universe. It's pretty well established in science. Obviously, there's like we can't say with definitive, claims that we know that this is the thing. But I think there's enough science there to say that sounds like a pretty good hypothesis. So, but I think there are other issues like, so for example, if the universe is eternal, it's constantly cycling. I think that answers quite a few things. And I think it also has less entailments. So if, for example, the universe is just eternal, we don't have to explain the motives of a creator. But the minute you posit a creator, now you've got to start figuring out what are the motives and properties of the creator.
Sure, I agree with that. Yes.
Yeah, I think it.
If there's a creator, it's our duty to understand who the creator is and understand about the creator. I agree with that kind of premise.
Yeah, I agree. Now, if we had evidence that suggested that there was once absolutely nothing, and then something arose from the nothing, I still think there's actually a possibility that it was a naturalistic phenomenon that we don't understand. Positing a God as a solution to that problem is still kind of a God of the gaps argument. So to me, it's not to me, I don't think that's like a very firm foundation for an argument.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I will come out and agree say this. I can't be 100% certain about there is a God. It's a lot, and you probably have heard this plenty before. It's a lot about faith, and faith is not an argument, but that's my belief, and my belief can easily be wrong.
yeah. So
But
I had that position for
yeah,
a
that
while when I was a Christian. Like I was okay saying that I take it on faith and not on fact. Is that kind of where you're at?
kind of. It's just it's some of the facts of there being no higher being is hard for me to wrap my head around. Like I said, those three big ones, the Big Bang, I have a hard time understanding how a Big Bang can start, because if everything is like focused in with a bunch of, I don't even know if gravity would exist at that point. When all space and time is focused in one little area, how can it go back to re-expanding again? I just been struggling trying to understand how it does that.
Right. So I think you're probably like referring to the singularity description of the
Hmm.
universe. And I think that the idea of singularity has been out of vogue for quite some time in the scientific community, and it seemed to develop based on a mathematical model, not based on like hard principles of like physics and what we know about the universe. It was kind of like, well, if we apply a mathematical model to the universe as it is now, we can know what it was like in prior. But as we learn more information about the universe, the model has to change a little bit. So there was once upon a time where people actually said that there was nothing and then there was something, because
Yeah, well,
it kind of fit the mathematical model. The only question was how. And then people said, well, no, it appears that there was something, before the Big Bang. We just don't really know what it was, because there's a point in history where the mathematical model actually breaks down, and that's mathematical singularity. So mathematical singularity is just like when you've got a 0 point that's no longer calculable, like trying to divide by 0. So the point in which the math breaks down for the physics that we do know is typically referred to as the singularity. What it's not is the entire universe wrapped up in a tiny little dot. I know that was a talking point for a short while, but to me, this talking point was one of those situations where somebody in the science community mentioned it, and then like the news and the press and everything else kind of ran with it, because it's such a fantastical claim. The whole universe
sure.
at one point was in this tiny, tiny little dot, and a lot of people believed it for a long time. But what I'm hearing from cosmologists and people like Dr. Blitz, and when we had, there's another cosmologist that used to be on TikTok that was popular, and he did some bad things. He's gone. And there's Jorge Physics as well. There's a lot of guys with PhDs around talking about physics, and I've had some conversation with them, and they all seem to agree that the notion of a singularity that people used to have isn't really held in modern cosmology anymore. Oh yeah, it was Nixie, Professor Nixie. Yeah, but Nixie was harassing some women, and he had to go and disappear from the internet.
Yeah, I understand that. That's terrible.
Yeah. So I don't think the
But
singularity is like a thing anymore.
yeah, like I said, I wish I was more read up on this kind of stuff. Um, I actually just enjoyed learning about the science of my universe and everything. So, um, so you're kind of saying that the singularity is not the general idea of what the universe was before the Big Bang. It was smaller than it is right now and somehow expanded. And it's expanding right now because it's kind of like an explosion. It's going out right now, and then eventually the gravity is going to bring it back in, and then it's going to do that all over again.
Yeah, the cyclical model, I think, demonstrate that. The latest DESI data that we have is saying that the dark energy force is weakening based on all the measurements we've been able to take with our new technology. And if the dark energy is weakening, it actually explains why so the universe is expanding and it has an acceleration, which is really interesting. But the rate of acceleration seems to be decreasing ever so slightly over time, which means if the acceleration is decreasing, eventually it'll get to a point where it's not actually accelerating. It's still going to be expanding. It's just not going to be accelerating. And
Expanding,
then
yes, right.
the guess, the hypothesis is that once it stops accelerating, it'll actually start decelerating, and it's going to decelerate until it gets to a point where it's not expanding. Once you get to a point where it's not expanding anymore, then gravity is going to pull everything back in. That's the general theory that they're working with. And
Well,
I agree with it. I think it makes sense.
well, if that is the case, and that's how, and there's no higher power, no deity who actually started that, that is a extreme comfort because I didn't like the idea of the great expand where you just expand forever and then nothing, and then eventually we just all die out, or the great chilling where the energy in the world slows down and everything kind of stops. So,
Yeah, and so here's kind of where I was. So like when I left Christianity, I was like a generic theist for a while where I still believed in a God, but I didn't really believe in the Christian God. And the thing that really kind of started to move me out of that was I started to realize that like a lot of the reason why I wanted or why I still believed in a God was because I liked the idea of an afterlife, right? And so I
hmm
started questioning the afterlife quite a bit. And when I was watching, so there was a rerun of the original Sagan show when Sagan was, Carl Sagan was exploring the cosmos. And I was thinking about this, and they were talking about the different, universal models. And I thought to myself, no matter which model of the universe you adhere to, Cosmos was the name of it. Yeah. No matter what model of the universe you adhere to, everything here is going to be annihilated. It's going to have a heat death, or it's going to collapse in on itself. Our galaxy is going to collide with the Andromeda galaxy in a couple billion years. Our whole solar system is going to be annihilated. So, like, if there is an afterlife, it has to be in an alternative universe where self-destruction is not going to happen. But we have no evidence
hmm
of that alternative universe. The models of the afterlife that we have, both in the Bible and in popular religion, is that you're here on the earth, like you die, and then your spirit is still here on the earth. Well, listen, if the earth is going to get annihilated, who gives a damn? Where's your spirit going to go after the earth is
yeah,
annihilated?
yeah. Where, I mean, now this is just going to the Christian God. I believe that the earth is it's not just the physical mass that we see here. It's existing in like God's heaven. We're like you've probably heard this. The two-dimensional being um doesn't understand what a three-dimensional being would be. And that's kind of the same idea. The us are three-dimensional beings. It's kind of hard to understand what a fourth or higher dimensional being could be. And I understand there's some problems with that, but um that's that's how I wrestle with my faith with there.
Well, I do agree. Like there are concepts that are very difficult for us to understand and wrestle with. And so, we definitely have a point of agreement there. I think the thing that I asked myself was, is it possible that these other things exist, like these spiritual concepts? Sure. It is possible, but is there evidence for it? And that's where it fell apart for me. That's where I thought, well, listen, if there's just no evidence for it, then it sounds like there probably isn't something to believe in. And I never like decided to not believe in it. It was like just a gradual process where as time went on and I kept studying and I kept reading, I just kind of set in with me. It's like, I guess I don't really believe it anymore.
hmm
It sounds to me like you're still in the process. There's something about it that you still believe, and it's okay to be at that stage in the process. Some people deconstruct from their religion and they still believe in spirits or the spiritual realm and things like that. Some people, like me, deconstruct and eventually end up in atheism. I've said this for a long time. My goal is not to make everybody an atheist. I don't think that's my goal. Now, I think that's the position that makes the most sense. But my goal is to free people from the bondage of dangerous religions. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of dangerous religions out there. And so
no doubt, I can definitely agree that. I know that there could be dangerous parts. I mean, there's dangerous parts about every ideals. That's the crazy thing is, and religion is ideas. Even like atheism or non-theism or stuff like that can be dangerous too, because I've seen stories where the pursuance of science and technology can go crazy and out of control and lead to devastation. So
I agree. Yeah. I mean, people are capable of anything, but just during the Inquisitions in Europe, 50 million people were killed in the Inquisitions.
Yeah. I mean,
that's such a high number.
we can, yeah, I'm not denying that happened. I'm just saying that people are terrible. I'm not saying people are not terrible.
Right. But
and they could be saying it for God or doing it for God, but God's the only one who speaks for himself. At least that's what I would believe.
Right. Yeah, so the problem I have with these religions, though, is like a lot of the horrible stuff that the religions are doing, you can go back to the text of the religion and see, well, the text was giving them justification for it, right? Where you don't really see that in Buddhism, by the way. Like, you can't go typically to the Buddhists, what they would consider their writings. You're not going to find in their writings like a divine justification for jihad. Not going to do it. So I'm much more concerned about the religions that have caused violence, have caused harm. They're still causing harm, and it's all justified based on their book or the traditional interpretation of the book.
Yeah, I can't agree more that we, as humans, should do everything in our power to lessen suffering and pain as much as possible. And I believe that's what God lays on me, but that's just my own personal belief. But the other two things that I've been I don't want to be going on a crazy tangent. I want to have a question about this one thing. If you can help me with this one area about the consciousness angle of it, if you can help me out with that.
Yeah.
So this is how I understand consciousness is it's your own personal being. You're witnessing events that are happening right now, and if you do, you're your own person. If you cloned yourself, that's not you. It's someone else. So you're different. So it's not DNA, but it's kind of DNA because it's built into your body. It's what I don't understand what this consciousness is. If there's no higher power, if your body's not in a higher dimension kind of deal.
Yeah, those are good questions. So for me, consciousness is just a derived from the brain, right? Now, I don't think that you can make a copy of the brain and then copy the consciousness over, because consciousness, if you copied someone's brain, all you've done is made another conscious thing. You haven't actually copied the consciousness from one thing to another. So just like if I had, I don't know what you would call it, if I had a like a subatomic particle replicator where I could take the subatomic structure of this pen and replicate it in a machine. Well, if I replicate this pen in a machine, it's not, the original pen's not going to go anywhere. It still exists. So I think consciousness is a derivative of the brain, and I don't think it exists outside the brain. And I studied near-death experiences and out-of-body experiences for a long time because they're deeply interesting. And if there's any field of study that I think that could scientifically come close to demonstrating a spirit or a soul, I think the out-of-body experiences and the near-death experience studies are the best of them. Unfortunately, the data that we've collected isn't good. So like we've induced out-of-body experiences using deep brain stimulation, using DMT and psilocybin. And when so when the people are in the lab, they are instructed, when you have the out of body experience, we need you to turn around so you're looking at your body, and we need you to tell us what you can observe so we can compare it and see, are they seeing something that they could only see if they left their body and then turned around and was looking at their body. It's really interesting. And what we found is we stimulated these out of body experiences, and people kept saying that they left their body. Not a single one of them could confirm something that they saw outside of their body when they were looking back at it, because it feels like you're having an out of body experience, but they can't actually validate it. And the same thing with near death experiences. The Aware Project and the Aware Project #2, led by Sam Parnia, well over a decade, retrofitting 25 or 30 different hospitals with things you could only see in the hospital if you left your body during a near-death experience. And then when people reported coming back from the dead and leaving their body and floating on the ceiling and all that stuff, they were quizzed to see what they could see and what they could validate. And well over a decade of study, not a single participant could ever validate something that they saw outside of their body that they wouldn't have been looking at when they were inside of their body. And so it's just kind of one of those things where we're trying, science is trying to see if consciousness can leave the body. We just haven't found a case yet that proves that it does.
So what you're saying is consciousness is like it's like the actions of your brains, and it's your brain trying to rationalize the physical world, and it's like a CPU and a computer. It's just a machine from the whole entire. Is that kind of what you're getting at? It's like the action. It's like the memory. It's not the actual
Yeah.
experiences. It's not something greater.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. And I think we can solve this pretty quick too, which is, where was your consciousness before you were born?
Well, I think we didn't have a consciousness before I was born. I think that you were me before you were born. You weren't created, and once you were created, then your soul was created. God breathed life into you, and your soul was put into a flesh puppet kind of deal.
Yeah. So that brings up a really good point then. So like, we don't have any memories of when we were born. So from a scientific standpoint, we would just assume that because, consciousness is brain derivative. Whereas in religion, you kind of assume that God created it and then, it lives on forever. But there's an alternative theory. It's really fun. Have you ever heard of the soul tree?
Mm-mm.
There's a really interesting, it's like borderline Kabbalistic idea where, okay, so the ancient Kabbalistic Jews had this idea that there was a tree that, rather than producing fruit, produced souls. And when God makes human beings, he picks a soul off the tree and puts it into a body. It's really interesting. So in that worldview, the souls are actually not necessarily created by God. They're just being placed by God. And there's like this external source of souls. But anyways, that's just a random factoid.
It's an interesting idea, but
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily a fan of that idea. It's basically kind of saying that there's someone who's greater, or maybe not greater, but there's creation that doesn't come from God, and not necessarily a big fan of that idea, but it could easily be a thing.
Yeah, and so I would say, from my viewpoint, if you're given two options, the first option is that whatever we consider consciousness is just a derivative of the brain, which seems to follow the science, or God created it, which explains why you don't have memories from before you were born. I think, to me, the best way to square what we have in the science is to assume the non-God hypothesis, because that seems to be what the science is suggesting for now, until we get new data that contradicts it.
So here's a question I do have on this aspect of it. So if it's just a machine that's running this program that's assuming it, given enough time and enough given enough time and enough trials and errors and throughout the whole entire universe and everything, could this consciousness like reform itself kind of deal? Could this program it's not reincarnation, but it's like the program creates itself again, given enough time, given enough tries. Kind of like the idea of like the law of large numbers. Eventually, if something happens enough times, nothing is unique anymore, kind of deal.
I may not fully understand what you're talking about. Can you say that again?
No problem. So the idea is, if there's nothing unique, like given enough time, if like for example, given enough time, life will start again somewhere else in the world. Or given enough time, another Earth will be made. Or given enough time, after trial and errors, things will happen again. Like,
I agree.
and
Yeah.
I'm kind of like understanding if that's the case, then this consciousness that eventually will die and go away and non-exist will billion, million, trillions, however long it takes, eventually this consciousness will come to a being again, and it will be like I'm reborn without understanding I've ever lived it life. You kind of understand what I'm trying to say?
I do. This is actually really interesting. Okay, so theoretically, because if we assume that the universe is cyclical and it's eternal, which means if you have an infinite amount of time in a cyclical universe, what that means is that guys, listen to this. Okay, listen. Some of you guys are questioning the guest is talking nonsense. He's not. I need you to follow me here. Okay, this is one thing Clark and I are going to agree on. Okay. If the universe is eternal, meaning it lasts for literally ever, there's no end. And if the universe is cyclical, meaning it's going to expand and contract forever, what that means is that eventually this current arrangement of atoms will happen again. It's inevitable. It might take a trillion years for it to happen. That might be the case. But if something is infinite and eternal and in a cycle, that means eventually everything in the universe will find the same thing that it found before. It's a crazy thing to think about, that eventually human beings 20 million trillion years from now will evolve again on a planet just like Earth. It is an inevitability if you believe in an eternal cyclical universe. Which is a crazy thing to think about. Somebody with my exact atomic arrangement will one day exist. That's crazy, but it's true.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then I feel like the soul and the consciousness, they're if that's the case, then you will I will still have this life again, and then it will happen over and over and over again, given all the craziness that's going to happen throughout history.
Well, I mean, the question is, when it happens again, will your consciousness still have
you?
Yeah, a recollection of prior events? I would say no.
Yeah, I don't think it will be, but it's crazy because you think about it. It doesn't matter if you're going to have the recollection or not. It will happen again.
Possibly, yeah. I think if the universe is eternal in the future and it's cyclical, it's only a matter of time until we have the same arrangement of atoms that created human beings.
So scientifically, reincarnation might be a real thing.
I wouldn't call it reincarnation, because that assumes that the soul, like there's a soul that's transcending the material reality, and I don't think that's the case. I think the material.
I'm not talking about the soul. I'm just talking about the hardware.
Oh yeah, I mean theoretically, if you want to call it like a material reincarnation, I don't disagree. I think all the atoms that make up our body is going to go back into the universe when we die.
And reassemble eventually, given enough time. Which it's hard to wrap my mind around stuff like this, where if events like that happen, we're just in a continuous cycle.
Yeah.
That's why it's sad to say, but it gives me more, I guess, comfort is the best way to say it, that this existence is the only existence I have, and it will be forever. I don't have any proof on that, and I'm searching for any kind of proof. I'm just walking through what my head's thinking, my mind's thinking.
Right. Yeah. Fair questions. But listen, Clark, I really enjoy shooting the breeze with you, but it's past my bedtime. I got to get up and work in the
Oh man,
morning, or else
jeez,
I'd
I'm
stay
so
up later
sorry.
with you. No, don't be sorry. I enjoyed the conversation. These are a lot of the conversations I was having when I was deconstructing. I was just allowing my thoughts to think, well, what if, what if, what if? And if you what if long enough, you'll come up with some really interesting ideas. So, like, I'm not going to go into another what if, but
Yeah.
anyways, really appreciate you coming up and talking with us, Clark. So,
No,
join our
and
Discord if you haven't already joined.
okay, and if you'll have me, I'd love to talk to you again.
Sure thing, anytime.
All right, thank you, man, and keep on doing what you're doing, and I'll keep on doing what I'm doing.
Thanks so much. Cheers, friend.
Yes, cheers.
Big W for Clark. What a guy. What a guy. All right, let me grab the last couple of super chats. 123 says, you like Big John Steele argument on Jubilee with Alex. I didn't watch the whole Alex O'Connor debate. So I didn't see the part with Big John Steele. I did watch the snippet between Alex and Than. When I was watching that clip, I actually thought to myself, if Than is here, that inevitably means Big John Steele is going to show up. But I didn't watch to see. But I'm going to have to go watch it now that you brought it up. I'm not surprised that when they got somebody like Alex in there, they were going to get some pre-sup apologists. It's only, it's an inevitability. And Bill, thank you for the super chat. It says, I love your channel. You have shown me many new arguments that I've never thought of. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much, Bill. That's the goal, is to always keep learning. I try to learn something new every day. Every single day you want to learn something new. And Adele, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, difference between Jesus and a picture of Jesus. Only need one nail to hang a picture. Hey, did you hear about Jesus when he went into the hotel? He said, I don't have any money. And he threw some nails on the counter and said, can you put me up for the night? Fantastic. Acme Hero says universe expansion speed is increasing, not slowing. Yeah, Acme, I do this every time I bring up this topic. I have to reply to a super chat saying this, and the super chat is wrong every time, friend. I did not say that the speed of the expansion is it is slowing. I said the acceleration is decreasing, not the speed. Speed and acceleration are different. You can have a speed and not be accelerating. I said the acceleration is decreasing. Now, eventually, when the acceleration decreases enough to the point where it's no longer accelerating, then you have a constant and a constant speed. So constant speed is different than accelerating speed. You can also have a decelerating speed. Eventually, when we are no longer accelerating, we're eventually going to start decelerating. It'll still actually be expanding while it's decelerating. Right? Just like when my car is decelerating, it's still moving forward. But eventually, when you decelerate long enough, you stop moving forward. So anyways, Acme, I appreciate the super chat. I know you're on my side of this debate, but this is where it is very important to differentiate words very carefully. Jay, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, the more I learn about the universe, the more a naturalistic view becomes more beautiful. Me too, actually. The more I study the universe, the more I'm convinced of the naturalistic universe and how wonderful it is. I think I would probably say the one that opened my eyes to this was Neil deGrasse Tyson. I love his take on the universe. And Jay, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, earlier today, I heard Rebuke and Reprove crying on his channel about how you won't talk to him. He said he thinks you're scared and you should be. Listen, I've never once seen Rebuke and Reprove in any of my queue. He's never joined the YouTube queue. He's never joined my TikTok queue. Not once. That coward has never once even attempted to get in and debate me. Not once. He's a liar and a coward. I'm here 3 nights a week. He's welcome anytime to come and debate me. He's a liar. Don't listen to him. And last super chat from Jam. Good to see you, Jam. Thank you for the super chat. It says, what is the earth without art, eh? Well, I mean, I think the earth is art. It's beautiful, is it not? The earth is beautiful. I appreciate the super chat, Jam. Good to see you. And Dope Kitty. Definitely love a good pet picture. And if you don't think that the earth is beautiful, man, I don't know what to tell for you. I don't know what to tell you. Now, my guess is that somebody is live right now that we can go raid. Who's live right now, guys? Let me take a look. Take a peek here.
The Cyber Thinker.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
It's and Mezzo. Yeah.
Cyber and Mezzo and Thinker. Okay. Well, my web browser just froze. So I was going to put it on the screen, but I can't at the moment.
Hey, thanks for letting me come up and visit with you, though. It's been fun just hanging out with you.
Hey, thanks for coming, Power. Good to hear from you, man. Have a great night, okay?
Oh, yeah, thanks. You too.
Yeah, you too.
It's always...
Oh, sorry, I cut it. I was talking. Sorry about that. Okay, so my browser just ran out of memory, so let me refresh it.
How many tabs do you have? I'm assuming over 100.
So many tabs open right now. Because I have to monitor so many things at once.
Testimonium, go ahead.
Okay, let me put this on the screen. We're going to go and we're going to raid on YouTube and on TikTok. We're going to raid Cyber Deconstruction. Here he is right here. This is his channel. And his screen name is Cyber Deconstruction. Let me zoom in on this. He's a good friend of the channel. He helps out on the Unapologetic debate stream as well. Let's get this chat out of here. Cyber Deconstruction, that's his name. Cyber Deconstruction right now is live on TikTok and on YouTube, guys. We need to go raid this live stream. How many people are watching right now? He just started the stream, it looks like. He's only got 17 watching on YouTube. We need to get this number up, guys. We need to get this thing well over 50. And I don't know how many people watching on TikTok, but we got to get that TikTok number up. We got to get that thing up. Let me refresh this page. I see 18 people now watching. Guys, if you're watching me on YouTube and you like what I do, you'll like what Cyber does as well. So pop over to Cyber Deconstruction on YouTube or on TikTok. Tell him that Doug sent you. Give him a good old Doug raid. And I'm actually going to be over there in just a minute. I'm going to turn on some Cyber Deconstruction while I'm going to bed tonight. So I'll see you over on Cyber's Live in just a minute. Let him know I sent you. Thank you so much for all the support. There's the chips we got to buy, by the way. Did you see the holy trinity of flavors? Trinity chips. I'm ordering Trinity chips tonight, guys. Biblical barbecue? Hell yeah. Okay, guys.
We're going to need a review on those.
Absolutely. We'll be posting a review. Guys, make sure you're following Ems on TikTok and make sure you're in our Discord, and we'll be live again on Wednesday. And Ems, thanks for hanging out with me, buddy.
Thank you.